Chapter 781, Dulan City. Chapter 781, Dulan City. Yang Feng smiled coldly. Killing intent surged in his eyes, and he said frigidly, "Then let's fight once more. If you lose, let Her Highness the First Princess take out more treasures to redeem your life." To Yang Feng, the identity of Jing Bahai doesn't mean much. With the Phantom Ruler, he can easily change into another merfolk powerhouse. What a reckless thing. Although I don't know what outdated secret treasures you got from the relic site. However, for a mere green whale race powerhouse to dare humiliate a noble sea dragon race powerhouse, you're dead. The sea dragon royal prince laughed back angrily. Then violent life force welled up inside him, and a copious amount of sea water condensed behind him to form a primordial sea dragon projection. Strange blue runes suddenly appeared, formed an ice god shell in front of the sea dragon royal prince. Ice god shell is a powerful spell developed by the sea dragon race specifically to counter secret treasures, like the Dragon Slaying Crossbow, that are customized to deal with dragons. The Dragon Slaying Crossbow can make the dragon scales of dragons, who are proud of their astonishing defenses, lose their extraordinary power, and then easily run through them. However, that's where Ice God Shell comes into play. Due to carelessness, the Sea Dragon Royal Prince was restrained by Yang Feng, who used the secret treasure Dragon Slaying Crossbow to seal his power. In terms of true strength, the Sea Dragon Crown Prince is far superior to the Jing Bahai Yang Feng has transformed into. Yang Feng uttered with a cold smile, confident. "Your Highness First Princess, if you don't stop this fool, then don't blame me for being merciless. In the human warlock relic site, I got more than the Dragon Slaying Crossbow. It's more than enough to kill this fool, who has no secret treasures on him at the moment." The Sea Dragon Crown Prince's eyes narrowed and revealed a dignified look. Although Yang Feng's avatar Jing Bahai is far inferior to the Sea Dragon Crown Prince. But secret treasures developed by human warlocks are mysterious and miraculous. Some single-use secret treasures are so powerful that they can even insta-kill infinity warlocks. All the secret treasures the Sea Dragon Crown Prince had on him have fallen into Yang Feng's hands. If he is hit by one such strange secret treasure, even though he is a bright world warlock rank powerhouse, he will be in danger of dying. Spirit Turtle Admiral frowned, took a deep look at Yang Feng, and kept quiet. He doesn't want to suffer an attack from a secret treasure that can insta-kill a bright world warlock. Dulan Imperial Court's first princess said lightly, "Stop it, both of you." A cold light flashed in the eyes of the Sea Dragon Crown Prince, and he endured the anger and said coldly, "Since it is you, Your Highness, I will give you a face. Jing Bahai, you got lucky." With all his secret treasure seized by Yang Feng, the Sea Dragon Crown Prince's battle prowess dropped by more than 50%. Under such circumstances, he chose to endure it. There are countless Sea Dragon Princes and Sea Dragon Princesses in Sea Dragon Imperial Court, and they are all merfolk geniuses who competed over the position of the Sea Dragon Crown Prince. To overpower the competition and take the position of Crown Prince, apart from being a peerless genius, patience is also of essence. A genius who doesn't know how to be patient would have become a corpse a long time ago. The first princess took out an invitation card with a 7-color Narcissus design and handed it to Yang Feng. "This is an invitation for the Dulan Narcissus Banquet. Jing Bahai, if you have time, please do me the honor and participate." Yang Feng looked deeply at the first princess and smiled, saying, "I'll definitely go. Damn it, that country bumpkin from the sticks is really lucky. He's even able to participate in the Dulan Narcissus Banquet, which is a gathering place for the most outstanding geniuses in Dulan Imperial Court. What ability does that country bumpkin have to be able to attend the Dulan Narcissus Banquet? That country bumpkin has threatened Her Highness before, but now Her Highness invites him to participate in the Dulan Narcissus Banquet. Curses. Gazes of envy focused on Yang Feng. The Dulan Narcissus Banquet is a banquet held by the first princess. Every year, only the best talents of Dulan Imperial Court can attend it. It is a stepping stone to the high-class society of Dulan Imperial Court. In the eyes of Dulan Imperial Court merfolk powerhouses, a green whale race powerhouse like Jing Bahai is only a hillbilly from remote waters. Even though he's a glorious sun warlock rank powerhouse, He's still rejected and looked down on by Dulan Imperial Court's powerhouses. But now that Jing Bahai is able to participate in Dulan Narcissus Banquet, his social status has changed. In one fell swoop, he became one of the nobles in Dulan Imperial Court that are reverence of countless people. Dulan Narcissus Banquet, which gathers the most outstanding geniuses of Dulan Imperial Court, is a top place to socialize. If you aren't stupid, you will exploit the Dulan Narcissus Banquet to make friends. By then, you will get a few transcendent rank friends and gain powerful connections. A blue ray of light extended from Dulan City, passed through the whirlpools surrounding the city, appeared at the feet of the first princess, and formed blue steps. New novel chapters are published on freewebnovel.com. The first princess, like an immortal, trod on the blue stairs towards Dulan City. The Sea Dragon Crown Prince and Spirit Turtle Admiral trod on the blue stairs as well. With a smile, the shameless Yang Feng led the tribute team up the blue stairs. With a flash of blue light, the blue stairs turned into a blue ray, contracted, and returned to Dulan City. What a beautiful city, worthy of being the residence of the former East Sea Kings. As soon as he entered Dulan City, Yang Feng saw beautiful, 1,000-meter-tall buildings full of merfolk style appear before his eyes. One of the tall buildings is made from countless red coral reefs using spells. The entire building is 1,000 meters tall and is surrounded by countless beautiful fish. The fish surrounding the tall coral building are a kind of extraordinary life form, red pearl fish. Eating a red pearl fish can promote the soul aptitude of an ordinary person with inferior level 1 soul aptitude to inferior level 3 soul aptitude. There is also a 1,000-meter-tall building carved out of a giant dragon clam pearl. Inside this building, there is a huge amount of life magic energy, which is of great benefit even to glorious sun warlocks. Countless deep-sea treasures were used to construct the tall buildings in Dulan City, combining beauty and practicality and filling it with the warlock style. The Green Whale Race has also rented a manor on the edge of Dulan City. After Yang Feng handed the tribute procedures over to his subordinates, he went directly into a room in the manor, opened a boundary, and began to inspect his harvest. Phantom Ruler. Yang Feng's voice has just sounded, when transparent and distorted fluctuations rose from behind him. Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and the monarch grade soul stone disappeared at once. It was consumed by the Phantom Ruler. Yang Feng extended a hand and took out the 10,000 years sea heart 5-color Narcissus, and then flicked a finger, and the 10,000 years sea heart 5-color Narcissus entered his mouth and turned into a 5-color stream that nourished his body and soul rapidly. 5-color light traveled back and forth through Yang Feng's body. Each time it made a round trip, a large amount of black matter seeped out of him, and then was burned and purified by a flame. In the world of Warlocks, there are all kinds of incredible spells and phenomena, like ice cubes that can freeze flames as well as flames that can burn in water. An hour later, advanced bright world warlock rank fluctuations of power filled the secret room, as if an ancient beast was slowly waking up. Marina, with the sea angel sword in hand, formed a powerful water boundary that shielded Yang Feng. Yang Feng opened his eyes, raised the corners of his mouth, and revealed a look of joy. I unexpectedly broke through. The effect of the 10,000 years sea heart 5-color Narcissus is really amazing. Originally, according to my calculations, it would take me another 3 years to make a breakthrough. No wonder the 10,000 years sea heart 5-color Narcissus is so precious and so hard to come by. Even when I offered treasures that can be of use to Infinity Warlocks, I couldn't get it. Let's take a look. What sort of treasures does this Sea Dragon Crown Prince have? Yang Feng took out an ancient spatial conch that the Sea Dragon Crown Prince had on him and swept it with his soul force. His face flickered suddenly, and the careless expression on his face disappeared and gave way to a dignified expression. It seems that I have made the right choice by acting decisively. Otherwise, he would very likely have forced out my true body. In the ancient spatial conch, there are various treasures piled up into mountains. There are 30 level 8 secret treasures used by Bright World Warlocks, and more than 100 level 7 secret treasures used by Glorious Sun Warlocks. In addition, there is also an Azure Spear secret treasure, which exudes the fluctuations of power of a level 9 secret treasure. Only Infinity Warlocks can fully operate level 9 secret treasures. Yang Feng conquered so many forces, yet he has obtained no more than 11 level 9 secret treasures. This shows how rare level 9 secret treasures are. Not to mention the level 9 secret treasure, each one of the 30 level 8 secret treasures is a valuable product with different extraordinary abilities. Any level 8 secret treasure placed in the outside world will cause the bright world Warlock rank powerhouses compete over it. Even as rich as he is, Yang Feng is drawn to the 30 level 8 secret treasures, of which more than a dozen could greatly enhance his current strength. As for the level 9 secret treasure, it needs to consume too much power. Can only be used as a trump card. Even though Yang Feng has the power of the 9 small worlds, it is still difficult for him to control a mighty level 9 secret treasure for a long period of time. Here are some secret treasures for you. With a flick of Yang Feng's finger, a bracelet, a hairpin, and a set of battle armor thin as a cicada's wings flew into Marina's hands. Chapter 782, Dulan Narcissus Banquet. Chapter 782, Dulan Narcissus Banquet. When Marina received the 3 level 8 secret treasures, her beautiful eyes sparkled with joy, and she carefully fiddled with them. "Thank you for granting me these treasures, my lord." Each of the 3 level 8 secret treasures has different extraordinary powers. When Marina equips them, her combat power will increase by more than 30%. After she fiddled with the 3 secret treasures for a while, Marina suddenly hesitated, saying, "My lord, can I give these secret treasures to my lady?" Feisua Plains alchemy is far inferior to Zhangji Plains. In general, each god only has 1 or 2 god armaments that fit their authority. Those 3 level 8 secret treasures have each their own characteristics. If Basana uses them, her combat power will increase by about 15%. The stronger the person, the less effect secret treasures have on their combat power. Since Basana is very strong, the 3 level 8 secret treasures will naturally have far less effect on her strength than Marina's. Yang Feng smiled and said, "I have already prepared a gift for her. You do not need to worry." "Then I'll thank you first on behalf of my lady, my lord." Marina, with a happy expression on her face, bowed to Yang Feng, and then began to play with the 3 level 8 secret treasures anew. EgaYuyoBinovel.com. The Sea Dragon Crown Prince has obviously selected the 3 level 8 secret treasures from a treasury. They are suitable for women to equip. Not only are they beautiful, but they can also increase the wearer's strength. They are hard to come by products even in Great Cloud Dynasty. Since Yang Feng's avatar Xuanhuan has gotten the position of bureau chief in Great Cloud Dynasty's secret treasure division, he knows that such exquisite level 8 secret treasures, unless they are made by a deputy division chief alchemy grandmaster, take secret treasure division an average of 10 years to refine. Great Cloud Dynasty's secret treasure division is large in scale and has gathered countless alchemy geniuses of Great Cloud Dynasty. But the alchemy geniuses are basically busy refining large-scale war secret treasures. Unless someone issues a mission, such level 8 secret treasures exclusively for women won't be refined. Dulan Imperial Court is located on an extraordinary plant 9-leaf sea dragon, Sacred Heart Lotus, in the center of Dulan City. The 9-leaf sea dragon's Sacred Heart Lotus is 9,000 meters tall, is blooming with a lotus flower, and bears Dulan Imperial Court. On the 9 lotus leaves, which have a length of several hundred kilometers, there are beautiful and luxurious palaces. The 9-leaf sea dragon's Sacred Heart Lotus was refined by the 5th Warlock dynasty's Death Lord. After he slayed a Holy Spirit Warlock rank primordial sea dragon and scooped out their heart, he implanted a lotus seed into the heart, used countless resources to water it, and cultivated it for 1,000 years before it took shape. Although the Death Lord has taken away the 9-leaf sea dragon's Sacred Heart Lotus seeds, but human warlocks, using incredible alchemy, refined the 9-leaf sea dragon's Sacred Heart Lotus itself into a huge and exquisite palace. The 9-leaf sea dragon's Sacred Heart Lotus, which is an extraordinary plant that absorbed the heart and blood of a Holy Spirit Warlock rank primordial sea dragon and was nurtured by the Death Lord for 1,000 years, is naturally able to absorb life magic energy from the surroundings. The place where the 9-leaf sea dragon sacred heart lotus is located has the strongest concentration of live magic energy in Dulan City. So this is Dulan Imperial Court. No wonder it's a place that gave birth to a warlock monarch. When Yang Feng arrived in front of a 9-leaf sea dragon sacred heart lotus leaf, he looked towards the center of the lotus flower and saw a tremendous amount of life magic energy attracted by the lotus flower turn into a sea dragon and enter Dulan Imperial Court in the center of the lotus flower. That 9-leaf sea dragon's sacred heart lotus is extracting the surrounding life magic energy at all times and pouring it into the center of the lotus flower, which is where Dulan Imperial Court is located. It is by exploiting this property that Dulan Imperial Court has cultivated many treasures, including 10,000 years sea heart 5-color narcissuses, that are rare in the outside world. This is the residence of Her Highness the First Princess. The Dulan Narcissus Banquet is currently being held inside. If you don't have an invitation, please leave. 2 crab race powerhouses wearing armor similar to crab carapace, whose bodies have mostly changed into human form, with 6 legs sprouting from the lower body, exuding starry sky warlock rank fluctuations of power, swam over from above and blocked in front of Yang Feng and Marina. With a flick of Yang Feng's wrist, the invitation card with the 7-color narcissus design appeared in his hand. The invitation card burst out with green light, and the lotus leaf reacted to it. Green stairs extended from the lotus leaf and landed in front of Yang Feng. The complexion of the 2 crab race powerhouses changed slightly, and they uttered respectfully, "It turns out you are distinguished guests. If we offended you just now, please forgive us." As soon as Yang Feng and Marina stepped onto the green stairs, they flashed, swept the 2, and flew towards the green lotus leaf. When they were about to hit the green lotus leaf, Yang Feng's eyes suddenly blurred. In the next moment, he and Marina appeared in a sky. There are white clouds floating in the sky, but the ground, which looks like a floating continent, extends without end in sight. On the continent, luxurious buildings are built everywhere. Everywhere the eye can see, there are precious extraordinary plant courtyards and extraordinary sea monster pastures. The merfolk have been ruled many times by human warlocks. As their shepherd dogs and sea farmers, merfolk have naturally learned how to plant extraordinary plants, herd extraordinary sea monsters, and obtain various extraordinary powers. In the center of the continent, there is a group of exquisite, luxurious, and picturesque palaces. The green light that swept Yang Feng and Marina landed in a rear garden of the palace in the center of the group of palaces in just 10 breaths of time. As soon as Yang Feng appeared in the rear garden filled with countless extraordinary plants, everyone's eyes focused on him at once. Yang Feng looked around carefully and saw dozens of young merfolk geniuses standing in the middle of the rear garden. Every one of them is full of confidence and emits fearsome aura, as if mythical beasts treading in the secular world. These merfolk geniuses are the strongest geniuses of Dulan Imperial Court's younger generation. They each either come from a strong family, have a terrifying background, or have a heaven-defying talent for cultivation. They all had numerous fortuitous encounters and possess superior strength. The merfolk geniuses have 2 or more followers each standing beside them, each of which exudes Moonlight Warlock rank fluctuations of power. Once you enter the Moonlight Warlock rank, you are considered a transcendent powerhouse. In most planes, Moonlight Warlocks are lofty beings. Even in Great Cloud Dynasty, there are many Moonlight Warlock rank rogue cultivators who are unwilling to serve others and choose to establish their own force. For the merfolk geniuses to be able to recruit Moonlight Warlock rank followers to serve them, it shows how terrifying their strength or background is. When the merfolk geniuses saw that Marina is standing alone beside Yang Feng, their eyes revealed contempt. Marina is indeed very beautiful and possesses extraordinary temperament. But these merfolk geniuses are all bigwigs who dominate a corner of the sea. Apart from those who practice asceticism, there are droves of beautiful girls around them. For them, the value of transcendent rank follower far exceeds that of merfolk beauties. The merfolk geniuses formed small circles chatting and laughing together. But at the same time, they exude a faint repulsive force field, refusing Yang Feng to join them. Unconcerned, Yang Feng walked directly to the dining table, which is filled with rare and exotic fruits, picked up a few fruits, and stuffed them into his mouth crudely. Jing Bahai was extremely powerful and arrogant, but he never learned etiquette. Yang Feng plays vividly the role of the unbridled and self-centered Jing Bahai. Delicious. These merfolk extraordinary fruits are really delicious. These are the tribute of Dulan Imperial Court. It is very difficult to get them in the outside world. The extraordinary fruits disintegrated in Yang Feng's mouth, and mysterious and wonderful tastes permeated his mouth. At the same time, wisps of strange force nourished his body and soul. What a country bumpkin! Dulan Imperial Court's high-class ladies are watching. This bumpkin, I'm afraid he won't find a single dancing partner later. An uneducated hick. The merfolk geniuses watched Yang Feng coldly, and their eyes flashed with scorn and contempt. Updat.dfrmfgewebenvel.com. On the other side of the courtyard, in a verdant courtyard that seems to be in a different dimension, more than 100 beautiful and enchanting Dulan Imperial Court's high-class ladies, with extraordinary temperaments, cast spells and watched the scenes outside curiously. Among the more than 100 beautiful and enchanting high-class ladies, 6 stand out from the rest and exuded powerful auras. The one heading the 6 beautiful ladies is none other than the first princess. The other 5 are well-known figures among Dulan Imperial Court's high-class ladies. They are extremely powerful. The Sea Dragon Crown Prince is really extraordinary. There are more than a dozen followers around him, and each of them is a Moonlight Warlocks. That's only natural. After all, the Sea Dragon Crown Prince is not only a Bright World Warlock, but also the Crown Prince and future successor of Sea Dragon Imperial Court. There are naturally many followers around him. However, although the Sea Dragon Crown Prince is good, but his thoughts are focused on Big Sister First Princess and the other 5 big sisters. He doesn't have eyes for us. That's right. I think the heir of the Thunder Giant Eel family is more handsome. Reportedly, he has a plane covered in sea in astral boundary. Really? Whoever marries him can take a vacation on that plane covered in sea. The high-class ladies watched the Dulan Imperial Court's geniuses through magic screens and laughed and commented spiritedly. Chapter 783, Vanquishing the King Whale Third Prince. Chapter 783, Vanquishing the King Whale Third Prince. The Dulan Narcissus Banquet is a place where Dulan Imperial Court's high-class ladies socialize with male merfolk geniuses, and even unite through marriage. A mermaid with blonde hair cried out in alarm, and contempt flashed in her beautiful eyes. Look at that Jing Bahai, how boorish! He looks like he hasn't eaten anything for days. A clam-race beautiful girl creased her slim eyebrows. That's right, he's really boorish. Hicks are just uneducated. I heard that he defeated the Sea Dragon Crown Prince, so I had some expectations. It seems that it was just a fluke. He sneak-attacked the Sea Dragon Crown Prince with the secret treasure Dragon Slaying Crossbow, and luckily obtained victory. This chapter is updated by fryoubavl.cm. So he used the Dragon Slaying Crossbow. I knew he has no skill. The high-class ladies stared at Yang Feng with disgust in their beautiful eyes. Of the 6 top beauties, a girl with blonde hair, a smoking figure, and a horn on the head, smiled and said, Big Sister Manhin, we're quite dissatisfied with the person you chose. I wonder, why did you choose him? No matter how strong he is, if he does not understand etiquette, he cannot be part of our circle. The name of the first princess, who is recognized as the #1 pearl in Dulan Imperial Court, is Ao Manhin. The other 5 pearls eye her like a tiger watching its prey and fight her on all fronts. The beautiful girl with blonde hair, a smocking figure, and a horn on the head is Anastasia. She is a peerless genius of the Dulan Sea Ogre Snake race. Dulan Sea Ogre Snakes are a kind of merfolk that live in different planes. They attain Moonlight Warlock rank power upon turning adult. The ultimate form individuals are extraordinary life forms that can evolve into Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. The Dulan Sea Ogre Snakes have less than 3,000 individuals in the sea dominated by Dulan Imperial Court. But they have 8 Infinity Warlock rank ultimate form individuals. They are one of the strongest races in Dulan Imperial Court. Oh Manhin, looking like an ice queen, said coldly. Anastasia, since I choose him, I naturally had my reasons. Anastasia's heart stirred, and her gaze fell on Yang Feng. Ao Manhin, you have a good eye for people. That boorish guy must have something special about him. The gazes of the remaining 4 pearls also fell on Yang Feng, curious. In the rear garden, the Sea Dragon Crown Prince is surrounded by a dozen-plus Dulan Imperial Court's merfolk geniuses. If there are no accidents, the Sea Dragon Crown Prince will inherit Sea Dragon Imperial Court. Naturally, there are a lot of geniuses gathered around him. From time to time, the Sea Dragon Crown Prince glanced at Yang Feng, unable to conceal his crazy killing intent. The crushing defeat he suffered at Yang Feng's hands at the entrance of Dulan City is the disgrace of his life. A handsome and burly man, with a King 1 character rune on the forehead and a glass of Bihai wine in his hand, said with a smile to the Sea Dragon Crown Prince, "Sea Dragon Crown Prince, I'll take revenge for you and give that bumpkin a good lesson." Enigmatic light shimmered in the eyes of the Sea Dragon Crown Prince, and he uttered with a smile, "King Whale 3rd Prince, be my guest. As long as you help me teach him a lesson, I will consider cooperating with you in the businesses of Black Sheep Sea and Stormrage Sea." When the King Whale 3rd Prince heard this, his eyes lit up, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Black Sheep Sea and Stormrage Sea are 2 seas rich in resources Sea Dragon Imperial Court is occupying. If he could have access to the merfolk markets of the 2 seas, it would bring the King Whale race huge benefits. You are Green Whale's Jing Bahai? To dare attack the Sea Dragon Crown Prince, you're guilty of committing an offense against a superior. Immediately go to the Sea Dragon Crown Prince, kneel down and apologize. The King Whale 3rd Prince strode to Yang Feng, looked at him condescendingly, and uttered frigidly. The king character rune on his forehead flashed, and a terrifying pressure crushed towards Yang. The King Whale race is the king of many other whale races. In the first Warlock dynasty era, countless whale races were under the rule of the King Whale race, and the King Whale race was regarded as the royal race. Even in modern days, the bloodline of the countless whale races is still restrained by the bloodline of the King Whale race. Yang Feng is imitating Jing Bahai's bloodline. When the frightening King Whale pressure enveloped him, he trembled and staggered, as if about to kneel on the ground and worship the King Whale 3rd Prince. Who do you think you are? To come annoy me, you must be sick of living. A fierce light flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he suddenly erupted with quasi-bright world warlock rank power, operated Whale Devour secret method, transformed into an archaic dragon whale, and shot towards the King Whale 3rd Prince without demur. The King Whale 3rd Prince barked, both shocked and angry. At the same time, magic shields suddenly appeared and covered him. Damn it! You dare commit an offense against a superior? Die! The archaic dragon whale Yang Feng has transformed slammed into the King Whale 3rd Prince with a terrifying force and smashed dozens of his bones. The King Whale 3rd Prince spewed a large mouthful of blood and hit a wall, his fate unknown. His Highness! To dare attack His Highness, what gall! Go to hell! The 3 guards of the King Whale 3rd Prince, both shocked and angry, suddenly burst out with Moonlight Warlock rank power, cast secret methods, and attacked Yang Feng from different directions. The 3 of you dare commit an offense against a superior? That's unforgivable. You shall become part of my collection. fga.ewebnavioel.com. Yang Feng smiled coldly and flipped his hand, and a level 8 secret treasure seal sea flag suddenly appeared. 3 blue seal runes suddenly shot out and hit the 3 guards of the King Whale 3rd Prince lightning fast. The 3 guards trembled and shrank, and then were forcibly pulled into the seal sea flag. The Sea Dragon Crown Prince frowned, gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it! That's my sea seal flag." Yang Feng extended his hand, and a whirlpool suddenly surged and sucked in the King Whale 3rd Prince. He grabbed the King Whale 3rd Prince, stripped him of all treasures, and then tossed him away like a rugged doll and said with an unruly smile, "Trash, to dare provoke me, you're really overestimating yourself." Hearing this, the King Whale 3rd Prince became furious, spewed out a large mouthful of blood, and fainted. The King Whale 3rd Prince is done for. If the King Whale 3rd Prince can't redeem his dignity, he won't be able to lift his head for the rest of his life. What an overbearing guy. The merfolk geniuses looked at Yang Feng with great interest. At the same time, they raised Yang Feng's danger level in their hearts. They aren't willing to provoke such a fierce character lightly. Yang Feng glanced in the direction of the Sea Dragon Crown Prince and his party, and then spoke with a rowdy smile. You guys, since you're staying next to that waste Sea Dragon Crown Prince, then you should be his minions and lackeys. If you have the guts, come and fight me. Of course, if you want to hide your head in the sand like an ostrich, it's up to you. After all, in order to give the first princess some face, I will not take the initiative to beat you up. The dozen-plus Dulan Imperial Court's merfolk geniuses next to the Sea Dragon Crown Prince frowned and looked at the sea seal flag in Yang Feng's hand with apprehension in their eyes. These merfolk geniuses all have glorious Sun Warlock rank cultivation bases. Yet none of them has a level 8 secret treasure. Moreover, the cultivation base of most of them is at the Junior Glorious Sun Warlock rank. The King Whale Third Prince, who possesses the ability to restrain Yang Feng's bloodline, was defeated by Yang Feng in one exchange. They are naturally apprehensive of him. What a letdown! To be afraid to fight, are they even men? The King Whale Third Prince was surprisingly one-shot by Jing Bahai. So much for his reputation. Although this Jing Bahai is a bit rough around the edges, but he is really domineering. I like him. The law of the jungle prevails among the merfolk. Only the strong are respected. Originally, the high-class ladies looked down on Yang Feng's avatar Jing Bahai. However, seeing Yang Feng defeat the King Whale Third Prince and overwhelm the dozen-plus Dulan Imperial Court's merfolk geniuses around the Sea Dragon Crown Prince, to the point that they don't dare to speak, the general trend changed suddenly. A small number of the high-class ladies became interested in Yang Feng. Let's go out. Xuanhuan frowned, then silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and ripples enveloped the green courtyard. In an instant, the green courtyard emerged from the other dimension and appeared in front of the many merfolk geniuses. Graceful and beautiful high-class ladies appeared in front of the merfolk genius, making their eyes lit up. The high-class ladies are not only noble in bloodline, but are also very strong. The weakest are Starry Sky Warlock rank powerhouses, and there is no lack of Moonlight Warlock rank existences. Each of the 6 jewels, even more so, is a Glorious Sun Warlock rank existence, not losing to the men. Most of the merfolk geniuses have many women, but the only ones who can really become their main wives are those strong high-class ladies with noble bloodline and amazing background. Xuanhuan, looking like a noble and arrogant goddess, said frigidly, Jing Bahai, for my sake, stop. Yang Feng responded with a smile. Your Highness, since you have spoken, then I'll let it be. 1. King Character Wang. Chapter 784, Battle of Followers. Chapter 784, Battle of Followers. Xuanhuan clapped her hands, and the flowers of extraordinary plant Lane Morning Glory in the surroundings suddenly opened. Inside the flowers, there sit thumb-sized, beautiful flower sprites, holding various musical instruments. The flower sprites plucked the strings of their instruments, and melodious and beautiful music encircled the area. At the same time, exquisite floral fragrance spread. All this makes this place seem like a fairyland. Along with the music, the ground in the garden trembled slightly, and plants grew from the ground and transformed into tables. Each one of those tables has white flowers growing from it, which exude beautiful floral fragrance. When Yang Feng saw this scene, he smiled. Interesting. The first princess really knows how to enjoy life. The extraordinary plants were obviously carefully selected and specially cultivated and refined. Only warlock groups proficient in extraordinary botany and huge power can research those interesting extraordinary plants with ease. This scene is more fantastic and magical than the scenes in fairy tales. This is the world of warlocks, a place full of countless extraordinary powers and miracles. The merfolk geniuses took their seats. Beautiful and cute sea sprites, the size of a palm with pointy ears, swam over from different direction and brought fine liquor, spirit fruits, cooking of top chefs, and other delicacies, and placed them on the tables. freewebnovel.com. A handsome and burly young man, with a gold tortoise shield inlaid on his right hand, exuding a confident and domineering aura, smiled coldly and provoked Yang Feng. Jing Bahai. This is Man Lijiang, an expert from Gold Turtle Sea. He once annihilated a human ship with 1 glorious sun warlock and 13 moonlight warlocks in one fell swoop. I recruited him 3 years ago to be my follower. Do you have followers who dare to fight him? This young man is the Gold Dragon Turtle Prince from the Gold Dragon Turtle race, which dominates Gold Turtle Sea. He is one of the merfolk geniuses who are beside the Sea Dragon Crown Prince. Apprehensive of the level 8 secret treasure seal sea flag in Yang Feng's hand, he didn't dare to speak out a moment ago. Now that the first prince's, Ao Manhin, is present, he wants to strike at Yang Feng by other means. The Gold Dragon Turtle Prince's voice has just fallen, when a burly fellow, as tall as 2 people stacked one on top of the other, with no hair on his face and body, yet engraved with natural lightning runes, exuding a violent aura, with a fierce face and ominous glints in his eyes, walked out from behind him, stared at Yang Feng and sneered. Followers? How can this bumpkin have any followers? Green Luo See the green whale race controls is remote and desolate. Do they have anything to attract followers? That barbarian might end up fighting Man Lijiang himself. It's possible, but then, even if he wins, he will have lost face. We are Dulan Imperial Court's nobility. If we humble ourselves and fight another's follower, even if we win, we'll still lose face. In this world, influence is also part of your strength. Blame the fact that you were born in the wrong place. The merfolk geniuses looked at Yang Feng scornfully and revealed curious and pitying expressions. The battle between followers is a way for Dulan Imperial Court's nobility to show off their influence. People above the Starry Sky Warlock rank are transcendent rank powerhouses, each of which is a proud individual. Only the top Dulan Imperial Court's merfolk geniuses, with immense resources, can attract followers above Starry Sky Warlock rank. Yang Feng bit a fruit and replied with a cold smile. A battle of followers? My follower is very strong. Gold Dragon Turtle Prince, your follower is too weak. He will be killed by my follower in an instant. Are you sure you want your follower fight my follower? The Gold Dragon Turtle Prince's eyes flashed with freezing light, and he ordered coldly, What great confidence! Man Lijiang, go kill Jing Bahai's follower. Kill him, and I will give you a Thunder Origin Stone Flower that you always wanted. Yes, your highness. Man Lijiang's eyes brightened, and he smiled grimly and walked to the center of the rear garden. Ao Manhin pointed with her fair hand, dark green light shone, and a small arena appeared in the center of the rear garden. Man Lijiang stepped into the small arena, stared at Yang Feng with an unruly expression, beckoned with a finger, and spoke coldly, Jing Bahai, come, let me have a taste of your green whale race's secret method. In the fight at the gate, Yang Feng's avatar Jing Bahai was clearly weaker than the Sea Dragon Crown Prince. It's just that Yang Feng successfully used the secret treasure Dragon Slaying Crossbow to seal the Sea Dragon Crown Prince's power. The merfolk geniuses don't have any fear of Yang Feng, but they aren't willing to fight Yang Feng and risk defeat. Yang Feng drank a glass of fine liquor and said indifferently to Marina, who was sitting beside him and serving him like a maid, Mary, kill him! Yes, my lord. With that, Marina stood up and flipping her hand, and a level 8 secret treasure blue halberd, ice blue sea halberd, appeared in her hand. With the halberd in her hand, Marina's temperament suddenly changed, from sensual to warlike. This content is taken from fga.iwabnavio.l.co. The maid, he actually let the maid fight. Does he want her to die? Regrettably, such an excellent maid is about to die. If it's to circumvent the stigma of avoiding a fight, then the life of a maid is more than worth it. But that's really cruel. To have such a girl throw away her life. What an awful guy. The merfolk geniuses looked at Marina, and their eyes shimmered with regret. Man Lijiang is a ferocious character who has even killed a glorious sun warlock. Even if Marina is a moonlight warlock rank powerhouse, there's no way she'll survive the fight with Man Lijiang. As for whether she's a glorious sun warlock rank, no one believes that the green whale race, whose rulers, the green whale monarch couple, are just glorious sun warlocks. can recruit a beautiful and powerful female follower of the Glorious Sun Warlock rank. Glorious Sun Warlock rank powerhouses are rare. The number of merfolk in Dulan Imperial Court doesn't exceed 10,000 trillion individuals. Yet, among the countless merfolk, there are less than 15 Glorious Sun Warlock rank high-class ladies of the younger generation. To have a maid who takes care of you throw her life away, what a cruel guy. How vicious. In order to make progress, he can abandon anything. This guy is really cruel. Seeing this scene, the high-class ladies immediately had a bad impression of Yang Feng. Only the expressions of the 6 pearls remained unchanged. But there is a solemn shade in each of their beautiful eyes. Seeing Marina walk into the arena, Man Lijiang became furious at once, and his eyes flashed wildly. He smiled frigidly and said ferociously, "A woman! To let you, a woman, fight me. That damn Jing Bahai is insulting me. Have it your way. When I tear you to pieces and throw you to his feet, his expression will definitely be amusing to watch." Marina pointed with the level 8 secret treasure ice blue sea halberd at Man Lijiang and said coldly, "You talk too much. I'll turn you into charcoal. If you have to blame someone, blame your master for abandoning you." There was a flash-killing intent in his eyes. Lightning runes shone on Man Lijiang. Silver lightning snakes danced, and lightning, that seems to be able to destroy everything, with the law of lightning as the center, formed a huge lightning spear. Boom! As if 10,000 claps of thunder erupted in the surrounding sea, bright white lightning, which appears to have filled the space, blasted towards Marina in an instant. The endless lightning shone and swallowed Marina completely. Awesome! This Man Lijiang is really an expert. The law of lightning is indeed one of the most powerful offensive laws. This Man Lijiang, even among us, is a top expert. To be able to recruit such an expert, the Gold Dragon Turtle Prince is really capable. To be able to recruit a powerhouses of Man Lijiang's caliber, the Gold Dragon Turtle race has deep roots. It is indeed an ancient force that has existed for more than 1 million years. The merfolk geniuses gazed at the terrifying lightning, and their hearts shook. Only a few of them would be able to withstand that terrifying blow without relying on secret treasures. Trash! Go to hell! A dark blue halberd ray shot out from the endless lightning. Marina, dressed in blue armor that is as thin as a cicada's wings, with a hairpin on the head that is enchanted by various healing spells and a bracelet on her right hand linked to the ice blue sea halberd, exuding pinnacle Glorious Sun Warlock fluctuations of power, shot out of the endless lightning and flew towards Man Lijiang. The law of water surged, Marina's figure blurred, and she appeared in front of Man Lijiang, and the ice blue sea halberd turned into a blue ray that slashed towards Man Lijiang. How is this possible? Man Lijiang's complexion changed drastically. He didn't expect that someone could be able to escape from his attack. He crossed his arms to block above him, and countless lightning rays intertwined and formed a simple and crude lightning shield. The ice blue sea halberd turned into a blue lightning ray, slashed the lightning shield to pieces in an instant, and without losing momentum, sliced down. A blue ray of light gleamed, and Man Lijiang was divided into 2. His soul attached to the demonic eel core contained in his body was also extinguished by ice blue sea halberd. Chapter 785, Shock. Chapter 785, Shock. Translator, Zayamoj. He was actually slayed. Man Lijiang was actually killed. So strong. That woman is surprisingly a follower of Jing Bahai. What a strong follower. FREOWebnovel.com. The merfolk powerhouses looked at Marina inside the arena with shock in their eyes. Man Lijiang was a top figure among Glorious Sun Warlocks. He had mastered the law of lightning. Even among the merfolk younger generation, no more than 20 people could defeat him easily. The sexy and enchanting Marina has played the role of a well-behaved maid when she was next to Yang Feng, lacking the temperament of a powerhouse. Yet when she entered the arena, her temperament changed, and she easily slayed Man Lijiang. The combat power she displayed is simply heaven-defying. Damn it! Those are my level 8 secret treasures. The Sea Dragon Crown Prince stared at the 3 secret treasures on Marina, His eyes nearly spewed fire, and he crushed the glass in his hand. Level 8 Secret Treasures. 3 Level 8 Secret Treasures. How can a hillbilly like Jing Bahai have so many exquisite secret treasures specially made for women? These must be his spoils after defeating the Sea Dragon Crown Prince. Interesting. The Sea Dragon Crown Prince shot himself in the foot. When the merfolk geniuses saw the 3 secret treasures shining brightly on Marina, they suddenly showed knowing smiles and looked at the Sea Dragon Crown Prince with pity. They guessed the origin of the 3 Level 8 secret treasures from the Sea Dragon Crown Prince's ashen face. Yang Feng smiled and uttered overbearingly, "Gold Dragon Turtle Prince, don't you still have 3 followers? If you have the guts, have another one of your followers fight my Mary. How about this? I'll be magnanimous and let your 3 followers fight her together. What do you think?" The complexions of the 3 followers next to the Gold Dragon Turtle Prince turned pale. Man Lijiang was the strongest expert subordinated to the Gold Dragon Turtle Prince. He was the only glorious son warlock the Gold Dragon Turtle Prince managed to recruit. The other 3 are only Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses. This chapter is updated by freewebnovel.com. If the 3 followers go into the arena, they'll be insta-killed by Marina. The Gold Dragon Turtle Prince stared at Yang Feng with a resentful expression, gritted his teeth, and endured the shame. "I admit defeat. A glorious son warlock rank powerhouse like Man Lijiang is not that easy to recruit. The Golden Dragon Turtle Prince paid a great price at the time. Besides, it was only by chance that he managed to recruit Man Lijiang as his follower. Many merfolk geniuses, whose background is not much different from that of the Gold Dragon Turtle Prince, only have Moonlight Warlock rank followers. By killing Man Lijiang, it was equivalent to severing an arm of the Gold Dragon Turtle Prince." Yang Feng smiled coldly, pointed at the merfolk geniuses beside the Sea Dragon Crown Prince and uttered words of provocation. "Do you dare send your followers to fight my Mary? I concede. I yield." The merfolk geniuses gathered around the Sea Dragon Crown Prince uttered coldly one after another, their complexions ashen. After all the merfolk geniuses around the Sea Dragon Crown Prince conceded, the eyes of the high-class ladies watching from the side lit up, and they became interested in Yang Feng. Yang Feng's avatar Jing Bahai is a quasi-bright world warlock rank powerhouse, only a step away from advancing to the bright world warlock realm. And now Marina, who is glorious sun warlock rank expert, has emerged. Yang Feng and Marina together are enough to dominate a sea and suppress a plane. This is why the merfolk high-class ladies become interested in him. After he saw the merfolk geniuses beside the Sea Dragon Crown Prince concede, Yang Feng sneered, "Mary, come back. Wait a minute." A voice sounded. Yang Feng followed that voice and saw a lanky, handsome young man with an extraordinary temperament, a dragon horn engraved with lightning runes on the forehead, sitting in a seat. The handsome young man with the dragon horn is the heir of the one-horned sea thunder dragon family, one of the most powerful merfolk races. Pure-blood one-horned sea thunder dragons possess glorious sun warlock rank strength upon reaching adulthood, while ultimate form individuals are infinity warlock rank existences. The entire one-horned sea thunder dragon family has a total of 10 infinity warlock rank ultimate form individuals. The family is an influential player in Dulan Imperial Court. The one-horned sea thunder dragon prince is one of the 10 most influential merfolk of Dulan Imperial Court's younger generation. As soon as he spoke, many eyes focused on him, as if he is the center of the world. Marina, however, didn't pay the one-horned sea thunder dragon prince's words any heed. Her figure fluttered, and then she appeared next to Yang Feng. Then, the secret treasures on her disappeared. Her temperament changed, and she knelt down beside Yang Feng like a charming and gentle maid. Anger flashed in the eyes of the one-horned sea thunder dragon prince, and he said coldly, "Sha Man," a burly man, with shark traces on his face, exuding a frightening aura, stepped forward and replied in a deep voice, "You Highness." The one-horned sea thunder dragon prince glanced at Yang Feng and said coldly, "Sha Man is an expert I recruited in Black Forest Sea. He once fought 3 human glorious sun warlock rank experts for 3 days before he killed them one by one. Jing Bahai, does your merry dare come fight my shaman? Why is this guy so hostile? I don't remember provoking him. Yang Feng frowned, and then aimed his gaze in the direction of the high-class ladies, only to see that their gazes are focused on him and the one-horned sea thunder dragon prince. Yang Feng quickly guessed what the one-horned sea thunder dragon prince is thinking. This guy wants to use me as a stepping stone to attract the attention of the high-class ladies. Moreover, my avatar Jing Bahai is so arrogant that it has offended many merfolk geniuses. Suppressing me can gain him the favor of the other merfolk geniuses. Compared to the vast Dulan imperial court, Jing Bahai's place of origin, Green Whale Sea, is equivalent to the Styx. For a country bumpkin with no background to come to the royal capital, a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons, and act presumptuously, this naturally rubbed these merfolk geniuses the wrong way. Yang Feng replied with a cold smile. Interesting, Mary. Go and kill him. Yes, my lord. Marina stood up. Along with flashes of light, the 3 level 8 secret treasures, exuding formidable fluctuations of power, appeared again. With every step Marina takes, her aura rises by a large margin. When she entered the arena, her aura rose to the pinnacle glorious sun warlock rank, and wisps of the law of water revolved around her and formed a flood dragon of water. She looks like a goddess of war wielding the authority of the sea. Angels are divine weapons that receive the influence of the god they serve and hold part of their authority. Marina, as the blazing angel serving the sea goddess of war and martial goddess Basana, also wields part of the authorities of the sea and martial. So strong. This is the follower of Jing Bahai. She's really strong. This bumpkin Jing Bahai lucked out. If Jing Bahai or his follower can break through and advance to the bright world warlock rank, then Dulan Imperial Court will have another noble family. The merfolk geniuses looked at Marina with scorching light in their eyes. They would love to snatch her away. Beautiful and strong girls are rare in Dulan Imperial Court. Only the 6 jewels can match her. Although Moonlight Warlock rank merfolk powerhouses can receive a title of nobility in the 3 merfolk imperial courts. However, only Bright World Warlock rank merfolk powerhouses will be sealed as marquee-level nobles. Compared to ordinary merfolk nobles, their influence is on another level. Mary, you are my type. Regrettably, your master has offended my prince. So you have to die. What a pity. Shaman stared at Marina with regret in his eyes. Then the shark traces on his body shone, twisted, and turned into tens of thousands of runes. The tens of thousands of runes flashed and changed into gold-scale dragon Feng sharks the size of 3 fingers. The tens of thousands of gold-scale dragon Feng sharks, which can rip open an infinity warlock rank life force shield, formed a gold shark school and swept towards Marina along with a terrifying aura. In the deep sea, gold-scale dragon Feng sharks extract the surrounding life magic energy and form a transparent magic membrane. Enveloped by the transparent magic membrane, even a Bright World Warlock's large area of effect meteorological spell can hardly harm them. Under the siege of tens of thousands of gold-scale dragon Feng sharks, even if a few glorious sun warlocks join forces, they will be devoured by the large number of gold-scale dragon Feng sharks, who have amazing defenses. Tornado! Marina operated the authority of the sea and waved the ice-blue sea halberd, and a series of tornado-like whirlpools suddenly appeared, swept towards the gold-scale dragon Feng sharks, and forcibly cleared a path. A ripple of water flashed, and Marina appeared in front of Shaman and slashed at the other party with her halberd. Chapter 786, Slaying Shaman. Chapter 786, Slaying Shaman. Translator, Zayamoj. Shaman roared, and an archaic whale-shark projection rose behind him. With the ferocity of a top predator of the seas, disregarding its own defense, the archaic whale-shark projection shot towards Marina. The ice-blue sea halberd turned into a brilliant blue ray, slashed the archaic whale-shark and, as if cutting a piece of rag, split the archaic whale-shark in 2. The blue ray, its power unabated, slashed Shaman, and a thin red bloodline appeared on Shaman. A terrifying force burst out and disintegrated Shaman. The one-horned sea thunder dragon prince's countenance changed drastically, and he shouted, "Stop!" Marina, with a cold look in her eyes, thrust the ice-blue sea halberd into the pool of blood and stabbed Shaman's magic core with unparalleled precision. And a blue halberd ray formed from the law of water pierced through Shaman's soul and snuffed it out. So powerful! This follower of Jing Bahai is really too powerful. With such fearsome combat prowess, I'm afraid only a bright world warlock rank powerhouse can vanquish her. To recruit such a follower, Jing Bahai is really lucky. Seeing Marina slay Shaman, the eyes of the merfolk geniuses flashed with envy. The eyes of the one-horned sea thunder dragon prince flickered with rage, and he barked, "Jing Bahai, you dare kill my follower? You've got some balls." A shimmer of coldness in his eyes, Yang Feng sneered. "What of it, one-horned sea thunder dragon prince? Do you want the both of us to enter the arena and have a fight to the death? I promise I'll send you on a trip to the netherworld as well." With his eyes nearly spouting flames, quasi-bright world warlock rank fluctuations of power spread from the one-horned sea thunder dragon prince, and he stood up and said, "Very well, Jing Bahai, you successfully angered me. You shall die here today." Oh Manhin wrinkled her eyebrows and said coldly, "The Dulan Narcissus Banquet I'm holding is not a place meant for life and death duels. If the two of you are going to have a life and death duel, please go somewhere else. In a battle between followers, death is nothing much. But most of the merfolk geniuses here have powerful families backing them. If one of them dies here, it will bring not a small amount of trouble to Ao Manhin." The one-horned sea thunder dragon prince looked deeply at Yang Feng and said coldly, "You're lucky you get to live a few more days." Yang Feng smiled coldly and no longer paid the other party attention. Marina successively slayed two glorious Sun warlock rank powerhouses. Although the merfolk geniuses are still dissatisfied with Yang Feng, but no one dares to provoke him. Glorious Sun warlock rank followers are extremely important combat power for the merfolk geniuses, not cannon fodder that can be squandered at will. Ao Manhin's cold face surged with dignity, and she uttered in a somber voice, "Heaven and Earth spirit root has appeared just like the Time Lord prophesied. And according to another prophecy of the Time Lord, a great tribulation is about to befall Zhangji Plain. The human 7 warlock dynasties have already entered the stage, occupying 7 floating continents of the Heaven and Earth spirit root. What course should we merfolk take? Please speak your minds." Yang Feng's heart stirred. Heaven and Earth spirit root? Is that the mystical extraordinary plant that appeared at Time Sky City? They even know of such secret information. The roots of the merfolk are indeed deep. Battle Demon Sect, which rose together with the other 10 great sects in Great Cloud Dynasty, only knows some commonly historical events regarding the 8 Warlock Dynasty eras. This is the disadvantage of new forces. A tall merfolk powerhouse with 8 tentacles said solemnly, "Your Highness, why haven't we heard of the Heaven and Earth spirit root and Zhangji Plain's great tribulation? Can you elaborate on it?" Most merfolk geniuses also showed looks of curiosity. Only a few people, such as the Sea Dragon Crown Prince and the one-horned Sea Thunder Dragon Prince, have no change in expression. Clearly, they already know of this. According to legend, in his later years, the Time Lord used a unique secret treasure to peep into the Sea of Time, and then peer into the future from it. He left several predictions. Among them, there is the appearance of the Heaven and Earth spirit root and Zhangji Plain's great tribulation. The Heaven and Earth spirit root is a treasure that has been in the core world since the time of the Eternal, absorbing the plane's power to grow. Once it is born, it will possess all kinds of magical powers. It is our only hope to weather the Great Tribulation. As for the Great Tribulation, the Time Lord's words were too vague, but we know that it is a disaster that can even claim the lives of Warlock Emperor rank beings. The Time Lord's prediction was too shocking. After countless years, everyone thought that the Time Lord has just made a joke. Unexpectedly, the Heaven and Earth spirit root has actually appeared. Ao Manhin spoke unhurriedly with a solemn expression. Yang Feng frowned and said silently in his heart, "Can even claim the lives of Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses? This is really a terrifying disaster. If the peerless wonder that is the Heaven and Earth spirit root hadn't emerged, I wouldn't believe this prophecy." Each Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse possesses incredible power. They have mastered an essence to the Great Circle, and then elevated it to a flawless grade essence. Eternals have grasped a perfect grade essence. No Warlock Emperor has mastered the same essence. After continuous research, human Warlocks finally made an inference. Before the former Warlock Emperors have died, the essences they mastered have become a part of the laws of the universe. The other beings in the universe can master the same essence to the Great Circle at most, but they cannot evolve to the Warlock Emperor rank using the same essence. It is extremely difficult to slay Warlock Emperors. The 7 Warlock Emperors, known as invincible powerhouses, each have killed 1 or 2 Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. A disaster that can claim the lives of Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses is simply unimaginable. Only the Eternal of Legend, which has long since disappeared from the stage of history, can annihilate the Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. A merfolk genius sighed with regret. It would be great if the heaven and earth spirit root had appeared in the sea. Since most merfolk are proficient in the law of water, their combat power exceeds that of human warlocks of the same rank in the sea. But once they go on land, except for the exceptionally talented powerhouses like the Sea Dragon Crown Prince, other merfolk are no match for human warlocks of the same rank. Although there are Warlock Monarch rank merfolk powerhouses guarding the 3 merfolk imperial courts, but they don't dare go to the heaven and earth spirit route to fight for the control of the branch floating continents. There are 2 reasons behind this decision. One is that they are worried about the experts of the 7 Warlock dynasties. The other is that once they come on land, their strength will decrease too much, and they won't be a match for human warlocks. The one-horned sea thunder dragon prince uttered solemnly, "I think we should join the first Warlock dynasty, Time Dynasty. After all, the Time Lord is the first human Warlock Emperor. He grasps flawless grade essence of time, can peer into the sea of time, and foresee the future. By relying on the first Warlock dynasty, we will be able to seek fortune and survive the Great Tribulation in the future." The Sea Dragon Crown Prince said slowly, "No, I think we should join Magic Note Dynasty. Magic Note Dynasty is recognized as the dynasty where human warlocks' secret treasures have reached the pinnacle. Magic Note Dynasty has countless treasures that can enhance our strength. By joining Magic Note Dynasty, we'll be able to quickly increase our strength and improve our survivability during the Great Tribulation." Yang Feng responded, "I think no matter which dynasty we join, it should not be Golem Dynasty. Golem Dynasty's foundation is unstable, since only a few warlock groups have attached to it in the past. It cannot compare to the other 6 warlock dynasties in terms of strength. I don't think it will survive the future Great Tribulation." The one-horned sea thunder dragon prince raised his brows and looked to the side. A red sea dragon prince, with a crimson dragon scale on the head, got the hint and said with a smile, "Golem Dynasty is one of the 7 Warlock dynasties. It doesn't lose out to the other 6 Warlock dynasties in terms of depth. Although its foundation is unstable, but if we side with it, we'll definitely get better treatment. Moreover, although the other 6 Warlock dynasties are powerful, but they already have enough human warlock groups assisting them. Even if we go to them, we won't be able to enter the core of the camp. We'll be easily used as cannon fodder." When the Red Sea Dragon Prince said this, many merfolk geniuses showed thoughtful expressions. An enigmatic ray streaked across Yang Feng's eyes, and he said, "I still insist on my opinion. It is not a good idea to side with Golem Dynasty. I don't like Time Dynasty and Magic Note Dynasty either. Right, we should join Star Dynasty. The Star Lord is proficient in divination and can see the future. If we join his camp, I can accept it." The Sea Dragon Crown Prince glanced at Yang Feng and sneered. As Sea Red Dragon Prince said, "I think Golem Dynasty is a good choice. After all, the Golem Lord is also recognized as one of the 7 most powerful Warlock Emperors. If he is still alive, that will be enough to lead us to glory. As for the Star Lord, his strength is only a cut above of the Dawn Lord's. Star Dynasty is really not the best choice. Visit freeobnovel.com for the Est Envel reading experience. Yes, I also think Golem Dynasty is more suitable for us. After all, it is one of the strongest Warlock dynasties. Golem Dynasty is full of experts. Besides, it has countless golems to act as cannon fodder. We won't need to be cannon fodder. I also think it is more appropriate to join Golem Dynasty. The merfolk geniuses, who have been humiliated by Yang Feng a moment ago, expressed their support for the Sea Dragon Crown Prince one by one. No one supported Yang Feng. Chapter 787 Empyrean Might, Sea God Royal Court. Chapter 787 Empyrean Might, Sea God Royal Court. Translator, Zayamoj. Yang Feng snickered in his heart, yet his face is gloomy, and he threatened coldly, Sea Dragon Crown Prince, do you have to oppose me? The Sea Dragon Crown Prince glanced at Yang Feng contemptuously and sneered, I just gave my opinion. Besides, there are more people who support my opinion than those who support yours. This shows that your opinion is terrible and foolish. Another merfolk genius smiled disdainfully, saying, This is Dulan Imperial Court, not the Styx. Jing Bahai, do you think this is Green Luo Sea, where you can pull the wool over the eyes of people? Jing Bahai. Boom. Just as another merfolk genius wanted to mock Yang Feng, the nine-leaf sea dragon's sacred heart lotus suddenly shook violently without warning. The lotus leaf's floating continent, where Yang Feng and company are located, shook violently. The earth cracked, and countless cracks extended in all directions. The countless magic barriers on the floating continent shattered amid the vibration, and a large number of extraordinary sea monsters panicked, jumped out from behind the barriers that shattered, and fled in different directions. The entire floating continent is in chaos, as if the end of the world has arrived. What's going on? What happened? In the Dulan Narcissus Banquet, the expressions of the merfolk powerhouses changed drastically. They cast secret methods and magic shields enveloped them. A huge shock wave set off by the vibration of the floating continent blasted into the merfolk powerhouses, but it was easily blocked by the magic shields. What's going on? freewebnovel.com. An unclear premonition surged in Yang Feng's heart, and he took out a black mirror linked to countless reconnaissance robots and pressed it. One after another, images that ordinary people can't understand appeared in the black mirror, then entered Yang Feng's eyes, and were analyzed and reconstructed by the smart chip into all kinds of images that only he could understand. He saw that a huge rift, leading to abyss, strangely appeared near Dulan Imperial Court. From the endless abyss, a steady stream of abyssal fiends emerged and rushed towards Dulan Imperial Court. Yang Feng watched the huge abyssal rift, stunned by the stupidity and confusion of the abyssal fiends. Are they here to throw their lives away, or to offer materials? As one of the three merfolk imperial courts, Dulan Imperial Court has countless experts, and even has warlock monarch rank powerhouses standing guard. They control the Empyrean grade secret treasure Sea God Royal Court. Even if a warlock monarch abyssal fiend comes to the sea, they'll just be throwing their life away in vain. Tyrannical auras rose from Dulan Imperial Court, and various strange and powerful sea monsters swam out and attacked the abyssal fiends. Countless abyssal fiends have just rushed out of the huge rift when Dulan Imperial Court's sea monster killed them. The node appeared here? You ants, go to hell. All of a sudden, a dark nest, spanning tens of thousands of square kilometers, emerged from the deepest part of the abyssal rift. A cold and cruel voice came from the dark nest, and countless wisps of abyssal force surged. A floor of the endless abyss collapsed. A black finger engraved with strange runes, that Yang Feng has never seen before, came out from the abyssal rift and pressed toward Dulan Imperial Court with holy might. Holy Spirit Warlock. This is Holy Spirit Warlock rank power. So strong. It's too powerful. Even if it is spread across a plane, an attack of this caliber has the power to destroy the world. How terrifying. As soon as the terrifying black finger appeared, a shadow of death and destruction enveloped the Dulan Imperial Court. Despite how strong he is, even Yang Feng has a feeling of suffocation. He can only barely ensure that he can escape from the attack of the black finger. But even if he chooses to escape, he'll still take a lot of damage. Suddenly, Dulan Imperial Palace shone brightly, and a dark blue magic shield appeared in front of the black finger. Boom! The dark blue magic shield disintegrated, and Warlock towers within Dulan Imperial Court issued earth-shattering explosions and collapsed. The terrifying Blackfinger was also consumed by the confrontation and collapsed directly, and then turned into a large cloud of abyssal aura that corroded an area 1,000 kilometers in diameter of Dulan Imperial Court and turned it into abyssal land. When the dispirited abyssal fiends entered the abyssal land, they absorbed the abyssal aura and immediately became vigorous and fierce. The moment that the Blackfinger collapsed, all the creatures in Dulan Imperial Court breathed a sigh of relief. However, the next moment, the majestic voice sounded again and spoke despair-inducing words. "Your Majesty, this subordinate is incompetent and is unable to wipe out this lowly city. Please step in and kill those lowly ants, Your Majesty." "Okay." A dull voice came from the nest in Abyss and sounded beside the ears of Dulan Imperial Court's powerhouses. When Dulan Imperial Court's powerhouses heard that voice, their hearts trembled and the heartbeat became disorderly. Yang Feng's heartbeat suddenly became disorderly, followed by bursts of severe pain and a fishy taste in his throat, and he spurted a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with shock. "Warlock Emperor! That's a Warlock Emperor rank existence." The complexions of the other merfolk geniuses in the Dulan Narcissus Banquet changed drastically, and despair flashed in their eyes. In the huge abyssal rift, you can see abyssal force being extracted from one floor after another. A total of 10 floors of abyss collapsed, and countless abyssal creatures, with their abyssal force extracted, screamed miserably and turned into ashes. A fair palm slowly extended from abyss. At first, it looked very small, but with every breath of time that passed, it increased geometrically in size. After a few breaths of time, the fair palm seems to envelop the entire world, along with a terrifying Empyrean might, which seems to be able to suppress eternity and destroy the world. The fair palm smashed towards Dulan Imperial Court. Can't resist it. No matter how I calculate, there is only a dead end. As he watched the fair palm in the sky, Yang Feng performed calculations frantically. But no matter how he calculated, the probability of him escaping from the fair palm is 0%. Cold sweat emerged from his back, and wisps of fear rose in his heart. In the Dulan Narcissus Banquet, the complexions of the merfolk powerhouses changed dramatically. They broke out in cold sweat from their back, and fear filled their eyes. By relying on their transcendent rank extraordinary senses, they can tell that no matter how hard they struggle, only death awaits them. Countless Warlock towers inside Dulan Imperial Court shone brightly, and a huge blue shield suddenly appeared and covered the entire Dulan Imperial Court. When the fair palm slapped the blue shield, the magic shield collapsed like a bubble. Inside Dulan Imperial Court, hundreds of Warlock towers exploded, and the merfolk powerhouses inside them were blasted to pieces. The powerful barrier that has guarded Dulan Imperial Court for hundreds of thousands of years collapsed and shattered without resistance. After the white palm destroyed the powerful barrier, its power was weakened by a fraction. It still crushed towards Dulan Imperial Court with despairing power. At this moment, from the deepest part of Dulan Imperial Court, 3 overbearing Warlock Monarch and 16 Infinity Warlock rank auras rose. A crystal-like sphere suddenly flew out, filled with wisps of terrifying Empyrean might, and evolved into a huge world full of sea. Inside the huge world full of sea, there is a sparkling huge skeleton with a height of 10,000 kilometers, a horn on the head, and for arms, exuding undying aura. On the huge skeleton, there are a number of exquisite palaces built, each of which is inlaid with the power nodes of the huge skeleton. They are perfectly integrated with the huge skeleton. This is the Empyrean Grade Secret Treasure Sea God Royal Court. The black eyes of the huge skeleton suddenly burst out with glimmers of brilliant light. Then the right hand of the huge skeleton moved laboriously and struck the fair palm. Boom! The fair palm finally collapsed and shattered. The 3 Warlock Monarch and 16 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses of Dulan Imperial Court spewed out a big mouthful of blood. They were seriously injured. A huge vibration erupted in Dulan City, and violent shock waves spread in all directions. Affected by the shock waves, hundreds of thousands of abyssal fiends and Dulan Imperial Court's merfolk soldiers were instantly turned into bloody mists. More than half of the buildings in Dulan City collapsed, and millions of weak merfolk disintegrated. After Sea God Royal Court's huge skeleton lost its supply of power, all its majesty disappeared, the world collapsed, and entered a bead that fell into Dulan Imperial Court. A pity! Updat D from frioubnovel.com. From the abyssal rift came a voice of regret, and the wisps of Empyrean might disappeared. Chapter 788, 5 Fiend Grand Dukes. Chapter 788, 5 Fiend Grand Dukes. Watching the fair palm collapse and disappear, Yang Feng shuddered involuntarily. So strong! So this is a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. How truly powerful! The Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse, who is located who knows where, by drawing the abyssal force of 10 floors of abyss, nearly wiped out the entire Dulan Imperial Court with a strike. That kind of power is simply appalling. If the Dulan Imperial Court hadn't stimulated the might of the Empyrean grade secret treasure Sea God Royal Court, then except for the 3 Warlock Monarch and some Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, the Imperial Court would have been obliterated by that attack. The rift linking the endless abyss to Tsangji Plain is a huge hole that the Warlock Emperor rank entity blasted open. The immense abyssal force gushing out of the rift eroded the merfolk around the Dulan Imperial Court like poison. This content is taken from fga-iwabnavio.l.co. Countless great fiends and abyssal lords shot out from the huge rift and flew towards the Dulan Imperial Court. Watching the dense crowd of abyssal fiends, Ao Manhan's eyes flickered coldly, and she shouted bravely, "Everyone, for our and our race's sake, please step in and wipe out those abyssal fiends." But of course, these abyssal fiends only know how to destroy and kill. They must not be allowed to enter the Dulan City. The merfolk aristocrats stood up one by one, released fearsome auras, and shouted sternly. Transcendent rank fluctuation of power spread out, and the merfolk aristocrats turned into blue rays of light that shot to intercept the abyssal fiends. Blue law of water surged, and Yang Feng turned into a blue ray of light and shot towards the abyssal fiends. At the same time, he swept the Dulan Imperial Court with a glance. Although the Dulan Imperial Court's merfolk aristocrats are a bit arrogant, but they haven't been completely corrupted. They have strong combat power. One after another, savage sea extraordinary life forms suddenly appeared around the Dulan Imperial Court, displayed all kinds of powerful innate abilities, and devoured the abyssal fiends. Attacked by the sea extraordinary life forms, the great fiends scattered like ants. Abyssal lords below the marquis rank, besieged by the merfolk aristocrats, were blown to peace. From the continents supported by the 9-leaf sea dragon Sacred Heart Lotus, one after another, merfolk armies flew out. These merfolk are riding all kinds of fierce sea monsters, each of which exudes starry sky warlock rank fluctuations of power. There are even many sea monsters exuding moonlight warlock rank fluctuations of power. As the dense swarm of abyssal fiends gushes out from the rift, it is being wiped out by the merfolk powerhouses. Yang Feng operated a secret method and transformed into an archaic dragon whale. The archaic dragon whale opened its maw, and a crowd of abyssal fiends was sucked into the maw and crushed. Marina, with the ice blue sea halberd in hand, guarding beside Yang Feng, released halberd rays that slashed the abyssal fiends that approached to pieces. A jet-black sword ray containing endless dark force shot out of the rift and slashed a 100-meter-long sea dragon snake beast, which has a dragon horn on the head and dragon teeth and exudes glorious sun warlock rank fluctuations of power. The black sword ray easily slashed through the sea dragon snake beast's scales, then ran through it and cut it into two. The sea dragon snake beast possesses extraordinary regeneration ability. But due to the erosion of the dark force contained within the black sword ray, its flesh withered, and its vitality was wiped out. After a few twitches, it turned into a corpse. The complexion of the merfolk powerhouses, who have engaged in the fierce fighting, changed drastically, and they cast defensive secret methods. At the same time, they slowly backed away. The eyes of the Dulan Imperial Court's powerhouses focused on the rift. An extremely beautiful woman, with long, wavy blonde hair, spread out fallen angel wings on the back, a smocking hot body, snow-white skin, wearing an armor formed from dark force, exuding a coquettish temperament, flew out from the rift and pinnacle infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power spread from her. A stunning woman, with short purple hair, spread out fallen angel wings on the back. A sexy figure, a steadfast temperament, flew out of the rift, and pinnacle infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power spread from her. A mesmerizing woman, with long black hair, spread out fallen angel wings on the back. A curvy figure, silk-like skin, exuding an elegant and noble temperament and a sparkling luster, flew out of the rift and exuded pinnacle infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power. In addition to the 3 fallen angels exuding pinnacle infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power, 6 fallen angels exuding pinnacle bright world warlock rank fluctuations of power flew out and stood proudly in the void. An abyssal castle, pulled by 3 bright world warlock rank abyssal dragons, exuding fearsome abyssal aura, flew out of the abyss. Above the outwall of the abyssal castle, there are fallen angels exuding strong fluctuations of power flying everywhere. At the top of the abyssal castle, on a huge throne made of countless treasures, there sits a person. This person is Grand Duke Poidal, the lord of the 666th floor of the Endless Abyss. The fallen angels are the invincible fallen angel legion subordinated to Poidal. Yang Feng looked at Poidal with a dignified look in his eyes. How terrible! I even met Poidal. It looks like the Dulan Imperial Court may fall. The Dulan Imperial Court's 3 warlock monarchs, who operated Sea God Royal Court, seem to have suffered a tremendous backlash. After all, their opponent was a warlock emperor rank entity. Although Poidal is only a pinnacle infinity warlock rank existence, but he is very cunning. He won't fight a battle that he has no chance of winning. Even if he has to give up many opportunities, he won't take action lightly. But once he makes a move, he is sure to win. The Fallen Angel Legion under his command has an impressive military record. It has killed 2 warlock monarch rank powerhouses. For a guy as cunning as Poidal to appear on the battlefield, it means that the Dulan Imperial Court is in dire straits. That is Grand Duke Poidal, the lord of the 666th floor of the Endless Abyss. Why did he come out? He brought his Fallen Angel Legion's 3 marshals as well. He means business. He even brought his Fallen Angel Legion's 3 marshals. When the merfolk powerhouses saw Poidal and the 3 pinnacle infinity warlock rank blazing angels around him, their complexion changed drastically. After years of campaigning, Poidal's Fallen Angel Legion has grown into 10 legions. Among them, the commander of the 1st Legion is Agnipe, the commander of the 2nd Legion is Narissa, and the commander of the 3rd Legion is Beskia. They are known as the 3 marshals, each of which is an infinity warlock rank powerhouse and possesses combat power that surpasses that of Poidal by far. In addition, the remaining 6 legion commanders are pinnacle blazing angels. Among the 10 legions, there is not a small number of bright world warlock rank angels. The dense cluster of fallen angels suspended in the sea exudes terrifying dark energy. Endless abyssal force, under an invisible rule, spewed out from the rift, eroded a track of the sea and turned it into an abyssal area. Polluted by the abyssal force, the area's seawater emitted a rancid smell. Even with Warlock Emperor rank power, opening up a channel between the Endless Abyss and the Zhangji Plain consumes a lot of resources and power. This channel can only exist for 1 day at most. This is only enough for the abyssal fiends to destroy the Dulan Imperial Court. If they don't leave in time, they will be stranded here. To send the abyssal fiends here, that powerful being must be scheming something big. Yang Feng watched the huge fallen angel legion calmly. With his perspective as an outsides, he quietly analyzed the situation. As one of the 3 merfolk imperial courts, the Dulan Imperial Court is very important to the merfolk. The 3 merfolk imperial courts even placed the Empyrean grade secret treasure Sea God Royal Court here to guard this place. But to Yang Feng, this is just a foreign place. Even if it is destroyed, it won't affect him. He can get away from here at any time. Even if he can't get the brilliant Holy's head, it won't be much of a loss to Yang Feng. As soon as the huge fallen angels legion flew out, it flew to guard the castle where Poidal is located in. From the rift, a stream of abyssal fiends flew out and rushed towards the merfolk powerhouses like a tide. The merfolk powerhouses can only fight the abyssal fiends while staying wary of Poitl's fallen angel legion. Suddenly, a dense crowd of backed fiend flew out of the rift. A backed fiend Grand Duke, exuding pinnacle infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power, flew out of the rift as well. Standing aside, they coldly watched the abyssal fiends being slaughtered by the merfolk. Chapter 789 Bronze Gate. Chapter 789 Bronze Gate. Countless horned crawled out of the rift and formed a uniform fiend legion. Exuding frightening auras, they guarded a 3-meter-tall, handsome Grand Duke rank gold-horned, exuding a domineering aura. The rift trembled slightly, and one after another abyssal dragons, who are beings at the top of the endless abyss, flew out. They are guarding 2 Grand Duke rank abyssal dragons. The backed Grand Duke, the horned Grand Duke, and the 2 abyssal dragon Grand Dukes exchanged a look. Then, in a tacit understanding, stood aside, wary of Poitl. Abyssal fiends, which are chaotic and brutal in nature, like to massacre each other. If these Grand Duke rank abyssal fiends show a flaw, Poitl won't mind stabbing them in the back and taking everything of theirs. FREOWebnovel.com. When the 2 abyssal forces appeared, they didn't take the initiative to attack the Dulan Imperial Court, but looked at each other full of suspicion. Poitl took a deep look at the Dulan Imperial Court. Apprehension shimmered in his eyes, and he said unhurriedly, "Dulan King, you guys have received a huge backlash. You can't keep the Dulan Imperial Court. If you leave immediately, I can let you leave here safely." The hearts of the merfolk aristocrats stirred when they heard that. The Dulan Imperial Court has taken great damage due to the attack of the Warlock Emperor rank entity. The countless magical buildings in the Dulan Imperial Court have collapsed, with only the continents the 9-leaf sea dragon Sacred Heart Lotus sustains remaining. Even if they give up the 9-leaf sea dragon Sacred Heart Lotus, then a few days later, after the 3 warlock monarchs recover, they will easily recapture the 9-leaf sea dragon Sacred Heart Lotus. A bold and vigorous voice came from within the Dulan Imperial Court. "No way, Poitl, if you take your fallen angel army to wipe out the abyssal fiends around here, I will give you a king fiend heart. You have been trapped in the Grand Duke realm for hundreds of thousands of years already. With the king fiend heart, you can break through your bloodline shackles and evolve into an abyssal king. King fiend heart. They have such a treasure. It's indeed one of the 3 merfolk imperial courts. Fiend demon heart. If I can get it, I'll have a chance to break through and become an abyssal king." This chapter is updated by freebnovel.com. When the abyssal Grand Dukes heard the name King Fiend Heart, their eyes lit up and flickered with greed. King Fiend Heart is a kind of secret treasure that, by absorbing all the power of an abyssal king, human warlocks have forged. If a pinnacle abyssal Grand Duke fuses a King Fiend Heart with their own heart and slowly refines it, they'll have a chance to break the bloodline shackles and become an abyssal king. The endless abyss is an existence formed from the negative force of the universe. It has given birth to many formidable beings, including Holy Spirit Warlock and Warlock Emperor rank beings. However, the human 8 Warlock dynasties have all quelled the beings of the endless abyss at some point. Every time a human Warlock Emperor rises, the endless abyss will be suppressed, and countless experts will die, including experts above the Infinity Warlock rank. If an Infinity Warlock rank abyssal lord like Poitl goes into hiding, they'll have a chance to survive. After all, the 8 Warlock Emperors won't spend a lot of time searching the entire endless abyss for a mere Infinity Warlock rank abyssal lord. As for Holy Spirit Warlock rank abyssal lords, even if they have to comb the entire abyss, Warlock Emperors will take action and slay them. After those 8 catastrophes, most of the newly born abyssal lords are at the Infinity Warlock realm at most. The King Fiend Heart, which is the spoils the 8 Warlock dynasties have obtained after quelling the endless abyss, ultimately fell into the hands of the Dulan Imperial Court and became part of their collection. Although the King Fiend Heart possesses tremendous power, but only abyssal fiends can use it. After Poitl heard the term King Fiend Heart, his heart was stirred and his eyes flashed with a scorching shade. He, who has been an abyssal Grand Duke for hundreds of thousands of years, has consumed countless treasures of heaven and earth, yet he was still unable to progress. If he gets the King Fiend Heart, he'll have a 90% assurance of evolving into an abyssal king. Poital sighed with regret. I really want the king-fiend heart. If it was in the past, I might have taken your offer. However, you have seen the power of that great entity. I can't resist them. The four abyssal Grand Dukes, who are wary of Poital, showed thoughtful expressions, and their hostility towards Poital lessened. Poital suggested, everyone, let's join forces to extinguish their resistance and complete His Majesty's order. As for the king-fiend heart, it will go to whomever snatches it. What do you think? Fine. The four abyssal Grand Dukes exchanged a profound look, and then said, under the orders of the 5 abyssal Grand Dukes, the Fallen Angel Legion, the backed Abyssal Fiend Legion, the Horned Legion, and the Abyssal Dragon Legion attacked the Dulan Imperial Court like a tide. The 8 Pinnacle Infinity Warlock rank abyssal beings, exuding fearsome auras, coldly watched the abyssal fiends fighting with the merfolk powerhouse. Originally, since the sea is the domain of merfolk, abyssal fiends should be at a complete disadvantage. However, now that this tract of sea has been polluted by abyssal force, the sea water has been transformed into a strange existence with the same nature as the abyssal river. Although, unlike in the abyss, the abyssal fiends cannot obtain a boost from abyssal force, but they are also not being weakened by the sea water's resistance. They engaged the merfolk powerhouses in a desperate fight. A black ripple surged, and Agnipe, one of Poital's 3 marshals, the commander of the First Legion, strangely appeared behind the one-horned sea thunder dragon prince and slashed at him with her sword. Save me! The complexion of the one-horned sea thunder dragon prince changed drastically. He let out a roar, and the level 8 secret treasure sea blue turtle shield suddenly flew out. A 100-meter-long extraordinary life form sea blue turtle formed from runes suddenly appeared. The sea blue turtle is a sea extraordinary life form with the strongest defense. The shell of a bright world warlock rank sea blue turtle can withstand infinity warlock rank attacks. The black fallen angel sword twisted and, from an incredible angle, from a weak point of the sea blue turtle shield's barrier, cut open the barrier and slashed the one-horned sea thunder dragon prince. A bloody line appeared on the one-horned sea thunder dragon prince. In the next moment, dark force erupted and corroded the one-horned sea thunder dragon prince's body and soul, and he died. The one-horned sea thunder dragon prince was killed. Insta-killed. Who can block her? Seeing this scene, the blood of the Dulan Imperial Court's merfolk powerhouses ran cold. The one-horned sea thunder dragon prince was a pinnacle glorious sun warlock with many powerful secret treasures. Yet such a powerhouses was insta-killed by Agnipe. The morale of the rest of the merfolk powerhouses took a nosedive. If the Dulan Imperial Court's infinity warlocks don't step in, then I'll withdraw. The archaic dragon whale above Yang Feng disappeared. Then a blue chain formed by the law of water swept an abyssal fiend and crushed him into pieces. His quasi-bright world warlock rank fluctuations of power were suppressed to the junior moonlight warlock rank. From the Dulan Imperial Court came the Dulan King's voice. Since you want that thing, then I'll give you what you want. The 9-leaf sea dragon Sacred Heart Lotus burst out with countless rays of light, and a bronze gate with numerous mysterious runes and 2 ferocious evil ogres carved on it appeared above the 9-leaf sea dragon Sacred Heart Lotus. Wisps of ancient, tyrannical, and terrifying aura slowly diffused from the bronze gate. We withdraw. The voice of Dulan King suddenly sounded, and sea beasts exuding terrifying auras swam away from the 9-leaf sea dragon, Sacred Heart Lotus. From atop of a 1,000-meter-long sea dragon, the 3 warlock monarchs and 16 infinity warlock rank powerhouses of the Dulan Imperial Court watched Poital and the other abyssal Grand Dukes coldly. Beside the 19 existences, there are also 160-plus bright world warlock rank merfolk powerhouses. The 160-plus bright world warlocks rank merfolk powerhouses have pale faces. Evidently, they have also received a backlash just now. Poital and the other 4 abyssal Grand Dukes narrowed their eyes, and apprehension shimmered in their eyes. Agnipe's figure fluttered, and she appeared beside Poital, looking at the 3 warlock monarchs with a vigilant expression. If it weren't for the fact that the 3 warlock monarchs and 18 infinity warlocks are heavily injured, these abyssal Grand Dukes would not dare to covet the Dulan Imperial Court. Chapter 790, Tomb of the Death Lord. Chapter 790, tomb of the Death Lord. Strange light flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. The target of the abyssal fiends is the things behind that bronze gate. Behind this bronze gate is the tomb of the 5th Warlock dynasty's Death Lord. If you want to have a taste of the Death Lord's means, you might as well go in. Countless runes flickered in the eyes of the Dulan king and formed a strange rune double pupil. He pointed at several empty places and sneered, "We withdraw." Yang Feng glanced at those empty places, and an enigmatic ray flashed in his eyes. Relying on the terrifying scanning ability of the Phantom Ruler, Yang Feng had long since noticed that there are powerful infinity warlocks hidden in the surroundings. Blue rays gleamed, and the merfolk powerhouses slowly withdrew from here under the lead of the Dulan king. The 5 Grand Dukes restrained their subordinates and let the merfolk powerhouses leave. Although the Dulan king and the other 2 warlock monarchs were seriously injured, but the Dulan imperial court still possesses terrifying combat power. If the 5 Grand Dukes decided to make the Dulan imperial court's people stay here, both sides would suffer, with the victor being an uncertainty. Since the Dulan king doesn't want the roots of the Dulan imperial court pulled out, he gave way. After all, although the 3 merfolk imperial courts are comrades, but they also secretly fight in private. Once the Dulan imperial court is weakened too much, the remaining 2 imperial courts won't mind annexing it. When the Dulan imperial court's merfolk retreated, Poidal took a deep look at the ancient bronze gate with expectation, excitement, fear, and other complex emotions in his eyes. As the tomb of the 5th Warlock dynasty's Death Lord, there must be countless precious and mysterious treasures hidden inside. By the same token, there must be great dangers concealed inside. This is the reason behind Poidal's mixed feelings. As the merfolk powerhouses evacuated, they looked towards the bronze gate with peculiar rays in their eyes. That is the tomb of the Death Lord, a place filled with treasures. The human 8 warlock emperors quelled countless planes, plundered an astronomical amount of wealth, and used countless resources to achieve the reputation of strongest warlock emperors. After the fall of the 8 warlock emperors, no one has ever discovered their tombs. Now that the tomb of the Death Lord appeared, greed welled up in everyone's hearts. Following flashes of faint light, one after another, the Dulan imperial court's merfolk aristocrats disappeared from the large merfolk army. The Dulan king, who saw all this, sneered in his heart. He didn't stop the merfolk aristocrats from leaving. Since the Dulan imperial court's 3 warlock monarch, 16 infinity warlock, and 100+ bright world warlock rank powerhouses are all severely injured and can no longer activate the Empyrean grade secret treasure Sea God Royal Court, the deterrence they have against the merfolk aristocrats has fallen to the lowest point. As such, the departure of these merfolk came as no surprise to him. Yang Feng's heart stirred as well. He operated the Phantom Ruler, and wisps of strange fluctuations of power enveloped him and Marina, and their auras disappeared completely. At the moment when Yang Feng and Marina's auras disappeared, Agnipe suddenly wrinkled her eyebrows and glanced in the direction where Yang Feng and Marina disappeared. Poidal asked, "Agnipe, what's wrong?" Agnipe responded coldly, "The auras of 2 merfolk aristocrats disappeared from my perception," Poidal uttered with a smile. "To be able to hide from your perception, it seems that the 2 merfolk aristocrats have some mysterious secret treasure. After all, merfolk have been in control of the Zhangji Plains seas for countless years. It's not unusual for them to have such secret treasures. Agnipe, as the first marshal of Poidal's fallen angel legion, is far stronger than Poidal himself, and this is also true for her perception ability. Even if it is an infinity warlock, it is difficult for them to hide from her senses. However, the 8 warlock dynasties have developed countless mysterious secret treasure. In the 7th warlock dynasty, the Magic Note dynasty, they even had secret treasures that could enable an ordinary level 1 warlock disguise themselves as an infinity warlock. In this weird world of warlocks, anything can happen. Poidal naturally couldn't be overly suspicious just because Yang Feng's group of 2 disappeared. That would only be detrimental. Agnipe nodded. Poidal said to a few empty places, "The ones hidden over there, please show yourselves. If you don't show yourselves, we won't be able to open the gate." A series of sound waves swept towards those places. Following ripples, a powerhouse covered in a black robe and enveloped by black aura, which distorted the space and made it impossible to see their appearance, suddenly appeared and pointed with a finger, and a sound wave collapsed. Under the impact of the sound waves, one after another, powerhouses suddenly appeared. But thanks to secret treasures that masked their appearance and aura, it is impossible to see their true colors. A total of 10 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses appeared. Ladies and gentlemen, how did you learn that we will take action against the Dulan Imperial Court today? Right, you may have avatars in the Endless Abyss, and their status should not be low. You may have been recruited by that great entity. Or, with your status in the world of Warlocks, coupled with all kinds of intel, you may have guessed the details of this operation. Regrettably, due to your selfish motives, you hid the information on the tomb of the Death Lord. Moreover, you may have also joined forces to seal the information channels of the merfolk, which allowed us to easily defeat the Dulan Imperial Court. The cunning Poidal, in a few words, guessed the truth and exposed the dark secrets of these Infinity Warlocks. An existence shrouded in black gas, which distorted their surroundings, said coldly, "Open the gate. Let's go in together. Before we go in, let's first dispose of the little bugs around here." Poidal smiled, then took out a black mirror inlaid with 9 eyes and pointed it at an empty place. With a flash of black light, a merfolk aristocrat emerged, a painful expression on his face. Exposed to the black light, he issued miserable screams as he evaporated and turned into a magic core. Smiling grimly, the figure of the backed Grand Duke shook, and he suddenly appeared in an empty area, stabbed the chest of a glorious Sun Warlock rank merfolk aristocrat with a hand, scooped out the heart, and devoured it in one bite. The Infinity Warlocks, who are masked by secret treasures, also attacked. A series of weird and powerful spells blasted the hidden merfolk aristocrats to smithereens. Along with flashes of light, the merfolk aristocrats, who were hidden in the area, fled in all directions. The Infinity Warlocks, nevertheless, cast a variety of powerful spells, killed the merfolk aristocrats one after another, and plundered their remains. Since each of the merfolk aristocrats is a transcendent rank powerhouse, they can be regarded as small mobile treasuries. Originally, since they were under the protection of the Dulan Imperial Court, the Infinity Warlocks didn't dare to kill them lightly. But now that they left the protection of the Dulan Imperial Court, the Infinity Warlocks naturally attacked them without restraint. An Infinity Warlock concealed inside green light said coldly, "Okay, let's begin." "Let's." Poidal smiled and clapped his hands. The fallen Angel Legion caught thousands and tens of thousands of abyssal fiends, placed them in front of the ancient bronze gate, and slashed with their swords. With the abyssal fiends decapitated, a large amount of blood sputtered on the ancient bronze gate. The mouth of the 2 evil ogres, who have their eyes and mouth closed, carved on the ancient bronze gate, suddenly moved slightly and sucked the almost endless amount of blood. The corpses of the abyssal fiends were quickly drained of blood and turned into withered sacks of bones. The mouths of the 2 evil ogres looked like boundless dark pits. The desiccated carcasses were piled up into a mountain in front of the bronze gate, and then removed, rinse and repeat. After devouring the blood of 1,000,000 abyssal fiends, the 2 evil ogres carved on the ancient bronze gate opened their eyes and inhaled. The discarnate souls of the 1,000,000 abyssal fiends poured into the mouths of the 2 evil ogres like tides and made a series of creepy screams. Visit freewebnov.com for the best novel reading experience. After devouring the discarnate souls, the 2 evil ogres made noises and extricated themselves from the bronze gate. An eye on the forehead of an evil ogre opened suddenly, and it emitted a strand of Empyrean might. At the same time, it made a world-shaking roar. "What guts!" Amid that world-shaking roar, the 18 Infinity Warlock rank existences trembled, and all of their magic shields collapsed. The phantom ruler behind Yang Feng trembled, and then collapsed and disappeared, making Yang Feng and Marina reveal themselves. Chapter 791, Undying Evil Ogres. Chapter 791, Undying Evil Ogres. Translator, Zayamoj. In addition to Yang Feng and Marina, there are 65 other powerhouses who emerged in the area. The secret treasures the 65 powerhouses used to conceal themselves were even able to evade the detection of the 18 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. No! Save me! Suddenly, two of the powerhouses who used secret treasures to conceal themselves distorted. Looks of horror and despair welled up on their faces, and they erupted with Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations of power and struggled. The two Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses swelled up suddenly, and then a pale arm with an infinity core in hand extended from the both of them. Along with weird sounds, the two Infinity Warlocks were torn apart, and two evil ogres crawled out from the abdomen of the two Infinity Warlocks. After coming out, they showed a savage, weird, and cruel smile to the surrounding Infinity Warlocks. TH most up-to-date novels are published on fguyuyobinovel.com. What's that? What's going on? How come there are no fluctuations of power inherent of battles? This is a method of the Death Lord? The Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses in the surroundings felt a creepy feeling in their hearts. In front of the dangerous and mysterious bronze gate, two identical evil ogres stared at the Infinity Warlocks with creepy smiles on their faces and exuded queer and grotesque auras. What a terrible method! Yang Feng took Marina back a few steps and looked with apprehension at the two fierce evil ogres. The attack method of the two evil ogres is extremely weird and can even kill Infinity Warlocks easily. The Phantom Ruler appeared once more, and phantom fluctuations enveloped Yang Feng's group of two, hiding their auras perfectly again. An Infinity Warlock shouted loudly, "Let's kill them!" Although the attack method of these evil ogres is very strange, but their own strength doesn't exceed the Infinity Warlock rank. Everyone, let's use soul attacks and get rid of them. A variety of powerful attack spells that aim at the soul blasted toward the two evil ogres standing in front of the bronze gate like raindrops. The two evil ogres standing still in front of the bronze gate were easily blasted into ashes. The other two evil ogres turned illusory and tried to fly away. A white ray illuminated the two evil ogres, and they immediately turned corporeal. A fire dragon swallowed the two evil ogres and burned them frantically, and wisps of black smoke rose. A bolt of lightning struck the two evil ogres, and the lightning, which has a terrifying power to purify souls, shook, scorched, and eventually shattered the two evil ogres, turning them into black dust. At the moment when the two evil ogres turned into dust, in front of the bronze gate, countless dust particles condensed into two evil ogres with a gloomy, weird smile. The evil ogre with an eye opened on its forehead smiled ferociously. "This is the eternal resting place of the Death Lord," the other evil ogre said with a sullen expression. "For those who enter, only death shall await you. However, since you are here to seek death, we will oblige you." The two evil ogres smiled sinisterly and pulled, and the bronze gate, which seems to be both illusory and real, opened slowly, revealing a bottomless black hole. Hair-raising wails of the deceased came from the black hole. After the two evil ogres opened the bronze gate, they fused back into the gate and closed their eyes. The Infinity Warlocks looked at the bottomless black hole, not moving. These Infinity Warlocks, who cherish their lives very much, are unwilling to venture into the black hole first. The gold-horned Grand Duke smiled coldly and waved its hand. "A bunch of spineless cowards." A gold-horned Marquis grinned ferociously and ordered, "You guys go in." Thousands of great fiend horned poured into the black hole. Next, the gold-horned Grand Duke stepped into the hole along with the gold-horned Marquis. The remaining 4 Abyssal Grand Dukes left part of their legion to guard the bronze gate and secure the way out, and ordered the rest of their troops to rush into the black hole. One after another, the Infinity Warlocks blurred into motion and flew into the black hole. When the Abyssal Legions saw the Infinity Warlocks flying towards them, they immediately gave way, not daring to bar their way. The Abyssal Legions left by the 5 Abyssal Grand Dukes are very powerful. They can even besiege and slay 2 or 3 Infinity Warlocks. However, there are more 70-plus Infinity Warlocks here. The combined force of the 70-plus Infinity Warlocks can wipe out the Abyssal Legions. The 70-plus Infinity Warlocks all came from different forces of the Zhangji Plain. So as long as the Abyssal Legions don't prevent them from entering, it's basically impossible for them to join forces. Yang Feng looked deeply at the abyssal legions standing in front of the bronze gate, a dignified look in his eyes. The defense is tight. There are no flaws. There was a flash of decisiveness in Marina's eyes, and she said with a solemn expression, "My lord, I can create a commotion and cause chaos. You can take this opportunity to sneak into the tomb of the Death Lord. In front of the bronze gate, there are the commanders of the 7th, 8th, and 9th legions, as well as countless fallen angels subordinated to Poidal. In addition, the Horned Legion, the Backed Legion, and the Abyssal Dragon Legion are stationed there. Even Infinity Warlocks will be apprehensive of such a garrison. Marina, who offered herself as bait, has evidently resolved herself to die." An enigmatic ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he chuckled. "This idea is terrible. I have a better one, which is to kill them all." A 300-meter-long whale swam out of the void. Then its body suddenly split open. A spatial fluctuation surged, and a circular steel fortress, 20 kilometers in diameter, emerged. A dense crowd of sea hunters poured out and rushed towards the abyssal fiends like a tide. After being modified, the sea hunters are now the size of torpedoes, are equipped with a rune core containing the law of water and inlaid with 36 high-grade magic crystals, and can erupt with a speed comparable to that of Moonlight Warlock rank sea monsters. A great fiend has just launched a charge, when a fluctuation of water flashed by, its head disappeared, and a large amount of blood spewed out from its neck. Almost at the same time, the sea was filled with blood, and the remains of abyssal fiends could be seen everywhere. The great fiend rank abyssal fiends cast one single target offensive spell after another, blasting towards the sea hunters. The energy shields of the sea hunters activated and resisted the attacks of the great fiends. The abyssal lords, who also displayed their innate abilities, attacked the sea hunters and destroyed them one by one. However, the abyssal lords could only destroy hundreds of sea hunters. Even more sea hunters rushed towards the abyssal lords. As Marina watched the abyssal legions shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye, her heart filled with shock. So strong! So this is my lord's mechanical legion. At this moment, the eyes of a bright warlock rank abyssal dragon flickered fiercely. It opened its maw, and black abyssal dragon fire spread in the area. Drawing support from the abyssal force contained within the water, the black fire turned into a sea of fire that enveloped 1,000+ sea hunters. Enveloped by the abyssal dragon fire, the energy shields of the 1,000+ sea hunters shattered one by one. The simulated life form alloy armor melted, and the units themselves turned into scrap iron. The figure of a backed marquee swayed, and it separated into 10 afterimages. In the wake of the afterimage, the sea hunters were torn apart and turned into countless pieces. A gold-horned marquis recited an incantation and released gold light from its right hand that shone on the sea hunters, which turned into stone that sank to the bottom of the sea. Poidal's 7th, 8th, and 9th Fallen Legion commanders blurred into countless afterimages and brandished their swords at the sea hunters, chopping them to pieces and burning them to ashes. Under the leadership of the Bright World Warlock rank abyssal powerhouses, the Transcendent rank abyssal powerhouses rushed towards the sea hunters and forcibly contained their offensive. In the deep sea, where abyssal force and seawater are mixed, the sea hunters are the most suitable for this environment from among Yang Feng's battle robots. Chapter 792, Defeating the Abyssal Legions. Chapter 792, Defeating the Abyssal Legions. It's too slow. If this continues, the treasures inside will be looted before the Abyssal Legions are completely destroyed. Go ahead. Countless runes flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and the huge level 4 optical computer network calculated the result of the battle. Formidable dark force burst out in an instant, and Alexia, dressed in the fallen angel armor, flew out from the mechanical fortress and merged into the abyssal force contained in the seawater. In an instant, she appeared beside a gold-horned marquis and swung her sword. Enveloped by fallen angel fire, the sword cut through the magic shield of the gold-horned marquis and sliced it into two instantly. The fallen angel fire burned the soul of the gold-horned marquis until nothing was left. Alexia, you traitor! Damn it, Alexia! How dare to betray our lord! The eyes of Poidal's 7th, 8th, and 9th Fallen Angel Legion commanders flashed with anger, and they flapped their wings and rushed towards Alexia. Anlogni, Anrahani, Barilus, you are no longer my opponents. Alexia turned around and showed a fascinating smile to Poitl's 3 fallen Angel Legion commanders, then took a step forward, split into 3, appeared in front of the 3 fallen Angel Legion commanders, and slashed down. Boom! The 3 fallen Angel Legion commanders are all blazing angels with amazing combat power. The 3 of them blocked Alexia's terrifying sword strike, then belched a mouthful of blood and flew toward the bottom of the sea like kites with their string broken. How is this possible? How could her strength rise so sharply? Although Alexia has amazing potential, but she is too young. She should be far weaker than us. How could this be? This is Grand Duke rank power. How did she break through that boundary? The complexion of the fallen Angel Legion commanders changed drastically, and incredulity shimmered in their beautiful eyes. Alexia was the commander of Poitl's 10th Fallen Angel Legion. At the time, she was the weakest of the 10 Fallen Angel Legion commanders. Yet now she defeated the 3 powerhouses with a sword strike. This kind of strength is simply outrageous. The source of this content is froueol.com. It's simple. It's because I am her master. A flat voice rang behind Anlogni, the 7th Fallen Angel Legion commander. Almost at the same time, the strong divine force Grade God armament dagger of the night stabbed Anlogni in the abdomen, and countless runes broke out and engulfed her in an instant. Yang Feng's ruler of the night avatar appeared behind Anlogni and pointed with a finger, and a night seal brand suddenly appeared, entered Anlogni, and suppressed the power inside her. Then Yang Feng sealed her in a crystal coffin. Anlogni, Anrahani, and Barilus are all very sexy and incredibly beautiful, only slightly inferior to Alexia. They all have their unique style. Yang Feng took a liking to them. Most individuals basically only raise male blazing angels. That's because on average, male angels have slightly higher combat power than female angels. In a large-scale battle, a slight difference in combat power may decide the outcome of the battle. Yet Poitl's 10 Fallen Angel Legion commanders are all charming and sexy female blazing angels. Yang Feng likes them very much, which is why he decided to step in and seal them, instead of killing them directly. Anlogni. The complexion of the 2 bright world warlock rank blazing angels Anrahani and Barilus changed dramatically, and an indistinct premonition welled up inside their eyes. I am Sebas. I am my Lord's sword. All heretics shall perish. The fallen angel Sebas, equipped with the fallen angel armor, turned into a stream of black light, then appeared on the head of an abyssal dragon marquis and stabbed its head with his sword. A pure and powerful ray of sword chi formed from dark force suddenly broke out and split the abyssal dragon marquis's head into 2. It was not long ago that Sebas has turned into a fallen angel. In terms of power alone, although he is still above Alexia, but he is far behind Alexia in terms of mastery of dark force, and he can't freely manipulate fallen angel fire. After the head of the abyssal dragon marquis was cut in 2, it still wasn't dead. A dragon-shaped soul projection blurred into motion, turned into a ray of black light, and disappeared. It abandoned the dragon crystal and body and escaped with only its soul. With only its soul left, the abyssal dragon marquis can possess the body of a weak life form. But without the dragon crystal and body, it will be extremely difficult for it to restore its marquis rank power. Black Xuanhuan fire, that seems to be able to burn the sea, containing a wisp of wicked aura, suddenly rose from the fortress, pierced through a backed marquis in an instant, and burned it to ashes. After insta-killing the backed marquis, the fully armed Yuyen, one of Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 marshals, beckoned with a hand, and the monarch-grade secret treasure Black Xuanhuang spear flew back to her hand. Standing beside Yuyen is her sister Yu Tianling. Complementing each other, the 2 beauties enveloped in flames look like a pair of beautiful lotus flowers blooming in flames. The Yu sisters blurred into motion, turned into 2 fire fenghuangs of different color, one big and one small, and rushed towards Anrahani and Barilus. In the wake of the 2 fire fenghuangs, all abyssal fiends were burned to ashes. When the spells cast by the abyssal fiends hit their flame shields, they collapsed one after another, unable to harm them at all. Anrahani's face flickered. and she released dark force from all over and gnashed her teeth, saying, "Barilus, go in and inform our lord of what's happening here." And Rahani is naturally aware that, under such circumstances, the best course of action is to retreat. But once she and Barilus retreat from here, they will violate Poidal's order to guard the hole. Even if she dies here, she must comply with Poidal's order. "I got it, Rahani." Barilus gritted her teeth. Then her figure fluttered, and she flew towards the hole leading to the tomb of the Death Lord. "Barilus, kneel." Suddenly, Poidal, exuding Grand Duke fluctuations of power, walked out of the hole unhurriedly and ordered coldly, "Yes, my lord." As soon as Barilus heard his order, she instinctively knelt on one knee in front of Poidal. Due to the soul brand carved into her soul by the fallen angel Pool, Barilus has cultivated a habit of obeying Poidal over the years. Poidal strode forward and touched Barilus' forehead with a finger, and a seal rune suddenly appeared, and then extended to the rest of her body and sealed her power. With a flash of green light, Barilus was stored in a crystal coffin. Rahani, kneel. Behind Poidal, the phantom ruler radiated light, and obscure fluctuations came from all directions. Poidal raised his head, glanced at the Rahani, who has ignited her power, and barked, "Yes, my lord." There was a flash of struggle on Rahani's face, but her body knelt involuntarily. Poidal walked in front of Rahani and touched her forehead with a finger, and weird sealing runes suddenly appeared and sealed her. Marina looked at Yang Feng's back, stupefied. Her eyes flashed with endless shock. "So strong! What spell is this? Why is it so queer and powerful?" In Marina's eyes, Yang Feng just walked over and, like a supreme sovereign, shouted, and Barilus and Rahani, who are comparable to junior Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses in terms of strength, let him seal them. Having lost the support of their strongest powerhouses, the Abyssal Legions besieged by Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion suffered heavy casualties. Except for the fallen Angel Legion, which is still fighting bravely, the other Abyssal Legions, seeing that things went south, collapsed and scattered. That is the nature of Abyssal Legions. If there are powerhouses restraining them, the Abyssal Fiends will fight to the end. But if there is not enough powerhouses restraining them, the Abyssal Fiends will disperse and flee at the slightest disadvantage. Yang Feng had his Mechanical Legion encircle and vanquish the Abyssal Fiends, while he himself went in front of the bottomless hole and sank into deep thought. The tomb of the Death Lord is extremely strange. As soon as it appeared in this world, 2 undying evil ogres killed 2 Infinity Warlocks. From this, the danger inside can be estimated. For Yang Feng, who has always been cautious, who likes to flatten everything in his way, and who takes matters into his own hands, entering inside is a matter that entails taking great risk. Chapter 793, Astral Dream Snake. Chapter 793, Astral Dream Snake. Translator, Zayamoj. By relying on the resources I currently possess, which includes the resources of the Heaven and Earth Spirit Roots branch floating continent, I am likely to advance to the Infinity Warlock realm within 50 years. After advancing to the Infinity Warlock realm with my current resources, I'll be able to advance to the Pinnacle Infinity Warlock realm within 300 years. However, that is my limit. If I want to advance to the Warlock Monarch, the Holy Spirit Warlock, and even the Warlock Emperor realm, my current resources are far from enough. The Great Tribulation is approaching. During the Great Tribulation, even Warlock Emperors will take action. If I'm afraid of taking risks, if I don't enter and seize the resources there, then even though I have the crystallization of the Shizu, I won't be able to survive. After repeated considerations, Yang Feng decided to enter the tomb of the Death Lord and look for resources. Yang Feng's soul aptitude has already broken through the Godman boundary and promoted to inferior level 9. To ordinary warlocks, the Infinity Warlock realm constitutes a virtually insurmountable wall, but not to him. It is extremely difficult for warlock geniuses who formed a virtual world to break through this wall and become an Infinity Warlock. Peerless geniuses like Huang Yihe and Yu Wuxian of the Battle Demon Sect are trapped in front of the Infinity Warlock realm wall, unable to break through. However, Yang Feng consumed the Feisua Plains Apple of Wisdom, and so his understanding of spells and laws is comparable to the Infinity Warlock rank. Additionally, His soul aptitude has broken through the Godman boundary and advanced to the inferior level 9. Due to these factors, the Infinity Warlock Realm Wall doesn't constitute a hurdle for Yang Feng anymore. What Yang Feng lacks now are Warlock Monarch and Holy Spirit Warlock rank cultivation resources. With his power, Yang Feng can still barely obtain some Warlock Monarch rank cultivation resources. As for Holy Spirit Warlock rank cultivation resources, they are very few and far between. Except for a few things left by Infinity Warlock forces Yang Feng has defeated, there are no traces of Holy Spirit Warlock rank cultivation resources. Infinity Warlock rank cultivation resources can still appear in some top auctions. As for Warlock Monarch and Holy Spirit Warlock rank cultivation resources, if they were to appear in an auction, they would cause a storm of carnage, with countless people fighting over them. In the end, they would basically fall into the hands of the Great Cloud Dynasty and the Western world's 3 dynasties. Although the Tomb of the Death Lord is dangerous, but it has never been explored before. The probability that there are treasures inside is extremely high. After all, the tomb of any Warlock Emperor, even though it is called a tomb, may be a treasure trove they prepared for their future resurrection. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. Many powerful warlocks like to leave secret caves and treasure troves as fallback plans. If their body is destroyed, yet their soul escapes, they can use the secret caves and treasure troves to quickly restore their strength. On the Zhangji Plain, there are many cases of warlocks who had their body destroyed and their soul wounded, who escaped by fluke, and then used the treasure troves they left behind to rise again and slay their enemies. Yang Feng has also established his secret treasure trove in some hidden places on the Zhangji Plain. If his true body is severely injured and his avatars are eliminated, as long as a wisp of soul can escape, he can quickly rise again and recover. Yang Feng said flatly, "Yen Pengfei." "Yes, my lord." FRioEbnovel.com. Update D from Frubnov.com. The space distorted, and Heart of Fury's great elder Yen Pengfei appeared in front of Yang Feng and responded respectfully. Yang Feng threw a mechanical sphere to Yen Pengfei. "I'll give you this army. Go scout the way. After entering, if there is no danger, let me know. Your purpose is only to investigate. If you encounter an enemy or danger you can't handle, make your own judgment if you are to retreat or not. No matter what happens, you must contact me after 5 minutes." The mechanical sphere is the control center of 100,000 4th-generation battle robots. With it, Yen Pengfei can control 100,000 4th-generation battle robots. "Yes, my lord." Helplessness streaked across Yen Pengfei's eyes, and he replied respectfully. He has joined Yang Feng's camp not long ago. He is clear that if he wants to gain Yang Feng's trust and be put in an important position, he has to show that he has use. On the other hand, if he complains, he will only run into a dead end. Along with the booming of engines, 100,000 4th-generation battle robots turned into a torrent of steel and flew into the bottomless hole. Yen Pengfei entered the hole as well, silent. Yang Feng's gaze flickered for a while, and then he ordered in a deep voice, "Turn on the reconnaissance system." The reconnaissance system is on. Error. The target's location is shrouded by a magical extraordinary force, which interferes with communication. Connection cannot be established. The reconnaissance system cannot be launched. A series of information flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. When the 100,000 4th-generation battle robots entered the Tomb of the Death Lord, the Level 4 optical computer network lost all contact with them. Yang Feng frowned, and his eyes flashed with regret. It is indeed the tomb of a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. Its interference is naturally extremely powerful. It is impossible to stay outside and wait for the battle robots to offer me their spoils. If he had a choice, Yang Feng would love to stay outside the tomb and wait for his subordinates to offer him the Death Lord's wealth. 5 minutes passed quickly, yet there is still no activity detected from within the tomb of the Death Lord. There is no activity. In other words, he must have been entrapped. To be able to quietly entrap an Infinity Warlock, the tomb is really scary. However, he hasn't died yet. Regrettably, I have no time to hesitate. Yang Feng took a deep look at the tomb of the Death Lord. He released a powerful soul fluctuation, and Alexia, Yu Yen, and Seabass immediately flew to his side. Alexia, Yuyen, and Seabass are the three strongest experts under Yang Feng's command. Only Yang Feng's strong divine force rank god avatar and kindred Grand Duke avatar are stronger than them. The ruler of the night avatar shook slightly and dove into Yang Feng's shadow. "Let's go in." Yang Feng waved his hand, and a swarm of fourth-generation battle robots immediately poured into the tomb of the Death Lord like a tide. After 200,000 fourth-generation battle robots entered the tomb, Yang Feng stepped into the tomb as well. As soon as he entered the tomb, Yang Feng felt as if he had passed through a weird membrane and entered a queer and dangerous world. The hole that was originally pitch black that extended without end became clear. There are all kinds of stone murals depicting the Death Lord's exploits hung on the walls here. On the stone murals, there are formidable powerhouses depicted. Yet one after another, they were all defeated and slayed by the Death Lord. Every stone mural is a secret treasure that contains an extremely powerful offensive secret method. These are the secret methods of those slayed by the Death Lord. As Yang Feng glanced at the offensive secret methods, the smart chip in his brain recorded them one by one. Modern warlocks have developed many offensive secret methods far more powerful than many secret methods developed by ancient warlocks. However, many secret methods of ancient warlocks have extraordinary research value. The powerhouses who were able to fight against the Death Lord were all peerless individuals of their time, and the secret methods they mastered are naturally very powerful, many of which are even more powerful than the secret methods of modern warlocks. Yang Feng gazed at the countless weird secret methods with bright eyes. Just these secret methods made the trip worthwhile, although most of them require special bloodlines and special physiques to practice. But so long as their principles are analyzed, it will still be beneficial to my advancement. The mural depicting the exploits of the Death Lord, which extend for 20 kilometers, are filled with strange and powerful fluctuation. If anyone below the Starry Sky Warlock rank takes a look at these murals, their head will explode. If Starry Sky Warlocks sees these weird murals, most will go crazy and become lunatics. Only experts above the Starry Sky Warlock rank can watch these murals without suffering from a backlash. Along the way, you can see the blood of great fiends and abyssal barons sprinkled on the ground. As for the corpses, they were evidently collected by some people. Great fiend and abyssal baron corpses are materials that many human warlocks are willing to buy at a high price. Therefore, these corpses are usually collected by their masters. Rarely will someone abandon these corpses in the wild. Found it! As soon as they walked out of the mural path, a huge square appeared in front of their eyes. In the huge square, there are densely packed bronze coffins engraved with mysterious runes exuding ancient mysterious auras. In the center of the square, there is 100-meter-long being nailed by a gold stone spear suspended in the air. That being looks both like a dragon and a snake. It appears to hover between real and illusory, and only has one eye. At the same time, the eye has very strangely extended from the eye socket and has no blind spots. There are infinity warlock rank beings on the ground. Apart from the life force field surrounding their bodies, there are no longer any fluctuations of life. Astral Dream Snake. As soon as Yang Feng saw the weird snake, which appears to hover between real and illusory and nailed by the gold stone spear, he inhaled a breath of cold air, and his eyes shimmered with apprehension. The astral dream snake's eye aimed its glance at Yang Feng, and a strange force shot out from its eye. Chapter 794, Dream World. Chapter 794, Dream World. Translator, Zayamoj. Yang Feng suddenly felt dizzy and fell into a weird dreamlike state, unable to distinguish the directions. He operated his advanced bright world warlock rank soul force, and the feeling of dizziness slowly disappeared. The sourk of this content is frubuvel.cm. Yang Feng, feeling like he's walking on clouds, looked around. The surroundings are blurry, as if shrouded in a thick fog. Yang Feng is inside an ordinary room. In the room there is a sofa and a mural. Half of the room, which seems to have gone through tens of thousands of years of erosion of time, is full of signs of decay, as if it would collapse with a puff. The other half is bright and tidy, as if brand new. This is a very strange sight. Isn't this the legendary dream world? Yang Feng glanced around and frowned, and then scanned himself with his soul force, only to find out that the 9 small worlds that originally existed inside him have disappeared. Additionally, his huge advanced bright world warlock rank life force disappeared without a trace as well. Only his tremendous advanced bright world warlock rank soul force remains. Yang Feng looked towards his left hand and saw a long rope connected to a square object. Next, he turned to look towards his right hand and found a ball. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with apprehension. It's really the dream world. This is dangerous. The endless abyss is an agglomeration of negative force of the universe's countless planes. The netherworld is the resting place of the universe's deceased. The dream world is a queer world that hovers between real and illusory, formed by the dreams of the universe's countless intelligent life forms. The laws in the dream world are completely different from those of the real planes. This world, which is full of queer dream force, is a most difficult place for human warlocks to deal with. The real planes have plane origin wills. As long as the plane origin will is analyzed and the corresponding secret treasure is created, human warlocks can display their power on that plane. But the dream world is an ever-changing, queer world. While decades have passed in the dream world, only an instant may have passed in the outside world. By the same token, while 2 or 3 days have passed in the dream world, 7 or 8 days may have passed in the outside world. In the dream world, a random mob monster you encounter on the side of the road may grow into an infinity warlock rank creature a few days later. Similarly, the lifespan of an infinity warlock rank creature may run out within a day and they die. Only existences above the warlock monarch rank won't be affected by the dream world and won't be easily pulled into the dream world by others. The essence of the dream world is far from being able to compare to that of the real world. It can produce Holy Spirit warlock rank existences at most. But, when it comes to existences below the Holy Spirit warlock rank, the dream world is an absolutely weird and extremely dangerous world. Even if it is a warlock monarch rank existence, once they are pulled into the dream world, if they are not prepared, they may be directly killed by a small fry monster in the dream world. When human warlocks at the Starry Sky warlock rank enter the dream world, most of them will become muddle-headed, unable to keep a clear head. They won't even know that they are in the dream world. If they are lucky, they will wake up as if from a nightmare. But even more people will become food for monsters in the dream world. As for human warlocks above the Starry Sky warlock rank, when they are sucked into the dream world, if they know that this is the dream world, they can recover their clear-headedness. However, if they don't have any special dream secret treasures, human warlocks can only bring their soul force, which is far stronger than that of ordinary life forms, into the dream world. Yang Feng, who wanted to stand up, but instead, he shook, and then rolled on the ground like a bowling ball and slammed into the decayed part of the house. Boom! With a loud noise, the decayed part of the house crumbled. Countless fragments fell from above. Yang Feng's face flickered, and he swept with his advanced bright world warlock rank soul force, which turned into soul whips and flicked the fragments of the decayed house away. Moonlight warlock rank powerhouse can already use their tremendous soul force to interfere with reality. However, using soul force to interfere with reality is really draining and inefficient, so few warlocks use it to fight. Although the fragments of the collapsed part of the house were flung away, but Yang Feng also consumed a greater part of his advanced bright world warlock rank soul force, which was reduced to the level of the advanced glorious sun warlock rank. Before the changes in the dream world have been analyzed and the laws of the dream world have been mastered, any use of soul force will come with an astonishing consumption. On the Zhangji plane, if Yang Feng erupts with his advanced bright world warlock rank soul force, he can pulverize a 100-meter-tall mountain. While on a grade 9 plane, the same eruption can kill all living beings. In the dream world, however, Yang Feng's fearsome soul face can merely flick away fragments of the decayed part of the house. The loud noise coming from the collapse of part of the house attracted 3 dream hunters. A dream hunter, which is a 10-meter-long, worm-like insect with a chrysanthemum flower-like mouthpart and insect compound eyes, flew down from the sky without warning and rushed towards Yang Feng. Its huge mouthpart opened. Another dream hunter, which is a strange existence covered in blades, yet with a humanoid form, but without a head, with a large maw on the chest, slashed with its blades towards Yang Feng. The last dream hunter, which is a 3-meter-tall fluffy teddy bear, is covered with eyes of different extraordinary life forms and gives off the feeling of a creepy monster, reached out with its large hand, and its hand turned into a maw shooting towards Yang Feng. If it was on the Zhangji plain, Yang Feng could easily squash the 3 dream hunters. But in the dream world, Yang Feng felt the threat of death from them. Damn it! Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he gritted his teeth and gathered all his soul force, ready to fight to the death. At this moment, weird fluctuations spread from behind Yang Feng, and the phantom ruler, which existence also lies between real and illusory, suddenly appeared. 3 eyes opened on the body of the phantom ruler, and 3 chains shot out and stabbed the 3 dream hunters. The 3 dream hunters twisted and struggled frantically, and then turned into pure dream force that the phantom ruler absorbed. After the phantom ruler devoured the 3 dream hunters, countless runes emerged from its body, and it began to analyze the laws of the dream world. Yang Feng looked at the phantom ruler, who had devoured the 3 dream hunters, with surprise in his eyes. Amazing! So this is the phantom ruler, one of the strongest ultimate weapons of the Shizu. Really impressive. The dream world is extremely queer. Even if it is a Holy Spirit Warlock, if they haven't mastered the laws of the dream world, they can at most prevent themselves from entering the dream world. But once such a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse enters the dream world, they will also be greatly weakened by the strange laws of the dream world. The phantom ruler can devour dream hunters to advance its evolution. This ability is simply outrageous. In the queer dream world, only some dream warlocks with dream life form bloodline can live and fight in here, but they cannot devour the dream hunters. After a quarter of an hour, the phantom ruler extended transparent tentacles and stabbed them into Yang Feng, and a weird brand appeared on Yang Feng's forehead. Yang Feng's immense soul force entered the brand, and he began to analyze the weird laws of the dream world. Yang Feng's previously weird body twisted and restored its original appearance at once. As soon as Yang Feng returned to his original appearance, he looked around again and saw that although the surroundings are still full of weird shapes and things, yet they are no longer in a state of queer distortion. Yang Feng glanced around, a scorching shade in his eyes. The dream world is originally an illusory world formed from the dream force produced by the dreams of countless intelligent life forms. However, after so many years of development, it has devoured countless human warlocks and other powerful beings, and has become a world full of countless treasures. Although this world, that only a few dream warlocks can enter, is dangerous, but it is also a place full of treasures. The dream world is said to have been very weak when it was just born, but after it has devoured a large number of human warlocks and other powerful existences, it has become extremely terrifying. According to legend, it has born Holy Spirit Warlock rank dream life forms. Because it is difficult for human warlocks to enter this queer world, it has many precious treasures left. Chapter 795, The Formidable Phantom Ruler. Chapter 795, The Formidable Phantom Ruler. Translator, Zayamoj. Yang Feng's heart stirred and he asked, Phantom Ruler, can you take me to and from the dream world freely? The Phantom Ruler quickly sent back a message. I can't. The 3 dream hunters I devoured just now are the lowest level dream hunters. They can only exist in the dream world. They can't leave this world. They only know how to travel in this world. Only Infinity Warlock rank dream life forms like the astral dream snake, who has formed a real body, can master the ability to freely shuttle between the dream world and the real world. Yang Feng asked curiously, how many of these low-level dream hunters do you need to devour before you can attain the ability to travel between the 2 worlds freely? The Phantom Ruler answered, between 100 million to 1 trillion. These low-level dream hunters have very little dream force and contain very low-level dream laws. Furthermore, many of the dream laws they contain are repetitive and useless, so the exact number cannot be determined. Dream force. Yang Feng's heart stirred. He spread the fingers of a hand, and powerful dream force transmitted to his hand from the Phantom Ruler and condensed into a sword. Yang Feng's close combat prowess is slightly inferior to that of the sea goddess of war Basana, who has the divine authority of martial. but compared to other warlocks, it is already incredibly formidable. With the Dream Force sword in hand, Yang Feng strode outside. The outside is a wide field that extends without end. However, there is a teddy bear, a giant snake, and a 100-meter-tall cloud giant floating above the field. Huge holes are suspended in the air, which appear to be connected to unknown channels. Suddenly, countless thumb-sized dream-tooth insects, with no eyes, a pair of strong wings, and a large maw on the head, flowed out from a dark hole. Thousands and tens of thousands of dream-tooth insects rushed towards Yang Feng in a terrifying swarm. Phantom Ruler. New novel chapters are published on freewebnovel.com. When Yang Feng saw the dream-tooth insects, he realized that he alone has no power to resist them, and thus summoned his currently strongest trump card. The queer and transparent Phantom Ruler, which looks as if it doesn't exist, suddenly appeared. One after another, eyes opened on its body and fired strange rays of light into the insect swarm. As if sprayed by insecticide, the thousands and tens of thousands of dream-tooth insects tremble. Like moths flying to the flame, they rushed towards the Phantom Ruler, and then were absorbed. When the dream-tooth insects were devoured by the Phantom Ruler, weird fluctuations full of anger transmitted from a dark channel. Who is it? Who dares to kill my children? A huge tentacle shot out from the dark channel. On the huge tentacle there are faces of humans, elves, devils, fiends, and other intelligent life forms. Those faces are distorted and emit anguished screams. At the top of the huge tentacle, there is a squirming eye engraved with countless weird runes. The eye locked on Yang Feng. The eye on the huge tentacle stared at Yang Feng and sent powerful fluctuations. I am Eros, a great ruler of the dream world. Human warlock, report your name. Yang Feng's eyes flickered and he replied unhurriedly, My name is Xing. Eros, release my people. Let me and my people get out of here. I can release you all. However, you have to play a few games with me. After clearing these games, I will release you all. Eros showed an extremely amiable expression. The faces on the tentacle burst open, and 20 bizarre mathematical problems formed in midair. Those 20 bizarre mathematical problems are full of traps and cunning. Even infinity warlocks, which are like human-shaped supercomputers, cannot solve them in 2 hours. Yang Feng suddenly smiled at Eros. Actually, I have a better option. Eros asked curiously, What option? Yang Feng uttered with a smile. It's to kill you. The Phantom Ruler suddenly appeared beside Eros. Then 9 eyes opened on its body and fired 9 rune chains that barreled towards the other party. In an instant, the rune chains stabbed into Eros and frantically devoured Eros's dream force and dream laws. What is this? Don't. Eros's complexion suddenly changed dramatically, and it rapidly withdrew to the dark channel while screaming. A transparent chain fired by the Phantom Ruler stabbed into Yang Feng, and Yang Feng was pulled into the dark channel along with Eros. After passing through a dark, winding wormhole, Yang Feng appeared in a huge square covering an area of thousands of square kilometers. In the center of the huge square, there is a 10,000-meter-long strange dream life form, which looks a bit like a dragon, with hundreds of huge tentacles, faces growing everywhere, and no head. There are hundreds of huge wormholes around the weird dream life form. Evidently, it is using those wormholes to attack different powerhouses. Frubnov.com. Wisps of dream force spread from the bizarre dream life form, which even Yang Feng couldn't identify. The chain runes fired by Phantom Ruler continued to stab along the tentacle and extended towards Eros's main body. Every time a rune chain stabs, Eros's main body lets out a painful roar, and a section of the tentacle is drained of all dream force and turns into ashes. Eros's tentacles instantly withdrew from the hundreds of black holes, and a 3-meter-long gold, vertical eye engraved with countless mysterious runes extended from the most central part of its body. The gold vertical eye flashed, and a gray ray of distorted nightmare light, which can make people sink into the dream world forever, shot out and barreled towards the Phantom Ruler. Unable to dodge, the Phantom Ruler was hit squarely by the gray ray of nightmare light, and then it twisted and shook, as if about to crumble. It blurred into motion and landed on Yang Feng, forming a set of transparent mecha. The Phantom Ruler, which is an ultimate weapon of the Shizu, can be used to fight by itself. But at critical times, it can also be turned into a skin-type mecha to protect or assist the master in battle. The gray nightmare light spread to Yang Feng from the Phantom Ruler. In an instant, the soul force barrier he formed around him shattered and he fell into a groggy state. Only a trace of his spirit has not been confused. If it weren't for the power of the Phantom Ruler, Yang Feng would have sank completely into that state, unable to believe in and maintain his own existence. Human Warlock, even if it is a Warlock monarch, when my nightmare light hits them, their soul will be deceived, and they will lose all resistance and become my food. I have devoured more than 5 Warlock monarchs, and you will be no different. Moreover, via the nightmare light, I will trace your bloodline source, draw all people related to you into this world, and annihilate all traces of your existence in the world. A distorted, vicious threat transmitted by Eros, with a strange rhythm, passed through the defenses of the Phantom Ruler, pierced into Yang Feng's soul, and made his soul release bursts of fear. In the world of Warlocks, there are many strange and terrifying extraordinary life forms. Some transcendent rank extraordinary life forms can annihilate a Warlock family with a single look. As such a terrifying existence, Eros can easily exterminate a Warlock family. Eroded by the nightmare light, the Phantom Ruler kept withering and crumbling, and Yang Feng's body was reduced to the size of a fist. What Eros hadn't noticed is that although the Phantom Ruler looked like it was crumbling, but in fact, it kept shining and absorbing the power of the nightmare light. The moment when the Phantom Ruler was about to collapse, the strange nightmare light was devoured completely. Yang Feng, who had fallen into a groggy state, with only a wisp of spirit awake, also regained his consciousness in an instant, and his eyes shone with confidence. Eros, thank you for your help, for letting me experience the power of the dream world. Now you can go and die. Yang Feng smiled coldly, took a step, instantly appeared in front of Eros, and spread the fingers of a hand, and the Phantom Ruler transformed into rune chains that stabbed into Eros' huge body in an instant. A tremendous amount of dream force was madly extracted and poured into the Phantom Ruler, making the Phantom Ruler turn even weirder and more terrifying. Eros screamed loudly, a terrified and desperate look in his gold, vertical eye. No, don't kill me. I don't want to die. Spare me. I am willing to serve you. Spare me. Yang Feng smiled coldly and said, Unfortunately, I think I'll rather have you devoured and make my Phantom Ruler evolve. Chapter 796, Illusion Ancestor. Chapter 796, Illusion Ancestor. Eros' complexions changed drastically, and it screamed, Don't kill me! I know a secret of the Death Lord. Spare my life, and I will tell you the secret of the Death Lord. At this moment, no matter how Eros, whose dream force and dream laws are being devoured by the Phantom Ruler, struggles, it is still shrinking. Solely by manipulating dream force, Eros is who knows how many times stronger than the Phantom Ruler. But the Phantom Ruler naturally restrains dream life forms. No matter how much Eros struggles, it cannot break away from the Phantom Ruler. A secret of the Death Lord? In that case, I will spare your life. Yang Feng manipulated the Phantom Ruler devour until a palm-sized ball remained, and then dream runes emerged from the Phantom Ruler and disappeared into Eros. The Phantom Ruler transmitted a message. I have gained the ability to freely enter and exit the dream world. I now can bring the true body's physical body into this world. When the dream world was just born, it was just a phenomenon of nihility, and entities could not enter it. However, after countless years of development, after devouring the souls and bodies of a large number of powerhouses who proceeded towards it, the dream world has grown into an extremely strange and powerful world that people who are proficient in dream laws can enter with their physical body. Once a powerhouse enters the dream world with their physical body, they'll be able to display here all kinds of formidable powers they cultivated in the real world. Similarly, once a powerhouse dies in the dream world, they will turn into its nutrients. The dream world, the endless abyss, the netherworld, the astral boundary, they are all worlds that link many planes. The dream world is a bizarre world that connects countless planes. Some dream warlocks, who are proficient in dream laws, can travel freely between different planes through the dream world. The harvest this time is considerable. Just the ability to freely enter the dream world is already a great profit. The dream world is a huge treasure trove. But regrettably, it is not the time to explore it. Regret flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he asked Eros, who has been condensed into a ball, in his hand, "Where are my subordinates?" Eros replied carefully, "May I ask who your subordinates are?" At this moment, from a dark channel, a rainbow-colored ray flew out, tore apart the space of the dream world, and plunged into the void and disappeared. Yang Feng's complexion changed drastically, his eyes flashed gravely, and he ordered, "There is someone who has returned their souls to their physical bodies. I cannot wait any longer. Phantom Ruler, return the souls of the people in this area to the Zhangji plane." If an Infinity Warlock soul returns to their physical body, one can well imagine what they'll do when they see the defenseless physical bodies of other Infinity Warlocks. Each Infinity Warlock true body is a treasure trove in itself. Additionally, they also carry storage treasures. The benefits of capturing an Infinity Warlock are immeasurable and can tempt anyone. The Phantom Ruler opened eyes on its body and fired green rays that entered the dark wormholes and freed those trapped in the dream world. Yang Feng's eyes blurred, and he felt bursts of dizziness. Formidable life force welled up inside his body. By relying on his advanced Bright World Warlock rank soul force, he quickly regained control of his body and woke up. One after another, defensive spells shone in the tomb of the Death Lord, and Infinity Warlock rank force fields erupted in an instant. As soon as the Infinity Warlocks returned from the dream world, they immediately cast defensive spells, for fear of being attacked and killed in their moment of weakness. FREOWebnovel.com. When Yang Feng glanced at the square, he saw that there are 16 corpses exuding Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations of power on the ice-cold ground, and he couldn't help but shudder inside. 16 Infinity Warlocks have been killed. So this is the power of the astral dream snake. What a ruthless means. This time, if Yang Feng's Phantom Ruler hadn't subdued the dream life form Eros, the Infinity Warlocks that have entered the dream world would have all died. In the square, the eyes of an Infinity Warlock suddenly brightened, and he extended a hand, and a huge mage hand immediately shot towards the corpse of another Infinity Warlock. As figurative treasure troves, each Infinity Warlock corpse is of great value even to Infinity Warlocks. "This corpse is mine." A stream of dragon chi rolled and surged and turned into a giant dragon claw that crushed the huge mage hand. The other Infinity Warlock looked coldly at the Infinity Warlock who attacked. Powerful auras diffused, and a series of spells broke out in a seemingly fierce, yet not high-stakes battle around the Infinity Warlock corpses. Yang Feng looked at the battle of the Infinity Warlocks and smiled faintly, saying, "What a bunch of cunning guys." The Infinity Warlocks are very careful. The spells they cast aren't really powerful, looking like they are swapping pointers. The power of the spells is only in the glorious Sun Warlock realm. Who knows how many more dangers there are in the tomb of the Death Lord. Just the astral dream snake sealed in this square has killed 16 Infinity Warlocks. These Infinity Warlocks are treacherous and cunning. They all know very well that it is utterly stupid to attack with all their strength in such an environment. Yan Pengfei flew over to Yang Feng's side and saluted, a look of shame on his face. "Greetings, my lord. I failed to execute your orders, my lord. Please punish me." Yang Feng replied mildly, "That weird astral dream snake even got me. I won't fault you for this. Unless it is a dream warlock who can freely travel to and from the dream world, even if a warlock monarch enters the dream world, they will be killed by the dream life forms." Yan Pengfei breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, my lord." Gazes in the square focused on Yang Feng and his enormous mechanical legion. The Undying Mountains Lei Ming. The Undying Mountains Lei Ming is here as well. For Alexia and Yu Yen to be here, he must be the Undying Mountains Lei Ming. The expression in the eyes of the Infinity Warlocks turned dignified when they saw Yang Feng. When Poidal, who is guarded by the fallen Angel Legion, saw Yang Feng, his complexion suddenly became gloomy, and killing intent streaked across his eyes. The undying mountains Lei Ming. Alexia used to be the commander of Poitl's 10th Fallen Angel Legion. Among Poitl's subordinates, she had the greatest potential to advance to an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse. Alexia, who was snatched away by Yang Feng, had now become an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse subordinated to Yang Feng. This naturally evoked jealousy and hatred in Poitl. This chapter is updated by freewebnovel.com. Under the gazes of the Infinity Warlocks, Yang Feng came to an Infinity Warlock corpse, pointed at it, and said coldly, "This corpse belongs to me." When the 5 Infinity Warlocks around the Infinity Warlock corpse saw the many battle robots as well as Alexia, Yu Yan, Seabass, and other powerhouses beside Yang Feng, their eyes shimmered with an enigmatic ray. The Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming? How imposing! Let's see what ability you have. All of a sudden, runes flickered and gates appeared in the eyes of an Infinity Warlock shrouded in black fog, and then a mysterious fluctuation of illusion spread from his eyes. A gate that hovers between real and illusory and exuding queer light of nihility suddenly appeared and slammed towards Yang Feng. The Gate of Illusion. It's a top-level illusion secret method. Once you are caught by the Gate of Illusion, the caster will have complete control over your fate. He is the illusion ancestor. That's that peerless, vicious guy. Watching from the sidelines, the other Infinity Warlocks saw through this mysterious Infinity Warlock at a glance. At the same time, the faces of quite a few of them flickered. Gate of Illusion is the top-level illusion secret method the illusion ancestor became famous for. It is extremely powerful. If careless, even an Infinity Warlock will be quelled and reduced to the illusion ancestor's slave. For illusion ancestor sneak attack Yang Feng, he evidently wants to quell Yang Feng and turn him into a slave at once, and then plunder the Undying Mountain's resources in one fell swoop. Seeking death. Cold light flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and the phantom ruler hidden inside him changed into the phantom Mecha. Yang Feng erupted abruptly and blasted a fist into the Gate of Illusion. The Gate of Illusion, which hovers between real and illusory, trembled slightly, and then collapsed with a bang. The complexion of the illusion ancestor immediately changed dramatically, and he cried out, "How is this possible? The Gate of Illusion is not a physical entity, but an entity constructed from illusion that exists between the real and illusory. Even if it is an ordinary Infinity Warlock, they can only hope to evade it or enchant themselves to withstand the illusion." Yang Feng, however, just pulverized the Gate of Illusion. This is simply outrageous. Now die! Crazy killing intent flickered in Yang Feng's eyes. He extracted world force from the 9 small world inside him via the world ring and operated the essence of Devour, and a Devour Black Moon appeared and pressed towards the illusion ancestor. Lei Ming, stop! A huge fiend hand exuding Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations of power shot towards Yang Feng. Alexia took a step forward, slashed the huge fiend hand with the Abyssal Angel Sword, and smashed it. Chapter 797, Vanquishing Infinity Warlocks. Chapter 797, Vanquishing Infinity Warlocks. Poitl's eyes flashed and he shouted sharply, "Let's join forces and kill the Undying Mountain's Lei Ming, or else we will become his prey." Standing next to Poitl, the figure of the first Marshal Agnipe fluttered, and she turned into a ray of black light and flew towards Yang Feng like a bolt of lightning. A black Fenghuang suddenly rose, and, accompanied by a Fenghuang cry, Yu Yan stabbed at Agnipe with her spear. Ding! Agnipe slashed down with her sword and, as if endless dark force was gathered on her sword, forcibly blasted Yu Yan hundreds of meters away. Blasted away by Agnipe, Yu Yan's heart is filled with shock. So strong! So this is one of the 3 strongest marshals subordinated to Poitl, a top powerhouse who has besieged Warlock monarchs. Yu Yan, who has 2 monarch-grade secret treasures, is in the top 3 among the Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 marshals in terms of strength. She has amazing battle prowess. However, Agnipe flung Yu Yan away with a single sword strike. It is evident who among the 2 is stronger. If she was alone, Yu Yan is definitely not Agnipe's opponent. Engines roared, and a swarm of Type 2 Undyings rushed towards Agnipe and swung their blades. Agnipe slashed with her sword, and a black sword ray enveloped hundreds of Type 2 Undyings. The hundreds of Type 2 Undyings broke apart and turned into many fragments. Suddenly, the many fragments flew up rapidly and turned back into Type 2 Undyings, which continued to rush towards Agnipe. Surprise flashed in Agnipe's beautiful eyes. She swung her sword again, and a sword ray, containing powerful dark force, engulfed Type 2 Undyings, and the powerful dark force eroded the resulting fragments, microchips and all. At the moment Agnipe was intercepted, Yang Feng turned into a devour black moon, appeared above the illusion ancestor, and slammed towards him with a terrifying force. "You bastard! You want to kill me by yourself!" A fierce light flashed in the illusion ancestor's eyes, and pitch-black runes and black chi gushed out and formed a 3-meter-tall evil spirit engraved with countless mysterious runes, with a black horn on the head, an eye full of illusions, and the other eye full of fire. The fire in the left eye of the evil spirit of unknown origins suddenly erupted and burned the void. The evil spirit's fire, which looks like it can even burn the sun, rumbled and rolled out towards the devour black moon. The evil spirit the illusion ancestor changed into is called Illusion Fire Evil Spirit. The Illusion Fire Evil Spirit was an Infinity Warlock rank variant evil spirit from the Evil God plane during its lifetime. The right eye of the Illusion Fire Evil Spirit is called the Eye of Illusion, while the left eye is called the Eye of Extinction Fire. The flames released by the Eye of Extinction Fire can burn even the sun to ashes. The Illusion Ancestor obtained the Illusion Fire Evil Spirit Corpse during an adventure. He spent 1,000 years to collect countless resources and absorb the essence of the Illusion Fire Evil Spirit Corpse and experienced untold hardships before he finally advanced to the Infinity Warlock rank. The Eye of Illusion and the Eye of Extinction Fire are the Illusion Ancestor's strongest trump cards, and they have never failed him. When the evil spirit fire released by the Eye of Extinction Fire blasted into Yang Feng's Devour Black Moon, the Devour Black Moon shook slightly before swallowing the flames. The essence of Devour launched and, with World Force as the power source, rapidly obliterated the evil spirit fire. After 3 breaths of time, the Devour Black Moon devoured the evil spirit fire. That Devour Black Moon swept towards the Illusion Ancestor, and then engulfed him. Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and the Devour Black Moon shrank and flew into his hand. Screams of the Illusion Ancestor came from the Devour Black Moon. So strong! This content is taken from freowebnovel.com. The Undying Mountain's Lei Ming is actually this powerful. That's an Infinity Warlock. A trifling advanced bright world warlock was able to vanquish an Infinity Warlock. What a monster! When the onlooking Infinity Warlocks saw Yang Feng vanquish the Illusion Ancestor, their complexions changed dramatically, and a solemn shade flashed in their eyes. Every Infinity Warlock has the power to destroy a Grade 9 plane by themselves. They are not an existence that bright world warlocks can challenge. Even if it is a bright world warlock who formed a virtual world, most such peerless genius can only contend against junior Infinity Warlocks. Although the Illusion Ancestor is only a junior Infinity Warlock, but with the Eye of Illusion and the Eye of Extinction Fire, even intermediate Infinity Warlocks are apprehensive of him. Yet now he was easily vanquished by Yang Feng. This naturally prompted the surrounding Infinity Warlocks view Yang Feng as an equal. As Yang Feng held the Devour Black Moon in his hand, the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. Infinity Warlock. This is the first Infinity Warlocks that I personally quelled. I finally reached this point. Even in the 8 Warlock Dynasties eras, Infinity Warlocks were powerful combatants that were in charge of a region. In the Zhangji Plain, the strongest powerhouses of the Great Cloud Dynasty and the Western world's 3 dynasties are just Infinity Warlocks. For Yang Feng to be able to quell an Infinity Warlock, even if it is a junior Infinity Warlock, he can already be regarded as one of the Zhangji Plain's top powerhouses. Poidal looked at the Devour Black Moon in Yang Feng's right hand with shock and fury in his heart. Curses! How did he mature so fast? If wasn't for the unclear attitude of the other Abyssal Grand Dukes, and if it wasn't for the Infinity Warlocks in the square, Poidal would have gone all out and dispatched his 3 strongest marshals to slay Yang Feng. An Infinity Warlock in a black warlock robe, enveloped by black gas, said coldly, Lei Ming, The illusion ancestor is an old friend of mine. Give him to me, and I'll turn a blind eye to what transpired. Yang Feng scanned the Infinity Warlock with cold yes. His killing intent surged, and he ordered frigidly, "You'll turn a blind eye? To oppose the undying mountain, you should just die. Alexia, kill him." "Yes, my lord." With a cold flash in her pretty eyes, Alexia turned into a ray of black light, appeared in front of the Infinity Warlock in an instant, and slashed at him with her sword, which is enveloped in endless dark force. evgayuyobinovel.com. The Infinity Warlock raised his right hand, and a plain, mysterious green shield's secret treasure suddenly appeared. Then bright stars emerged and formed one star vortex after another. Alexia slashed at the star vortexes, and a black sword ray crushed one star vortex after another. After the star vortexes ultimately prevailed over the black sword ray, star sparks combined into arrows of light that shot towards Alexia like raindrops. Even though Alexia tried desperately to resist, she was still blasted hundreds of meters away by the numerous arrows of light, and numerous cracks were blasted open on the fallen angel armor she's wearing. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered gravely. Impressive. This person should be an expert among Infinity Warlocks. The Infinity Warlock realm is divided into tiers, and the gap in strengths between consecutive tier is immense. The Infinity Warlock has a level 9 secret treasure 9-star vortex shield, which agrees very well with his secret methods. It is thanks to this secret treasure that he can blast Alexia away with one blow. Almost at the same time, from a shadow behind the Infinity Warlock, Yang Feng's ruler of the Night Avatar appeared silently and stabbed with the strong divine force grade god armament dagger of the night at the Infinity Warlock. One after another, magic shields appeared behind the Infinity Warlock. But the dagger of the night, which exudes dark and abstruse fluctuations of power, easily pierced through the magic shields and stabbed into the body of the Infinity Warlock. "No!" His eyes shot with blood. The Infinity Warlock issued a dismal scream. In a flash, countless black runes welled up inside him and spread all over his body. Alexia suddenly appeared in front of the Infinity Warlock, slashed down with her sword, and cut off his head, and fearsome dark force formed a ray that slashed the Infinity Warlock's infinity core and extinguished his soul. Yang Feng beckoned with a hand, and the beheaded corpse of the Infinity Warlock flew directly into a storage ring. At the same time, he closed the other hand, and the illusion ancestor inside this hand was annihilated by the Devour Black Moon. So strong! The Undying Mountain is indeed full of experts. Awesome! So this is the strength of the Undying Mountain. How formidable! When the other Infinity Warlocks saw this scene, apprehension flickered in their eyes. The several powerhouses who wanted to fight with Yang Feng over the Infinity Warlock corpse exchanged looks, and then disappeared noiselessly. Seeing that Yang Feng has many experts under his command, they don't dare to confront him head-on. Seeing this scene, Poidal narrowed his eyes and ordered, "Agnipe, come back!" Chapter 798, Death Royal Guard. Chapter 798, Death Royal Guard. Translator, Zayamoj. With a flick of black light, Agnipe slayed dozens of Type 2 Undyings, and then flew back to Poidal's side. She stared coldly at Yang Feng and company. The fallen Angel Legion, which suffered heavy casualties, also stopped fighting and flew back to Poidal's side. Poidal looked deeply at the several Abyssal Grand Dukes biding their time. Then his gaze moved and fell on Alexia standing beside Yang Feng, and he said slowly, "Young Master Lei Ming, you live up to your reputation. Alexia is my subordinate. Young Master Lei Ming, can you return her to me? As long as you return her, I will offer you 10,000 beautiful virgins from the Endless Abyss as well as a Warlock Monarch Soul Core." FruyoBNL.com. Warlock Monarch Soul Core. How extravagant! That is a Warlock Monarch Soul Core. If you use it well, you can create a Monarch-grade secret treasure. If it is used properly, you may be able to create an Infinity Warlock. As soon as Poidal mentioned the Warlock Monarch Soul Core, the eyes of the surrounding human Infinity Warlocks shone with a fervent shade and released enigmatic light. A Warlock Monarch Soul Core contains part of a Warlock Monarch's mysteries and power. If Pinnacle Infinity Warlock and Quasi-Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses could get the Warlock Monarch Soul Core, their odds at breaking through the bottleneck and promoting to a Warlock Monarch would increase by a fraction. If not for the fact that Abyssal Fiends and Fallen Angels have no use to the Warlock Monarch Soul Core, Poital would have used it a long time ago. Alexia's complexion remained unchanged, but her gaze moved slightly and fell on Yang Feng, and nervousness streaked across her beautiful eyes. This chapter is updated by fryoubavl.cm. Although the Warlock Monarch Soul Core is useless to the Abyssal Grand Duke Poital, but to the human Warlock Yang Feng, it is a most valuable treasure. Yang Feng's killing intent surged, and he uttered with a cold smile, "Alexia is my subordinate. In my heart, she is 1,000 times, 10,000 times more precious than some Warlock Monarch Soul Core. Poital, you taking back Alexia is a pipe dream." Alexia secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and a gentle shade appeared in her beautiful eyes. Yu Yen looked at Yang Feng in surprise, and an enigmatic ray flashed in her beautiful eyes. Even the Great Cloud Dynasty doesn't have a single Warlock Monarch Soul Core. After all, Warlock Monarch Soul Cores are consumables. Once they appear and fall into the hands of Infinity Warlocks, they will be used to understand the mysteries contained within them. If it was an ambitious character like the Great Cloud Dynasty's Emperor by Wuching instead, they would definitely take the offer. Poital's eyes flickered, and he said unhurriedly, "Unfortunately, this is not the place to have a fight. How about we have another battle after we get out of this tomb?" Yang Feng replied resolutely, "Fine by me." With tens of Infinity Warlock in the tomb of the Death Lord, Poital doesn't dare to fight Yang Feng here. If Yang Feng doesn't have to, he is also unwilling to fight Poital here. Poital's 3 marshals, who have gone through countless battles and even slayed Warlock Monarchs. None of them is easy to deal with. An Infinity Warlock pointed with a finger, and a mage hand appeared out of thin air and extended towards the bronze coffins that are all over the square. A bronze coffin trembled slightly, strange bronze runes shot out of it, and its lid was blasted away, revealing a pitch-black taboo stone inside. Crack, crack. Along with brittle sounds, the taboo stone shattered, and a powerhouse, dressed in bronze armor, with black hair and black eyes, exuding advanced bright world warlock rank fluctuations of power, climbed out of the taboo stone. The bright world warlock jumped out of the bronze coffin, looked loftily at the Infinity Warlocks, showing not fear, and shouted, "I am Zhou Chao, an officer of the Death Lord's Death Royal Guard. This place is the resting ground of the great Death Lord. If you don't leave here at once, all of your relatives will be executed." The Death Lord's Royal Guard, the Death Royal Guard, that is the peerless army that swept the world in the days of the Death Dynasty. This is an officer of the Death Royal Guard? Is the Death Dynasty's Death Royal Guard sealed in these coffins? The complexions of the Infinity Warlocks changed drastically, and they looked at Zhou Chao with apprehension in their eyes. The Death Royal Guard is a royal guard, composed of countless powerhouses of different races, subordinated to the Death Lord. In the Death Royal Guard, ordinary soldiers are at least in the Moonlight Warlock realm, while the 4 marshals are Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses. After the Death Lord passed away, the invincible Death Royal Guard disappeared without a trace. No one could imagine that the peerless army that swept the world in the Death Dynasty era was sealed in taboo stones. After tens of thousands of years, it now appeared in front of everyone. Kill him. The Death Royal Guard must not be resurrected. Otherwise, we'll all suffer a tragic end. All of a sudden, a weird voice sounded, and a fiend's right hand formed by magic slammed towards Zhou Chao. Zhou Chao let out an angry roar. The bronze armor on his body burst out with green light, and he slashed with the bronze sword in his hand, and a green sword ray tore through the void and smashed the fiend's right hand. Amazing! A mere bright world warlock can actually contend with an Infinity Warlock. Is this the power of the Death Royal Guard? They must not awaken, or else we will all be buried here. Soul fluctuations filled the square. The complexions of the Infinity Warlocks changed drastically, and they cast spells blasting towards Zhou Chao. Lightning, poison arrows, curses, fire, and all kinds of other powerful offensive spells blasted towards Zhou Chao in wave after wave. Zhou Chao, exuding a fearsome aura that resembles an ancient fierce beast's, swung his bronze sword towards the various spells. Under the bombardment of all kinds of spells, Zhou Chao's bronze armor ruptured inch by inch, and his whole body became riddled with wounds. The Death Royal Guard is invincible. The Great Lord is eternally undefeated. Zhou Chao widened his eyes from anger and roared. As if he burned his life, his aura instantly climbed to the Infinity Warlock realm. Then he exploded, and his flesh and blood dove into the surrounding bronze coffins. The bronze coffins trembled one by one, and bronze runes began to emit green light. Use sealing spells. Don't let those antiques come out. A voice sounded in the area, and queer runes turned into all kinds of incomprehensible existences that sank into the bronze coffins. Due to queer sealing runes, all the power of the bronze coffins was suppressed, and the Death Royal Guard's powerhouses inside fell silent. Since the rise of the Death Dynasty, human warlocks have grown for hundreds of thousands of years. Although they repeatedly went through the process of prosperity and decline, but the secret methods of human warlocks have been constantly improving nonetheless. The Infinity Warlocks here are the top existences on the Zhangji Plains surface world. Each one of them is a genius who stand out from among the masses, a genius among geniuses, without any shortcomings. Sealing spells is something that all Infinity Warlocks must master. After the bronze coffins were sealed by the Warlocks, all of a sudden, the huge square shook violently, and a dark channel, seemingly capable of devouring everything, appeared and erupted with an attractive force. The bronze coffins in the square were immediately sucked into the dark channel and disappeared. The Infinity Warlocks looked at the weird dark channel and looked at each other, not daring to enter it. With a wave of an Infinity Warlock, a 10-meter-tall steel golem engraved with many runes suddenly appeared. As soon as the steel golem appeared, it took several steps and plunged into the dark channel. There were no more news from it. Following flashes of light, various extraordinary life forms the Infinity Warlocks have subdued appeared one after another and flew towards the dark channel. The extraordinary life forms disappeared without a trace shortly after they entered the dark channel, as if a peerless beast dormant in the dark channel devoured them. While gazing at the pitch-black channel, Yang Feng ran the fate algorithm, and a frightening premonition of death suddenly welled up in his mind. The fate algorithm is warning me that once I step into the dark channel, I will definitely die. A dignified look in his eyes, Yang Feng waved a hand, and dozens of Type 2 Undyings flew into the dark channel. When the Type 2 Undyings flew into the dark channel, Yang Feng lost all contact with them, making him even more apprehensive. At this moment, an Infinity Warlock suddenly appeared at the border of the square and pressed a relief sculpture with sticks carved on it. The relief sculpture with sticks shone, distorted, exuded dense black gas. The Infinity Warlock passed through the relief sculpture and entered inside. Chapter 799 Eternal God Tree. Chapter 799 Eternal God Tree. Translator, Zayamoch. When the Infinity Warlocks in the square looked at the weird relief sculpture, their eyes lit up and their figures swayed slightly, and they turned into streams of light flying towards the weird relief sculpture. Along with shiny ripples, the Infinity Warlocks passed through the relief sculpture. Yang Feng pondered for a moment, and then operated the fate algorithm. After confirming that the danger inside isn't too great, his figure fluttered, and he turned into a stream of light and sank into the relief sculpture. Along with shiny ripples, Yang Feng passed through the relief sculpture and appeared in another world. That's the sticks. The Death Lord has really amazing means. He can even cut off a section of sticks and bring it here. Yang Feng glanced around and saw the sticks. The sticks, which exudes nether breath, has pierced out of the void and appeared in the sky of this world. Drops of water from the sticks fall on the earth, which exudes a breath similar to that of the netherworld. Weak souls drop from the sticks, fall into this world, and combine with the earth, rocks, trees, and other things in this world, forming all kinds of bizarre extraordinary life forms. As soon as those weak extraordinary life forms are born, they are reduced to food of the powerful extraordinary life forms. Only some extraordinary life forms that constantly fight and devour each other can evolve into powerful extraordinary life forms and reach the apex of the food chain. As soon as Yang Feng and his subordinates entered this weird world shrouded by the breath of the netherworld, they instantly felt that there is some powerful law force enveloping this world. After 3 breaths of time, most of the life force of Yang Feng and his subordinates was sealed, and they could no longer interact with the powerful energy contained within this world. They fell from the sky. Magic Ban World. This world has sealed most of the laws and elemental forces. In this world, which is equivalent to a Magic Ban world, only the power of the fleshly body can be used. This is extremely detrimental to most human warlocks. When Yang Feng fell from the sky, he felt like there are fetters placed on his body, suppressing the power of the 9 worlds inside him. Now it is very difficult to mobilize even a trace of power. However, Yang Feng's powerful body obtained by cultivating the primal chaos imperishable body still possesses terrifying strength. When Yang Feng, Alexia, Yuyan, and Seabass landed on the ground, hundreds of bizarre monsters that exude the breath of the deceased rushed towards them. The Infinity Warlocks who entered the relief sculpture before them are also in this Magic Ban world, fighting wildly with the bizarre monsters that exude the breath of the deceased. Infinity Warlocks, each of which has undergone countless transformations, possess formidable fleshly body and soul. Even though the fleshly body of human warlocks is far inferior to that of other races, but the fleshly body of Infinity Warlocks is still terrifyingly strong. They can slay glorious sun warlocks with their fleshly body alone. Kill them all! Yang Feng swept the bizarre monsters with his eyes and uttered coldly. The engines of Type 2 Undyings roared, and like ferocious steel behemoths, they rushed into crowd of the bizarre monsters and slashed with their blades. As rays of light shone, bizarre monsters were chopped into pieces by Type 2 Undyings. Yang Feng's battle robots are not affected by the Magic Ban world ceiling, since their power source is high-energy crystals, not the elemental energy or life-form energy that exists in the world. Yang Feng beckoned with a hand, and 4 Type 2 Undyings appeared on the ground in front. With a light jump, Yang Feng leapt onto a Type 2 Undying. Alexia and the other 2 did the same and jumped onto the other 3 Type 2 Undyings respectively. The engines of the 4 Type 2 Undyings roared, and they suddenly lifted into the air and flew towards the center of the Magic Ban world. On the ground, the figures of the Infinity Warlocks flashed, and they rushed towards the center of the Magic Ban world at their top speed, Mach 6 to 7. The deceased blocking the Infinity Warlocks' way are blown away. In the center of the Magic Ban world, there is a gold coffin. Above the gold coffin, there is the Styx flowing across the sky. Drops of Styx water that fall on the gold coffin are absorbed by it. Behind the gold coffin, there is a sapling suspended in the void. The small tree is about 1 meter tall, has its roots pierced into the void, has 36 green leaves, each of which is engraved with countless mysterious runes, and has 9 branches with 9 red fruits respectively. The small tree, like the center of the world, seems to be absorbing the extraordinary forces of the entire world. FREOWebnovel.com. Halos full of mystery diffuse from the small tree. When Yang Feng saw the red fruit tree, his heartbeat accelerated, and a scorching shade flashed in his eyes. This is the Navagraha Life-Death Fruit Tree, one of the Tsangji Plain's most mysterious eternal god trees. It is a god-grade treasure that fell into the Death Lord's hands in the past. Each fruit of the Navagraha Life-Death Fruit Tree can extend your lifespan by 100,000 years. Furthermore, if they are taken together with a special secret method, the fruit's power can also promote the soul aptitude of a human warlock from inferior level 9 to intermediate level 9. Eternal god trees are god-grade extraordinary plants that have existed since the time of the Eternal. Each eternal god tree is unique and possesses different extraordinary powers. It is fundamentally impossible to cultivate a second god-grade extraordinary plant. TH most up-to-date NOVLS are published on freewabove.com. After the soul aptitude of a warlock breaks through the godman boundary, it is extremely difficult to further promote it. Each Navagraha Life-Death Fruit Tree's fruit can enable a warlock with superior level 8 soul aptitude to break through the godman boundary and become a peerless genius with inferior level 9 soul aptitude. However, only when the 9 fruits are taken together can the soul aptitude of a warlock promote to intermediate level 9 from inferior level 9. The Navagraha life-death fruit tree. It seems that the harvest this time isn't to scoff at. You guys, screw off. Otherwise, die. A burly man, with a necklace made from the skulls of extraordinary life, forms around his neck. Upper body naked and engraved with countless mysterious runes. Eyes bright like stars, looking like a humanoid beast, strode this way. Every time the burly man takes a step, the earth of the magic ban world cracks, and countless cracks extend in all directions, looking like a spider web. As if it can't bear the body of the burly man, the earth quakes constantly. Yang Feng narrowed his eyes and said solemnly, "Barbarian. Barbarians are a race of humans who live in a magic banned territory in the Zhangji Plains eastern world. In the territory of the barbarians, only the power of the fleshly body can be cultivated. Many barbarian powerhouses have sneaked into the world of human warlocks, stole the secret methods of human body-tempering warlocks, and modified them, creating the terrifying secret method Barbarian God's Secret Method. By relying on the Barbarian God's Secret Method, the barbarians have occupied that magic banned territory in one fell swoop. At the same time, they often invade the Great Cloud Dynasty to loot wealth and people. They are one of the big headaches surrounding the Great Cloud Dynasty. The Great Cloud Dynasty has no choice but to station an elite army all year round near the barbarian territory to suppress the barbarian powerhouses. The Great Cloud Dynasty has fought with the barbarians several times. Outside the barbarian domain, barbarian powerhouses are not the opponents of the Great Cloud Dynasty's warlocks. However, within the barbarian domain, the main force of the Great Cloud Dynasty were defeated several times by the barbarians, suffering heavy casualties, and even losing 2 infinity warlocks. I am the mighty barbarian god's descendant Wu Honggu. I am an ultra-rare genius of the barbarians and the future barbarian god. Lei Ming, submit to me or die. The barbarian powerhouse Wu Honggu took a step forward. Then the earth shook and a fearsome crack extended towards Yang Feng. Alexia suddenly erupted and, followed by an afterimage, appeared in front of Wu Honggu and slashed with her sword at him. Idiot! I am invincible in this environment. Wu Honggu smiled grimly. His body released faint light, and he grabbed Alexia's fallen angel sword with a hand and crushed it. Wu Honggu took a step forward and slammed Alexia in the abdomen with his right hand lightning fast. A terrifying force formed a vortex of force that blasted open Alexia's abdomen, and a copious amount of blood and flesh fragments splashed about. Yu Yan's figure fluttered, and she appeared in front of Alexia and grabbed her with one hand. At the same time, she retreated briskly. Seabass suddenly appeared behind Wu Honggu and slashed with his sword at the opponent. It's no use. In here, I am the only king, the only god. Wu Honggu smiled ferociously and, without evading Seabass's slash, slammed his fist towards Yu Yan. Along with an afterimage, Wu Honggu's fist blasted into Yu Yan's back. The monarch-grade secret treasure black Xuanhuan armor withstood 70% of Wu Honggu's strength, but the remaining 30% of strength still ruptured Yu Yan's internal organs, and she belched a large amount of blood. Seabass's sword strike landed on Wu Honggu, but it sounded like he had struck metal. It didn't even leave a cut on Wu Honggu's body. Die, ant! Wu Honggu smiled grimly, turned around, and slammed his fist into Seabass's abdomen, and blasted the other party's abdomen to pieces. Chapter 800 Killing Wu Honggu. Chapter 800 Killing Wu Honggu. Translator, Zayamoj. A cold ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and countless runes shone on his body as he operated a secret method recorded in the primal chaos imperishable body. He took a step forward, appeared in front of Wu Honggu, and barreled a fist towards the other party. You ant of a human warlock, since you came here to die, then let me oblige you. Wu Honggu smiled fiercely, and his body shone brightly, not evading. At the same time, he operated the barbarian secret method and, as if he has turned into a barbarian god, blasted a fist towards Yang Feng. What the barbarians advocate the most is to meet strength with strength. As a proud barbarian powerhouse, Wu Honggu will never dodge. Boom! The two collided like peerless beasts. Wu Henggu, blasted hundreds of meters away, spewed a large mouthful of blood. His face distorted into shock, and he said, "How could this be? How could I be defeated by a mere human warlock? Barbarian fleshly body is really powerful. However, I have practiced the most top-shelf body tempering secret method and spent countless resources. How could I lose to you?" Yang Feng smiled coldly, his figure shook slightly, and he turned into afterimages. Like a ferocious ancient beast, carrying the fearsome breath of primal chaos, he sent one punch after another barreling towards Wu Henggu. Wu Henggu shone brightly, ran the barbarian god's secret method, and, like the most tenacious beast, resisted Yang Feng's attacks. Under Yang Feng's frantic barrage of fists, Wu Henggu sprayed a large amount of blood from various parts of his body. But this is still not enough to do him in. The barbarian god's secret method is a top-shelf body-tempering secret method developed by the barbarians after spending countless time and effort. In terms of body tempering alone, the barbarian god's secret method is only slightly inferior to the primal chaos imperishable body the Taboo Lord created. Wu Henggu's fleshly body is only slightly weaker than Yang Feng's, so he won't go down that easily. Seeing Wu Henggu belch blood repeatedly, a peculiar shade flashed in Seabass's eyes, and he said solemnly, "So powerful! The Lord's body really powerful." A gleam of envy flashed in Yu Yan's beautiful eyes. "That's only natural. If I'm not mistaken, he's practicing an Empyrean-grade secret method. Furthermore, he's using all the top-notch cultivation resources himself. His body is naturally extremely powerful. Yang Feng can enjoy all the most precious resources of the Li Gui province, the Bright Moon province, the Yu province, and other places he has occupied. His consumption of cultivation resources is even greater than that of the Great Cloud Dynasty's emperor by Wuqing. With the help of the massive amount of resources, Yang Feng was able to cultivate such a powerful body. Alexia, Seabass, and Yu Yan, all of whom have taken a direct hit from Wu Henggu, can only stay in place according to Yang Feng's orders and, relying on the incredible regeneration ability of their bodies, heal their injuries. Kill him. With a will from Yang Feng, the crowd of Type 2 Undyings suddenly launched, rushed towards Wu Henggu like a tide, and slashed frenziedly. The storm of blades released by crowd of Type 2 Undyings left a tiny wound on Wu Henggu's body with each strike. At the same time, they disrupted Wu Henggu's balance. After Yang Feng wounded Wu Henggu's powerful body, the Type 2 Undying's formidable alloy blades became able to cut his body. Yang Feng took this chance to step forward and slammed a fist into the other party's chest, breaking two of his ribs. "Shameless rascal! Lei Ming, if you dare, have a one-on-one showdown with me." Wu Henggu retreated briskly, a furious look on his face. He grabbed two Type 2 Undyings and, using them like weapons, slammed them at Yang Feng. The moment when they were about to hit Yang Feng, the two Type 2 Undyings suddenly broke apart into countless pieces that scattered. Under Wu Henggu's horrified gaze, Yang Feng suddenly appeared in front of him and punched him in the face, and his face deformed. He bled from his facial orifices. Hundreds of gravity manipulators fired gravity balls at Wu Henggu, causing the other party to kneel on the ground as if he's shouldering a mountain. Lightning bolts blasted into Wu Henggu's body, causing his body to feel slightly numb. Yang Feng took this chance to punch Wu Henggu in the head again. Like a sledgehammer, when his fist hit Wu Henggu's head, the other party's head caved in. With the cooperation of the swarm of battle robots, Yang Feng, who was originally at a slight advantage, punched Wu Henggu's vital points one after another and ultimately killed him. At the moment when Wu Henggu was killed, a green figure rushed over from the distance and dashed towards the Navagraha life-death fruit tree. "Fuck off!" Yang Feng, who was covered in blood like a wild beast, suddenly appeared in front of the Infinity Warlock in a green warlock robe and barreled a fist towards the other party. "Scoundrel, you're courting death." A look of fury in his eyes, the Infinity Warlock in a green warlock robe bellowed. Then his palms suddenly expanded and blasted towards Yang Feng with a green giant tree projection. Virtually anyone who has stepped into the Infinity Warlock realm is a powerhouse who went through countless battles to reach this point and has practically no shortcomings. Even though this is a magic ban world, but Infinity Warlocks won't be helpless. Go to hell! Yang Feng's eyes flashed fiercely, and his fist, carrying primal chaos breath, erupted with terrifying power, slammed into the green giant tree projection, and blasted it apart, and then crashed into the Infinity Warlock's palm. A violent force exploded, and the Infinity Warlock's palm distorted. At the same time, a tremendous backlash force ruptured his innards, and he belched a large amount of blood. The Infinity Warlock's face distorted, and he cried out in shock. How is this possible? How can you have such a powerful body? With a flash of killing intent in his eyes, Yang Feng took a step forward, appeared in front of the Infinity Warlock, and punched him in the head, and the Infinity Warlock's head exploded. Yang Feng extended a hand, and black threads twisted and rolled, and then drew the Infinity Warlock's infinity core into his hand. A blurry, distorted soul projection gushed out of the infinity core, trying to flee. Bolts of lightning flashed and instantly blasted into the blurry soul projection. The blurry soul projection trembled and twisted, and then turned into green smoke and disappeared. Yang Feng looked at the blurry soul projection with regret in his eyes. It's a pity that he escaped. Every Infinity Warlock has mastered many life-saving secret methods. As a result, to deal with them is not a simple matter. A series of terrifying auras rose and rushed this way. Stop them! Yang Feng gave an order, and the crowd of battle robots rushed towards the Infinity Warlocks like a tide and fought them wildly. Suddenly, a warning went off in Yang Feng's mind, and he turned around and looked at the Navagraha life-death fruit tree, a completely transparent, as if it doesn't exist figure, like an insect glued to a spider's web, is tightly sticking to the gold coffin. The water of the stick's water dripping from the sky landed on this Infinity Warlock. When the Infinity Warlock was hit by the water drops of the sticks, he issued a miserable scream. After just a dozen breaths of time, the Infinity Warlock's eyes turned dull. Looking like a walking corpse, he leaped up, entered the sticks, and disappeared. Seeing this scene, the surrounding Infinity Warlocks looked at the sticks with apprehension. The endless abyss is the place where the negative energy of the universe converges, while the Styx is the destination of all the deceased in the universe. Visit freeobnovel.com for the Est Envel reading experience. Even if it is a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse, when they die, their soul fragments will fundamentally return to the Styx and become part of the cycle of life and death of the universe. If a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse enters the Styx without using any secret methods to protect themselves, their soul will be eroded by the Styx, their memories will be washed away, and they will finally return to the Styx. In this magic ban world, the Infinity Warlocks have lost the protection of their magic shields and secret treasures. If they are his by the Styx's water, their souls will be washed into black slates, and they will fall into the Styx and become part of it. So there's a defensive mechanism. Yang Feng glanced at the area with the gold coffin, and his heart stirred. Then, his gaze turned towards the Infinity Warlocks, and he saw Poidal guarded by countless fallen angels. Yang Feng's figure shook slightly, and he shot towards Poidal like an artillery shell. Idiot! This is my domain! A fierce look in his eyes, Poidal's body suddenly swelled up, the muscles bulged. The large blue tendons extended beneath the skin, 30-centimeter long claws ejected from the hands, and tyrannical and ferocious aura spread, a sinister expression on his face. Poidal has been a top abyssal Grand Duke for 100,000 plus years. During that time, he has used numerous peerless treasures and experienced many fierce battles. In this magic ban world, his combat power even surpasses that of Agnipe. The swarm of fallen angels suddenly flew up and loyally blocked in front of Poidal, forming a barrier. The engines of the countless Type 2 Undying roared, and they pierced into the fallen angel legion like sharp knives. Chapter 801 Capturing the Three Marshals. Chapter 801 Capturing the Three Marshals. Translator, Zayamoj. A copious amount of blood and flesh fragments suddenly appeared in the area. Fallen angels, who lost the support of most of their dark force, are extremely vulnerable against Yang Feng's mechanical legion. Brandishing their blades, the countless Type 2 Undyings separated, surrounded, and cut apart the fallen angels, opening a bloody path for Yang Feng. Seeing his elite fallen angel legion being reaped like wheat, apprehension shimmered in Poitl's eyes, his complexion changed drastically, and he shouted, "Odiu, Benega, Harrow, Galamerd, come help me. Let's kill this undying mountain's Lei Ming together. Otherwise, we will all die at his hands." The other 4 Abyssal Grand Dukes just glanced at Poitl, and then paid him no more attention. They are fighting Yang Feng's mechanical legion together. A group of short-sighted fools. Let's go. Poitl looked at the fearsome mechanical legion, then fixed his gaze on Yang Feng, shouted, and rushed towards Yang Feng. The figures of Poitl and his 3 marshals, Agnipe, Narissa, and Beskia, shook slightly, and they shot towards Yang Feng along with afterimages. Even though the 3 fallen angel marshals are unable to use most of their dark force, but the physical power alone is far above that of ordinary Infinity Warlocks. Black sword rays shone, and the Type 2 Undyings blocking in front of Poitl were chopped into pieces by the 3 marshals, and then blown aside by a violent wind. The Type 2 Undyings, who have been chopped into pieces, and whose smart chips weren't destroyed, quickly formed anew. Nevertheless, thanks to their frantic attacks, the 3 beautiful and sexy fallen angel marshals cut open a road leading to Yang Feng. Lei Ming die. When Poitl was still 100 meters away from Yang Feng, his eyes flashed coldly, and he used a strange secret method to suddenly double his speed. At the terrifying speed of Mach 30, his right hand, along with by an afterimage, shot towards Yang Feng's heart. Idiot! Yang Feng operated the primal chaos imperishable body, and specks of light appeared around him. Archaic primal chaos breath diffused from him, and he tore open the void with his hand. Gaining the initiative despite striking last, he stabbed Poitl in the chest and scooped out his heart. His by Poitl's fist, Yang Feng was blasted hundreds of meters away, and belched a big mouthful of blood. "Return my heart! Return me my heart!" Bleeding from his facial orifices, Poitl's face distorted, and he issued a heart-piercing roar. His breath of life is weakening rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Most of the power of abyssal fiends lies in their heart. Once the heart is dug out, then even abyssal Grand Dukes will weaken rapidly and even die. If it was in the outside world, Poitl could use abyssal force to form a replacement heart and barely survive. Then, once he returned to the 666th floor of the abyss, he could use the resources in his treasure trove to quickly recover. But in this magic ban world, losing his heart is a death sentence to Poitl. After all, the heart is the source of his power. "Give back my lord's heart." Agnipe's figure fluttered, and she appeared in front of Yang Feng and, with a sword strike as fast as a meteor, slashed at him with great force. Narissa appeared behind Yang Feng like a ghost and stabbed with her sword at Yang Feng's back. Beskia bent her body like a cat, and then swung her sword at Yang Feng's legs. New novel chapters are published on fgariwebnovel.com. The combat experience of these 3 marshals subordinated to Poitl is very rich, and their teamwork is seamless, sealing off Yang Feng's space of evasion completely. At the time, in the Zhangji Plain, it was chiefly the 3 marshals, who used the lives of countless fallen angels and even several Infinity Warlock rank fallen angels, to kill a Warlock monarch. The coordination of the 3 marshals is extremely formidable. What a pity. If it was outside, I wouldn't be your opponent. But in here, you guys are too weak. Become my captives. Without evading, Yang Feng took a step forward, extended a hand, and, like a savage beast, grabbed Agnipe's fallen angel sword and crushed it. Next, he grabbed Agnipe and pressed her mercilessly against the ground. Boom! Agnipe's internal organs ruptured, and she belched a mouthful of blood, seriously injured. Ding! Ding! The moment the swords of Narissa and Beskia stabbed Yang Feng, they issued 2 ringing sounds, leaving 2 small sword wounds behind. Yang Feng stomped on Agnipe's abdomen with the weight of a mountain and prompted her to belch another mouthful of blood. Despite struggling wildly, Agnipe cannot get away from him. Yang Feng suddenly grabbed Narissa and Beskia and pressed them against the ground as well. Boom! The earth shook violently, and Narissa and Beskia spewed 2 mouthfuls of blood, seriously injured. Dozens of sealers suddenly flew out, fired sealing light at Agnipe and the other two, and sealed their power. Agnipe and the other two struggled frenziedly, but they couldn't break free from Yang Feng, and thus were sealed by the sealing light. Stop! Freeobnovel.com. You scoundrel! Damn bastard! When the other fallen angels saw this scene, they flew madly towards Yang Feng. The swarm of fallen angels was intercepted by Type 2 Undyings. Blade rays flashed and various long-range beam exploded amidst the fallen angels. The fallen angels fell from the sky like raindrops and dropped on the ground, struggling in pain. In this magic ban world, fallen angels who are weakened to the extreme are no match for the battle robots who aren't weakened at all. Great! The three of you are my spoils. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, and he took out 3 sealing crystal coffins. He grabbed Agnipe, who was sealed by the sealing light, threw her into a sealed crystal coffin, and sealed it. Agnipe, Narissa, and Beskia have previously slayed Warlock monarchs together with the huge fallen angel legion subordinated to Poidal, and any one of the 3 of them is stronger than Poidal. They are first-class Infinity Warlocks rank powerhouses, only a step shy from evolving into Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses. Yang Feng is very satisfied with this catch. After all, he has a fallen angel pool and has mastered many exquisite secrets. He can definitely turn the 3 marshals into his subordinates. Suddenly, a thin red thread shot towards Yang Feng's heart. His fate algorithm trembled wildly, and an intense premonition of death surged in his mind. Yang Feng squeezed a magic cube in his hand with all his might, and the ruler armor instantly emerged and enveloped him. The ruler armor instantly released a powerful energy shield that blocked in front of Yang Feng. When the red thread stabbed the energy shield released by the ruler armor, its speed dropped immediately, and a red nail that exudes Karma secret treasure fluctuations of power was revealed. Karma secret treasure. Yang Feng swept the red nail with his gaze. His eyes immediately shimmered with frightening killing intent, and he looked in the direction the red nail was released from. At this time, in the direction the red nail was released from, ripples flickered. A beautiful warlock, wearing a red warlock robe with fair skin, black hair, black eyes, a Tsunderawan and willful air around her, delicate facial features, and a stunning beauty, is dodging the frenzied attacks of Type 2 Undyings. The beautiful warlock used some unknown secret treasure to deceive the scanning of Yang Feng's mechanical legion, which is how she was able to seize an opportunity to mount a sneak attack and almost succeeded in wounding him heavily or even killing him. Each Karma secret treasures possesses incredible power. The best way to block such a secret treasure is to destroy or resist it with absolute power. With rage burning in his eyes, Yang Feng placed Narissa and Beskia into the other 2 sealing crystal coffins, and then beckoned with a hand, and a sword appeared in his hand. Yang Feng's figure flickered, and he appeared in front of the beautiful warlock and mercilessly slashed at her with endless killing intent. The beautiful warlock, with a look of terror on her face, raised a shield and let out a heart-wrenching shriek. Lei Ming, I am the core world's Red Monarch's daughter Hong Lei. If you dare touch a hair on my head, my father will wipe you and your entire line out and kill anyone close to you. Your undying mountain will be destroyed because of you. Boom! Yang Feng, as if he hadn't heard anything, slashed down with all his might, sliced the shield in front of the beautiful warlock, and smashed her sword into the ground. Yang Feng's sword strike twisted Hong Lei's arms, and she spouted a mouthful of blood, and a gleam of despair streaked across her beautiful eyes. Sundra. Chapter 802 Magic Ban World Collapses. Chapter 802 Magic Ban World Collapses. Translator Zayamoch. Red Monarch? Since you dare make an attempt on my life, not even the heavenly King Lao Zi can save you. Killing intent surging in his eyes, Yang Feng slashed down with his sword again and bisected Hong Lei, wiping out all her life force. Who who dared to kill my daughter. I'll wipe them and their entire line out. A wisp of Warlock monarch rank breath diffused from Hong Lei's remains, and then red light suddenly flew out, landed on Yang Feng, and formed a weird brand. Yang Feng scanned the bloodline tracking brand carved by the Red Monarch and smiled coldly. Tracking brand? Unfortunately, this kind of spell is ineffective against me. Although, among the many secret methods Yang Feng has mastered, there is no secret method that can deal with the tracking brand carved by a Warlock monarch rank powerhouse. However, if he uses Devourers, one of the ultimate weapons of the Shizu, which can devour any kind of energy, the bloodline tracking brand can naturally be broken easily. Yang Feng beckoned with a hand, and the various treasures on Hong Lei's body flew into his hand. What a cruel guy! To dare kill the Red Monarch's daughter. How daring! A mere bright world warlock dares to kill the Red Monarch's daughter. What a reckless fellow. One after another, secret fluctuations diffused among the Infinity Warlocks, and they looked at Yang Feng with apprehension in their eyes. The Red Monarch is a Warlock monarch rank powerhouse from the core world. He is in charge of a huge warlock group called the Red Monarch State, which is full of experts. Apprehensive of the Red Monarch, the Infinity Warlocks here have somewhat avoided his daughter Hong Lei, which led to Hong Lei become full of herself and ultimately die at Yang Feng's hands. Distorted light flashed, and an Infinity Warlock broke through Yang Feng's mechanical legion and flew in the direction of the Navagraha life-death fruit tree. In an instant, the Infinity Warlock slammed into an invisible barrier and got stuck, like a bug glued to a spider's web. The Styx's water poured on him and, as he issued miserable screams, washed his soul into a blank slate. Then, his figure fluttered, and he sank into the Styx and became a part of it. Seeing this scene, the blood of the Infinity Warlocks who were getting restless ran cold, and they gazed at the Navagraha life-death fruit tree with greed and fear in their eyes. This chapter is updated by freewebnovel.com. An Infinity Warlock said, "Lei Ming, stop. Let's first break the barrier, and then compete for the Navagraha life-death fruit tree. Okay, after I destroy those guys from the abyss, I will break the barrier with you all." Yang Feng replied decisively, and the fourth-generation battle robots that were besieging the other Infinity Warlocks flew away and attacked the 4 Abyssal Grand Dukes. Various beams slammed into the 3 Abyssal Legions, causing them the disastrous casualties. Although the fleshly body of Abyssal Fiends is far stronger than that of human Warlocks. But after losing the support of Abyssal Force and Dark Force, the lives of the Abyssal Fiends were reaped like wheat by Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion. Yang Feng has never heard of that Warlock Emperor rank existence of the Abyss, causing him to feel an indistinct premonition. He is unwilling to let the plot of that terrifying existence succeed. As countless Abyssal Fiends died, the 4 Abyssal Grand Dukes were forced to show their strongest form and plunge into the battle with Yang Feng's battle robots. If they don't step in, only death will await the Abyssal Fiends. freewebnovel.com. Yang Feng's figure flickered, and he appeared in front of the gold-horned Grand Duke like a ghost and slammed a hand carrying primal chaos breath towards the other party. "Lei Ming, there are no grievance between us. Why are you attacking me?" The gold-horned Grand Duke's complexion changed drastically. Countless gold veins protruded underneath his skin, and he bellowed and slammed his fist towards Yang Feng. "Your heart is of great use to me." Yang Feng smiled coldly and uttered inwardly. Then his speed erupted, and his hand pierced the chest of the gold-horned and scooped out his heart. When the gold-horned Grand Duke's fist blasted into Yang Feng only shook a little. Yang Feng sealed the corpse and heart of the gold-horned Grand Duke, then shifted his gaze, and his eyes fell on the backed Grand Duke. The eyes of the backed Grand Duke flashed coldly, and then he suddenly fled in the direction he came from. He knows that Yang Feng won't give up the Navagraha life-death fruit tree for just him. A bunch of useless trash. All of a sudden, from among the countless Abyssal Fiends, a very ordinary-looking glorious Sun Warlock rank-backed fiend uttered coldly and spread the fingers of a hand, and a black rhombus crystal appeared in his hand. As soon as the black rhombus crystal appeared, Yang Feng's fate algorithm trembled frantically and set off all kinds of alarms. His complexion changed drastically in an instant, and he immediately retreated to the side, giving way to the gold coffin. A dense crowd of shielded robots flew out in an instant, raised their shields, and opened their energy shields, blocking in front of Yang Feng. Additionally, countless other battle robots flew from all directions, opened their energy shields, and protected Yang Feng. The glorious Sun Warlock rank-backed fiend gave Yang Feng a deep look, and then uttered a series of ancient words that Yang Feng has never heard before. All backed fiends exploded in an instant and transforming into pure black light that plunged in the black rhombus crystal. All of a sudden, the black rhombus crystal shone brightly. Countless strange symbols and characters that Yang Feng had never seen before gleamed, and horrifying Empyrean might capable of shattering countless worlds diffused. When they sensed the horrifying Empyrean might, the Infinity Warlocks at the scene trembled violently, and their eyes shimmered with despair. Although Infinity Warlocks are the strongest powerhouses in the Zhangji Plains surface world and could even proclaim themselves as hegemons over a territory during the 8 Warlock dynasties eras. But in front of a Warlock Emperor, they are no more than ants. The black rhombus crystal shattered and turned into a 10-meter-long, pitch-black claw engraved with never-before-recorded symbols and characters. As soon as the huge black claw appeared, terrifying Empyrean might spread in all directions, and strands of black gas that appear to be heavier than mountains crushed the earth and distorted the space. 1,000 meters away from the huge black claw, the energy shields of 4th-generation battle robots collapsed one by one, and the units themselves fell to the ground. The pressure from a Warlock Emperor rank existence is already tangible and has substantial power. Originally, in this magic ban world, most powers Warlocks have mastered are sealed. But as soon as the huge black claw appeared, it distorted the laws and extracted the nether force of this world. My lord, you are eternal and immortal, the glorious Sun Warlock rank-backed screamed zealously, and then exploded and merged into the huge black claw. The huge black claw slammed towards the gold coffin along with terrifying fluctuations of power that can destroy anything in the world. All of a sudden, the gold coffin that seemed to have no sense of existence burst out with light. The entire magic ban world appears to have come to life. The lid of the gold coffin was slowly moved aside, and a strand of Empyrean might containing flawless grade essence of death diffused from the coffin. When the strand of Empyrean might diffused, a netherworld projection, containing countless branches of Styx and filled with countless dead, including a considerable amount of Warlock Emperor rank existences, suddenly appeared. A terrifying existence slowly awakened inside the gold coffin. The huge black claw stabbed into the netherworld projection, pierced through it in an instant, and slammed into the gold coffin. Curses! An angry voice came from the gold coffin, erupted next to the ears of the Warlocks here, and shook their eardrums violently, and the Warlocks bled from their ears. A large hand that looks ordinary, yet contains countless mysteries, extended from the gold coffin and slapped the huge black claw. Boom! The magic ban world disintegrated and the Styx fell apart and its water splashed about. A terrifying force rolled and churned in the magic ban world. 6 Infinity Warlocks near the gold coffin turned directly into ashes under the terrifying force. Countless battle robots close to the gold coffin collapsed and turned into nothing. The battle robots that stood in front of Yang Feng were shattered by the terrifying shock wave. At the moment when the magic ban world disintegrated, Yang Feng sensed the fetters binding his body collapse. With a flick of his wrist, the mountain shield appeared in front of him and turned into a huge mountain range that protected him, Alexia, and the other 2 powerhouses. One, Heavenly King Lao Zi is a Chinese idiom that means to describe the most noble person with the greatest authority. Chapter 803, Getting the Navagraha Life-Death Fruit Trees Fruits. Chapter 803, Getting the Navagraha Life-Death Fruit Trees Fruits. When the terrifying shock wave slammed into the huge mountain range the mountain shield has transformed into, it shattered the huge mountains one by one, and then hit the mountain shield itself and knocked it together with Yang Feng 10+ kilometers away. The Infinity Warlocks here instantly cast secret methods, and formidable defensive secret treasures suddenly appeared and guarded them. Having lost the restriction of the magic ban world, the Infinity Warlocks once again exerted their terrifying strength and resisted the aftermath of the two Warlock Emperor rank existences fighting. Warlock Emperor rank existences are really terrifying. In front of Warlock Emperors, Infinity Warlocks are no more than ants. Yang Feng felt the terrifying fluctuations of power, and his eyes flashed with excitement and expectation. He yearns to one day promote to a Warlock Emperor rank existence. After the terrifying aftermath of the explosion disappeared, the huge black claw formed from backed fiends disappeared. The land of the magic ban world, which exudes nether breath, and the section of the sticks that the Death Lord has cut off from the netherworld have collapsed and disappeared. Yang Feng and everyone else are now located in a shattered space. In the shattered space, there are distorted spatial rifts everywhere. If a glorious Sun Warlock rank powerhouse is touched by the distorted spatial rifts, they will be cut into pieces. The Infinity Warlocks ignored the distorted shattered space and aimed their gazes at the center of the space. In the center of the space, there is a golden coffin which has half crumbled. Red blood, which looks like a most precious elixir, is dripping from the gold coffin, and strands of Empyrean might diffuse from the coffin. Yang Feng looked at the Empyrean grade blood dripping from the coffin, and his eyes lit up and his heartbeat accelerated. The person in the coffin has been seriously injured. They can't even control their blood. Warlock Emperor rank existences have a terrifying regeneration ability. Even if they are stabbed through by a blade, they will hardly bleed. The precious Empyrean grade blood flowing out is a clear sign that the terrifying existence inside the coffin has been severely injured, to the point that they can no longer stop their blood from flowing out. The eyes of the Infinity Warlocks present are shining strangely, and their hearts are beating wildly. As they stared at the gold coffin, strange thoughts flashed in their minds. A living Warlock Emperor themselves is a huge treasure. Every drop of their blood is extremely precious. If the blood of a living Warlock Emperor is extracted and refined, then an ordinary Infinity Warlock will have the terrifying power to impact the Warlock Monarch realm. In addition, the entire body of the Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse, which contains the power of flawless grade essence, is material that can be refined into a top-shelf Empyrean grade secret treasure. In the long history of human Warlocks, there are some Empyrean secret treasures that were not made by Warlock Emperor, but by Holy Spirit Warlock rank holy alchemists, who used the bodies of Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses from ancient times they excavated to refine secret treasures. With a flash of gold light, the gold coffin, which seemed to trigger law force, twisted and suddenly disappeared. The most up-to-date novels are published on freowebnovel.com. A look of regret flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. He does not intend to pursue the gold coffin. It's a pity. Every Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse is an existence beyond incredibly powerful. The Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse inside the gold coffin was schemed against a powerhouse of the same rank and was thus injured. If the Warlock Emperor rank existence from the abyss hadn't stepped in, then Yang Feng and the others would likely not have been able to break the barrier formed by the gold coffin and the sticks. Suddenly, 3 Infinity Warlocks cast formidable spells and shot towards the void. In the void, a huge cave opened, and black chains pierced into the void and forcibly locked the gold coffin. At this moment, the gold coffin twisted slightly, and a weird eye with 9 pupils grew atop it and looked towards the 3 Infinity Warlocks. Suddenly, the faces of the 3 Infinity Warlocks distorted. They let out miserable screams, and weird pustules appeared on their bodies, as if there is something terrifying growing inside them. In the next moment, the 3 Infinity Warlocks exploded and turned into mucus and fragments that scattered all around. At almost the same time, the blood relatives of the 3 Infinity Warlocks exploded instantly. 100,000 people died at this instant. Only powerhouses above the Starry Sky Warlock rank survived, but they were all seriously injured, and their bloodline power was severely damaged. Everyone present could vaguely feel that the bloodlines of the 3 Infinity Warlocks has been almost completely wiped out. Yang Feng felt a chill in his heart. What terrifying means? That's a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse for you. Only transcendent rank powerhouses can barely withstand such a bloodline curse. The rest were all killed. When the Warlocks on the scene saw the end of the 3 Infinity Warlocks, fear gripped their hearts. No one else tried to block the gold coffin. All the Infinity Warlocks have guessed that the Warlock Emperor rank existence inside the gold coffin has been seriously injured, that its origin has been damaged, but no one else dared attack the gold coffin. After all, even when a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse has their origin damaged and is at death's door, they can still easily wipe out Infinity Warlocks and purge their lines. Of the human 8 Warlock Emperors, none is a lenient individual. But the being inside the gold coffin used a blood curse to wipe out a bloodline. Clearly, they are rather cruel when compared to the 8 people. As soon as the gold coffin disappeared, Yang Feng's figure shook slightly, and he turning into a ray of light shooting towards the Navagraha life-death fruit tree. freewebnovel.com. In addition to Yang Feng, a dozen plus Infinity Warlocks, which responded very quickly, flew towards the Navagraha life-death fruit tree lightning fast. The countless battle robots surrounding Yang Feng attacked the Infinity Warlocks frantically like a tide. Damn it! Kill them! Everyone, let's join hands and kill them! The eyes of the other Infinity Warlocks flashed madly, and they cast spells barreling towards the Infinity Warlocks that have a head start. Dozens of Infinity Warlocks cast spells together. Even a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse could not make light of such a barrage. When the Infinity Warlocks with a head start were hit by the barrage of spells, they were pulverized, and even their souls attached to the Infinity Cores were blasted apart. Yang Feng had just flown halfway, when his body twisted, and he avoided the brunt of the barrage of spells. The gazes of 7 or 8 Infinity Warlocks fell on Yang Feng. When he turned around, looked back at them, smiled coldly, and beckoned with a hand. Alexia, Yu Yan, and Seabass, 3 pinnacle powerhouses, flew to Yang Feng's side and stared coldly at these Infinity Warlocks. The hearts of the 7 or 8 ill-intentioned Infinity Warlocks shook, and they looked away. Yang Feng has many experts and a huge mechanical legion under his command. At the same time, he is a fierce character who leaves no room for leeway. He even dared to kill the daughter of the Red Monarch. These Infinity Warlocks are unwilling to forge a mortal feud with Yang Feng for no reason. It's time. Fire! Yang Feng stared at these Infinity Warlocks. His eyes flickered with data streams, and the huge Level 4 optical computer network performed calculations. 32 blazing sun battlestars suddenly appeared above the Dulan Imperial Court. Their primary artillery flashed brightly, and 32 beams blasted downward. Under the bombardment of the 32 primary artillery beams, which could destroy stars, a copious amount of seawater was vaporized and, as if the sea has been parted by Moses, the entrance to the tomb of the Death Lord was revealed. The 32 beams blasted into the entrance to the tomb of the Death Lord, destroyed numerous structures along the way, and finally slammed into the weird relief sculpture. Boom! The weird relief sculpture was blasted apart, and the shattered space collapsed again, looking like a scene from the end of the world. Tens of thousands of mistwalkers suddenly turned into a thick fog and assimilated all forces and senses. From the shadow behind the Navagraha life-death fruit tree, Yang Feng's ruler of the night avatar emerged and picked the Navagraha life-death fruit tree's fruits and placed them in a bag. All of a sudden, a queer brand appeared on the Navagraha life-death fruit tree, and the tree shrunk in an instant, flew into a void, and escaped the collapsed space. Regret flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. What a pity! Every eternal god tree is an extraordinary plant that possesses mystical powers and has the ability to pursue good fortune and avoid disaster. Unless it is a Warlock Emperor rank or a great holy step powerhouse, eternal god trees, which have various special powers, won't submit to anyone. If the Navagraha life-death fruit tree gets enough resources, it can produce 9 fruits every 10,000 years, which can enable 9 warlock geniuses with superior level 8 soul aptitude to break through the godman boundary, creating 9 heaven-defying geniuses. This showcases how precious this eternal god tree is. Moreover, each of the 9 fruits can increase a warlock's lifespan by 100,000 years, for a total of 900,000 years if the 9 fruits are consumed. In the world of warlocks, this is an ultra-rare treasure. Chapter 804 Purple Monarch. Chapter 804, Purple Monarch. Translator, Zayamoj. Retreat. When he got the Navagraha life death fruit trees fruits, Yang Feng ordered decisively. The fourth-generation battle robots, who were still fighting the Infinity Warlocks, and Alexia and the other two experts flew to Yang Feng's side, and then flew away while guarding Yang Feng. Lei Ming took the Navagraha life death fruit trees fruits. Among the Infinity Warlocks, the eyes of a particular Infinity Warlock flickered with countless runes. His pupils shone with dim light. His gaze pierced through the fog the Mistwalkers have transformed into and locked on Yang Feng, and he shouted. Old Monster Cloud C took the Navagraha life death fruit trees fruits. The 9 Extinction Towers Tower Master took the Navagraha life death fruit trees fruits. Almost at the same time, one voice after another rang from all directions. A strong wind blew by, and the fog formed by the Mistwalkers distorted. A passage appeared, and the Infinity Warlock with the mystical eye ability was exposed to everyone. 9 realistic Navagraha life death fruit trees fruits flew towards the Infinity Warlock with the mystical eye ability. Die! Go to hell! Without hesitation, the dozens of Infinity Warlocks cast all kinds of powerful spells barreling towards the Infinity Warlock with the mystical eye ability. These Infinity Warlocks have already become crazed due to the fighting. As long as there is something amiss, they will cast spells and destroy the enemy. Anyway, these Infinity Warlocks here are all enemies. They don't mind killing one another. It's not me. The complexion of the Infinity Warlock with the mystical eye ability changed drastically. One after another, magic shields appeared round him, and then a giant black shield appeared and blocked in front of him. Boom! Boom! The barrage of spells cast by the dozens of Infinity Warlocks blasted into the giant black shield, making a series of heaven-shaking rumbles. The giant black shield shattered after a dozen-plus spells hit it, and the remaining spells instantly swallowed the Infinity Warlock with the eye ability. An infinity core flew out of the terrifying explosion of spells like a meteor and disappeared. Affected by the terrifying spells, the holographic projections of the 9 Navagraha life death fruit trees fruits shattered into specks of light and disappeared. The Ost up-to-date novels are published on freewebnovel.com. Projections. Lei Ming. The Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming took the Navagraha life death fruit trees fruits. Seeing the Navagraha life death fruit trees fruits shatter, the Infinity Warlocks calmed a little. After a moment of thought, they vaguely inferred the truth from the current situation. Projections of true dragons, fenghuangs, qilins, taotais, devils, and other fearsome existences suddenly appeared and slammed towards the battle robots that are in the way. Under the attack of dozens of Infinity Warlocks, the 4th-generation battle robots were blasted away, clearing a path to the outside world. When the dozens of Infinity Warlocks flew out of the tomb of the Death Lord, countless sea hunters welcomed and besieged them. The dozens of Infinity Warlocks cast various powerful spells and carved open a path amid the sea hunters. When they rushed out of the siege, they only saw a huge Battlestar fleet escorting Yang Feng disappear into the distance. I finally broke away from those guys. What a great harvest! Yang Feng is covered with devourers, which are devouring the tracking brand the Red Monarch marked him with. As long as the devourers devour the tracking brand, there will be no longer any hidden dangers. Surprisingly, the Red Monarch's tracking brand has been broken. What an interesting little guy. A chuckle suddenly came from the distance. A tall, ordinary-looking powerhouse, wearing a purple warlock robe, with bright, spirited eyes, which looked like the most precious jewels in the world, walked over while treading on air. The powerhouse in a purple warlock robe seems to be very relaxed. But with every step he takes, he crosses a distance of several kilometers. His movement speed is incredible. As soon as Yang Feng saw the powerhouse in a purple warlock robe, his heartbeat accelerated. All kinds of alarms went off in his mind, and the fate algorithm throbbed, declaring the horror of the powerhouse in a purple warlock robe. Who are you? The powerhouse in a purple warlock robe smiled placidly and said, I am the Purple Monarch, the master of the core world's Purple Moon Monarch City. Lei Ming, or should I call you Yang Feng? Hand over the Navagraha life death fruit trees fruits. and then submit to my Purple Moon Monarch City. Otherwise, today is the day you die. What great confidence! Let's see if you have the ability to back it. With a thought from Yang Feng, countless fourth-generation battle robots flew out like a tide and attacked the Purple Monarch. The 32 blazing sun battlestar flashed, and countless auxiliary artillery beams formed a screen of light barreling towards the Purple Monarch. Is this your mechanical golem art that has been rampant all over? Compared to the Golem Lord's mechanical golem legion, it's really lacking. The Purple Monarch smiled faintly. Warlock Monarch rank pressure slowly diffused from him. He pointed with a hand. An endless purple light flew out of his hand, forming a torrent of purple that swept towards Yang Feng's mechanical legion. Inside the terrifying torrent of purple, many fourth-generation battle robots exploded, turned into balls of fire, and fell from the sky. Swept by the torrent of purple of hundreds of thousands of fourth-generation battle robots, 200,000 were destroyed in an instant. With a flash of black light, the fully armed Alexia, who had already stimulated her power to the limit, enveloped in fallen angel fire, appeared behind the Purple Monarch with a blur and slashed at him. Yu Yan, who looks like a black Xuanhuan enveloped by fire, along with a black Xuanhuan cry, stabbed with her spear towards the Purple Monarch. His eyes shot with blood. Seabass stimulated his power to the limit and slashed at the Purple Monarch. Yang Feng's kindred Grand Duke avatar leaped out from the void, with the Monarch-grade secret treasure god bloodsword in hand, carrying the law of blood, twisted and spiraled like a viper, and slashed at the Purple Monarch from queer angles. To subdue so many experts, Yang Feng, you are quite capable. Unfortunately, the strength of a Warlock Monarch is beyond your imagination. With a sneer, the Purple Monarch released endless purple light, and, like an eternal and immortal being, swatted at Alexia with a palm. That palm appears to be extremely slow, but in fact it is surprisingly fast. The palm, which gained the initiative despite striking second, slammed into Alexia's abdomen, and purple light shone and disintegrated the fallen angel armor on Alexia's abdomen, and then a purple beam blasted Alexia away like a broken rag doll. Alexia slammed into the ground and blasted open a huge hole. Purple radiance suddenly converged and formed 3 purple stars, which appear to contain the power of a world. The purple stars suddenly hit Yu Yan, Seabass, and Yang Feng's kindred Grand Duke avatar. The power of the 3 purple stars broke out in an instant. Endless purple light dealt heavy damage to Alexia, Seabass, and Yang Feng's kindred avatar, and they fell in different directions like broken rag dolls. Yu Yan, Seabass, Alexia, and Yang Feng's kindred Grand Duke avatar are all experts among Infinity Warlocks, and any one of them can easily defeat a junior Infinity Warlock. Their battle prowess is comparable to that of the advanced Infinity Warlock realm. But although the 4 of them joined forces, they still couldn't withstand a blow from the Purple Monarch. Yang Feng gazed at the Purple Monarch with a dignified look in his eyes. The fate algorithm throbbed, and a premonition of deadly danger surged in his heart. So strong! So this is a Warlock Monarch. How truly powerful! I stand no chance against him in a frontal confrontation. A cold ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he gritted his teeth and thought, "It seems that I can only use my final trump card and escape from here. After I am strong enough, I'll go destroy the Purple Moon Monarch City. If Yang Feng escapes, then Alexia, Yu Yan, Seabass, and his kindred Grand Duke avatar will be left at the mercy of the Purple Monarch." But right now, Yang Feng, whose cultivation base is only in the advanced Bright World Warlock realm, is not the opponent of the Purple Monarch. He can only choose to escape. Purple Monarch, you dare attack my big brother? Are you tired of living? Countless snowflakes fluttered, and ice flowers and singing beautiful ice sprite formed by ice force in the air. Surrounded by countless ice and snow, a mesmerizing girl, dressed in a snow-white warlock robe, with long black hair, a perfect figure, and extraordinary and majestic temperament, walked out. Yang Feng looked at the mesmerizing girl with a majestic temperament, who stepped out of the void, in a daze and exclaimed, "Shui! The mesmerizing girl is sure Shui." The little beauty who came out of a taboo stone Yang Feng obtained when he still hadn't even reached the level 1 Warlock realm. The purple monarch gazed at Xuanhuan. His thoughts revolved. His eyes flashed with endless shock, and he cried out, "Your big brother is Yang Feng? Then you are Xuanhuan, the direct disciple of the battle demon sect's great elder Yu Wuxian? How can this be? Yu Wuxian is but a mere infinity warlock. How can she nurture a warlock monarch? A warlock monarch rank powerhouse is extremely powerful. Placed in the 8 warlock dynasties eras, they are overlords who can dominate a dozen-plus planes. Ever since the collapse of the 8th warlock dynasty, there was practically no information on a warlock monarch being born in the Zhangji Plains surface world. Yet Xuanhuan has managed to advance to a warlock monarch. This is beyond incredible. Chapter 805, Slaying the Purple Monarch. Chapter 805, Slaying the Purple Monarch. Envy flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and the trace of pride in his heart dwindled. Since I seized the resources of numerous forces and practiced many secret methods, and my soul aptitude broke through the Godman boundary and advanced to the inferior level 9, I thought that my cultivation speed is already first class in the Zhangji Plain. But it seems that compared to a true peerless genius, I am still quite a bit behind. Yang Feng used Shizu technology to create countless battle robots and destroyed one warlock group after another, plundered all their cultivation resources, and used them to practice cultivation. This is why his cultivation speed is so amazing. Although he didn't voice it, but in his heart he felt proud. But now that he learned that Xuanhuan has actually promoted to a warlock monarch, the pride in Yang Feng's heart was completely suppressed. "You trash, you dare attack my big brother. Take your own life. Otherwise, if I have to do it myself, your death will only be more painful." Xuanhuan, standing proudly in the air, looked coldly at the purple monarch as if he's a bug and stated matter-of-factly. There is a trace of anger in the serenity she portrays. Ruthlessness suddenly surged in the purple monarch's eyes, and he uttered with a gloomy smile, "After I promoted to an infinity warlock, it has been already tens of thousands of years since anyone dared to talk to me in that tone. A mere fledgling warlock monarch dares to be so arrogant and domineering before me. It just so happens that I'm lacking a beauty in the Purple Moon Monarch City. Bitch, wait until I capture you and turn you into my Purple Moon Monarch City's beauty. You'll definitely be fun." Impudent. Xuanhuan's slim eyebrows wrinkled slightly, and boundless ice force diffused from her. As if she's the incarnation of an invincible ice goddess, she pointed with a finger, and a world formed by the essence of ice suddenly appeared. This world, which has snow dancing in the wind and everything within which is frozen, slammed towards the purple monarch. As soon as the weird world of ice and snow appeared, the temperature within a radius of 200,000 meters suddenly dropped, and snow fluttered in the air and enveloped the earth. The area within the radius of 200,000 meters appears to have changed into a divine country of ice and snow. If a planet like the Earth was hit by this spell, it would instantly freeze into a ball of ice. Purple Moon World. A dignified look in his eyes, the purple monarch erupted with terrifying world force, and a purple moon world, which appears to have existed for hundreds of millions of years, suddenly appeared. That small world, which is who knows how many times stronger than Yang Feng's 9 small worlds, has hundreds of millions of life forms chanting prayers, is filled with purple moonlight, exudes wisps of breath of an immortal world, and is enveloped by the essence of the purple moon, which can erode and purify anything. The essence the purple monarch has comprehended is the essence of the purple moon, which possesses terrifying power of corrosion and purification. The power of purification of the essence of the purple moon is only slightly weaker than that of the essence of dawn. It is a first-rate essence with no shortcomings. When the two essences propelled by world force collided together, an ice storm blew over from the essence of ice, froze the hundreds of millions of life forms in the purple moon world, and then continued towards the purple monarch. The complexion of the purple monarch changed drastically, and he screamed in shock. "How is this possible? Shui, how can you be this strong?" The purple monarch is a peerless powerhouse who formed a small world in his body. Even among warlock monarchs, he is a first-class powerhouse with few opponents. In the core world, there are fewer than 20 human warlock monarchs who are more powerful than the purple monarch. For Shui to able to break through his essence of the purple moon with absolute power, this is simply outrageous. At the moment when the purple monarch was astonished, an endless ice storm and a biting cold instantly swallowed him and formed a block of ice around him. The block of ice has just formed when the purple monarch opened his mouth, and the monarch-grade secret treasure purple moon bead suddenly flew out, turned into a purple moon that twisted frantically and crushed the block of ice. Visit fgaibnovel.com for the best novel reading experience. Strengthened by the purple moon bead, the essence of the purple moon became extremely fierce. Everywhere it passed, the essence of ice shattered. When the purple monarch broke out of the ice, the purple moon bead radiated endless light that enveloped the land. Within a radius of 200,000 kilometers, purple moon force and ice force intertwined and entangled. Within this area, ice fluttered and purple light shone from time to time. "It seems I underestimated you. In terms of strength alone, you're indeed above me. However, this purple moon bead is a monarch-grade secret treasure. I asked a monarch-tier alchemist to forge me a secret treasure embryo, which I consequently refined into what it is now after spending 50,000 years and using countless resources. With this monarch-grade secret treasure, you are not my opponent." The purple monarch operated a secret method. Endless world force poured into the purple moon bead, and it shone brightly. The purple moonlight that spread from it purified the surrounding ice force. "If I say that you are trash, then you are trash. This secret treasure is only SOSO. Its only advantage is that it matches the secret method you practice. It's regrettable, but you aren't an alchemist. This secret treasure can't fit you perfectly. To dare to show off in front of me while only amounting to this much, what a reckless thing." Shui shone with divine light. Countless ice runes revolved around her, and her beautiful eyes filled with pride and majesty. She looked at the purple monarch as if he were an ant. Swept by the indifferent gaze, the purple monarch's heart trembled slightly, and he felt like he ran into a terrifying beast that he cannot resist. "You trash? Let me show you the true power of a warlock monarch." freewebvl.com. Shui smiled indifferently and restrained all anomalies, appearing like she has become an ordinary person. With a fragrance wafting out from her, she took a step, appeared above the purple monarch, and grabbed the purple moon bead, which the purple monarch regards as his final trump card. White light gleamed, and the purple moon bead was completely encased in ice, cutting off its connection with the purple monarch. The purple monarch's complexion changed drastically, as if he saw a ghost. Then, he released purple moonlight from his mouth and burst into thousands and tens of thousands of wisps of purple moonlight, which fled in different directions. Ice storm. Shui's fair hand burst out with brilliant light, and an endless ice storm covered the earth and froze the world. The countless wisps of purple moonlight the purple monarch has transformed into were instantly frozen by the ice storm. Then, they converged together and formed the purple monarch, encased in ice. The purple monarch screamed with a look of horror on his face. "Don't kill me!" With the great tribulation approaching, every warlock monarch is a precious asset. "Spare me. I will fight the great tribulation with everything I got." "Die!" Shui pointed at the purple monarch's forehead, and a monarch core, frozen into ice, flew out and fell into her hand. The purple monarch, who has been unbearably arrogant before, died to Shui just like that. Seeing Shui easily vanquish the purple monarch, Yang Feng's heart filled with shock. She's strong, too strong. The purple monarch, the warlock monarch of the Purple Moon Monarch City, had amazing combat power. He could easily defeat Alexia, Seabass, Yuyen, and Yang Feng's kindred Grand Duke without even using 10% of his strength. But when faced with Shui, he suffered a crushing defeat. Shui's combat power can be rated as monstrous. While coughing up blood, Yen flew over and gazed at Shui with shock and jealousy in her beautiful eyes. So powerful! This is Yang Feng's sworn little sister Shui. Although it's true that her soul aptitude is superior level 8, but how could she become so strong in such a short time? Ever since she submitted to Yang Feng and became his subordinate, Yen has paid attention to information on Yang Feng. Naturally, she knows that Yang Feng has a sworn little sister named Shui, who possesses superior level 8 soul aptitude, who, as soon as she entered the Battle Demon sect, was accepted by Yu Wuxian as a personal disciple, whose cultivation speed is extraordinary. But after the Battle Demon sect evacuated from the Zhangji plain, Shui, who traveled outside, unexpectedly returned as a warlock monarch, leaving Yen stupefied. In Yan's eyes, Yang Feng's cultivation speed was already outrageous. But compared with Shui's, it is nothing at all. White light shone, and Shui flew into the flagship where Yang Feng's true body is located, then plunged into his arms like a little kid and, with a fragrance wafting out from her, said softly, "Big brother, I missed you so much. I missed you as well." Yang Feng hugged Shui back, looked carefully at her, and smelled her scent, and his eyes filled with indescribable joy. The fairy-like Shui, who slayed the insufferably arrogant purple monarch, is curled up in his arms like a kitten, stroking Yang Feng's ego. He feels unspeakably comfortable. Yang Feng flipped his hand, and for Navagraha life, death fruit trees fruits, for which he went to great lengths in order to obtain them, appeared in his hand. "Swear, these are the Navagraha life death fruit trees fruits I obtained. I got a total of 9 and 4 are for you. You can use the Navagraha life death fruit trees fruits to break through the Godman boundary and take your cultivation base up a notch." Shui glanced at the 4 Navagraha life death fruit trees fruits. Her eyes shone with an enigmatic shade, and she smiled, looking as beautiful as a flower. "Big brother, when I traveled the world, I had a tremendous fortuitous encounter. My soul aptitude has already reached superior level 9 full circle, which is how I was able to practice cultivation to the Warlock Monarch realm. I don't need the Navagraha life death fruit trees fruits. However, big brother, your soul aptitude has yet to reach full circle. You need to take those 9 fruits together so that your soul aptitude can advance to intermediate level 9. Big brother, keep them." Chapter 806, Secret. Chapter 806, Secret. Translator, Zayamoj. Superior level 9 soul aptitude. When he heard those words, Yang Feng was speechless. A storm rose in his heart. In order to compete for the Navagraha life death fruit trees fruits, Yang Feng mobilized numerous experts and countless robots, only to be nearly killed by the purple monarch. Only when all 9 Navagraha life death fruit trees fruits are taken at the same time can Yang Feng promote his soul aptitude to intermediate level 9. If Yang Feng wants to promote his soul aptitude to superior level 9, he'll need to obtain 3 eternal god trees and form an eternal god fruit, or get a treasure on the same level. In less than 100 years after she parted ways with Yang Feng, Shui has advanced to a warlock monarch, and her soul aptitude has advanced to superior level 9 full circle. She is much more incredible than Yang Feng. Shui's big expressive eyes turned slightly and filled with the shade of spirit and cunning, and she uttered with a smile, "Big brother, aren't you curious about how I could surpass you in terms of cultivation speed?" Yang Feng frowned, sighed. His eyes flashed with a complex shade, and he held Shui tightly. "If I didn't guess wrong, Shui, you should be the avatar or the fallback of a great figure. Yang Feng has plundered countless resources and had numerous fortuitous encounters, which enabled him to cultivate to the advanced Bright World Warlock rank. He is clear about the difficulty of warlock cultivation. Shui is an existence of mysterious origins who emerged from a taboo stone. To be able to promote to a warlock monarch in such a short period of time, there is only one possibility. She must be connected to a great figure. Not unlike the antique brilliant great holy from the first warlock dynasty, who died who knows how many tens of thousands of years ago. Once they are resurrected, they will be a terrifying existence that can shake the world. Shui smiled, looking dazzling and matchless. "Big brother, you're really smart." Yang Feng asked suddenly, "Will their resurrection affect you?" For Xuanhuan to be able to promote to a warlock monarch in such a short period of time, the great figure behind her must be a Holy Spirit warlock or even a great holy step existence. Each Holy Spirit warlock rank existence is the patron saint of a race. They have transcended worldliness and attained holiness with body and soul. If Xuanhuan is the resurrection fallback of a Holy Spirit warlock, then when that Holy Spirit warlock is completely resurrected, it is when the personality known as Xuanhuan will be digested, swallowed, or directly wiped out. A touch of tenderness flashed in Xuanhuan's beautiful eyes. She curled up in Yang Feng's arms lazily like a kitten, closed her beautiful eyes, and sighed with a very enjoyable expression. Big brother, you should strive your hardest to improve your strength. Knowing too much about them won't do you any good. Yang Feng clenched his fists, then relaxed them shortly after and put his arms around Xuanhuan. Silent. The strength of the great figure behind Xuanhuan is absolutely tyrannical. Even if they are a Holy Spirit warlock, they are definitely a top figure among Holy Spirit warlocks. Like the Nine Realms Lord, they must be a peerless genius who fought once over the position of Warlock Emperor. At the moment, Yang Feng is but an advanced Bright World Warlock. Even though he can vanquish ordinary Infinity Warlocks, but in front of a true great figure, he can't withstand a blow. Yang Feng uttered, "Xuan, how long can you stay?" For Xuanhuan, who is already a Warlock Monarch rank existence, the cultivation resources in Yang Feng's hands are of no use. Only the resources from the branch floating continent of the Heaven and Earth Spirit root could be useful to her. Xuanhuan closed her eyes tightly, as if to engrave everything about Yang Feng into her mind, and said faintly, "I'm leaving in a while. The Great Tribulation is approaching. I must try my best to improve my cultivation base before the Great Tribulation really arrives. It would be best if I can promote to a Holy Spirit warlock so that I would have some ability to protect myself. Big brother, if you want to protect me, you have to at least have the cultivation base or the battle prowess of a Holy Spirit warlock." Yang Feng's eyes glittered, and he asked curiously, "What is the Great Tribulation?" Xuanhuan answered, "Big brother, do you know the legend about the Eternals?" Yang Feng uttered, "I do. Since the Time Lord established the first Warlock dynasty, the legend about the Eternals have become wildly known. According to legend, the 8 Warlock Emperors have all explored the relic sites of Eternals, pursued their footsteps, and attempted to become eternal and immortal beings." Xuanhuan said, "Do you know why the 8 Warlock Emperors have been so short-lived? Why they can't compare to many long-lived races in terms of lifespan?" A hint of curiosity flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, vaguely realizing that Xuanhuan is going to tell him a major secret. "I don't." Each one of the Zhangji Plains human 8 Warlock Emperors was a terrifying existence who surpassed the brilliant Great Holy and many other race Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses in terms of strength by far. They could squash a strong divine force rank god with a finger. However, the lifespan of the 8 Warlock Emperors was pitifully short compared to that of other powerful existences. After reaching the throne, they only lived for tens of thousands of years at most before their souls decayed, and they died. That's because human Warlock Emperors are too powerful. If the soul of a Moonlight Warlock rank human Warlock is likened to a candle, then the soul of a Warlock Emperor rank existence can be likened to a sun that burns at all times and releases formidable power. Moonlight Warlock rank human Warlocks can absorb various extraordinary forces and continue to evolve. The consumption of their souls is naturally replenished by the universe, so that the consumption isn't high. However, souls of Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses are too powerful. Just by existing, the consumption of the souls is astonishing. The soul force in the universe cannot sustain the existence of those Warlock Emperors. Therefore, their lifespan is short, and they die much earlier than some Infinity Warlock rank other race powerhouses. A treasure like the Navagraha Life-Death Fruit Tree's fruit, which can prolong the lifespan of an ordinary Warlock monarch by 100,000 years, it can at most add 100 years to the lifespan of Warlock Emperors. Xuanhuan spoke. A strange light flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he mused, "So that's how it is." Yang Feng has always been baffled by why human Warlock Emperors, each of which who is a terrifying existence that established a Warlock dynasty and even slayed Warlock Emperor rank other race existences, only lived for tens of thousands of years. This is simply outrageous. In ancient times, our universe had eternals. The bodies and souls of those eternals had immortal characteristics. Even if this universe were to be destroyed, they won't be affected. Their lifespan is endless. After the end of the eternal age, our universe's energy level has dropped by a level, reduced to the point that the universe can only give birth to Warlock Emperor rank existences. No matter how talented a powerhouse is, the Warlock Emperor rank is their limit. This is the limit of the universe's energy level. Read latest chapters at freewebnov.co only. The so-called Great Tribulation is actually a process in which another universe that is half an energy level higher than ours is superposed and merged with our universe in an incredible way. During that process, the powerhouses of the other universe will come to our universe to destroy everything and transform it into resources for their universe. Similarly, if we can slay the other universe's powerhouses, they will be turned into our universe's resources. If our universe can devour the power of the other universe, it will advance and become a powerful universe that can bear eternals. The Great Tribulation is the process of two universes devouring each other and evolving. In this process, we have to kill the powerhouses from the other universe and bring the corpses back to our universe to become resources for our universe. The same is true conversely. Therefore, the relationship between the powerhouses of both universes is that of irreconcilable enmity. In the latter part of the war, the Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses will take action. On a battlefield with Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses, Infinity Warlocks are but cannon fodder. Only Holy Spirit Warlocks have the power to protect themselves. By the time the Great Tribulation is fully unfolded, you will only be reduced to cannon fodder if you haven't advanced to a Holy Spirit Warlock, Big Brother. Xuanhuan looked deeply at Yang Feng. Her eyes flashed with worry, and she sighed. In the Zhangji Plain, it is very hard to promote to a Holy Spirit Warlock. It is even harder to produce a Holy Spirit Warlock before the great catastrophe arrives. A look of astonishment flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. Superposition and devouring of universes. This is really unheard of. Yang Feng had already seen many weird things in the world of Warlocks. Many laws here are completely different from those of the earth. In this weird world, cold air can freeze flames, stones can give birth to life, dead people can be resurrected, and so on. He has seen all sorts of phenomena that would be unimaginable on earth. However, it was the first time he heard about the superposition and devouring of universes. In ancient times, our universe was able to give birth to the Eternals of legend because it was the victor of a superposition and devouring of universes. Of course, the ancient times are too distant, so the specifics cannot be verified. If our universe can devour the other universe, then the energy level of our universe will rise, and we who are living in this universe will naturally gain tremendous benefits. Many Warlock Monarch, Holy Spirit Warlock, and Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses have sealed themselves using taboo stones or other equivalent methods. When the two universes are superposed and merged to a certain degree, they will awaken and recover. The powerhouses of the 8 Warlock dynasties will all appear when the universes are superposed and merged. Big Brother, we are running out of time. Xuanhuan sighed faintly. Chapter 807 Advancement to an Infinity Warlock. Chapter 807 Advancement to an Infinity Warlock. Translator, Zayamoj. It turns out that the reason why there are no human Holy Spirit Warlocks around is because they have sealed themselves and are accumulating strength. They plan to appear with peak power at the most critical time. In that case, the being in the gold coffin must be the Death Lord who sealed himself. If it weren't for the other Warlock Emperor rank existence, we would never be able to break through his barrier by ourselves. There is even a high possibility that we would have become his snack. Yang Feng's heart stirred, and he remembered the magic band world with the sticks. Most of the souls of the Infinity Warlocks who died in the fight over the Navagraha Life-Death Fruit Tree's fruits were sucked into the sticks and became part of it. The gold coffin underneath the sticks formed a weird symbiotic relationship with the sticks. Xuanhuan opened her hand, and a dazzling astral coordinate symbol appeared in her fair hand. Big Brother, what you lack most now is time. This is the coordinates of a plane located in a rift of the universe. There, the flow of time is 1,000 times faster than in the Zhangji Plane. Yang Feng touched the symbol, and astral coordinates appeared in his sea of knowledge. The time flows 1,000 times faster. Surprisingly, even such a plane exists. The universe is really big and full of wonder. This plane, which I discovered a long time ago, is of no value to me at the time. It's just one of my fallbacks. It's yours now. I must go now. Big brother, you have to work hard. Don't die. Xuanhuan kissed Yang Feng on the cheek, then her figure swayed slightly, and she flew out of Yang Feng's arms, took a deep look at Yang Feng, and revealed a beautiful smile. All of a sudden, she disintegrated into countless snowflakes and disappeared. Yang Feng looked at the beautiful snowflakes with enigmatic light in his eyes and said, enunciating each syllable, I will definitely become a Holy Spirit Warlock, and then a Warlock Emperor. I will catch you and protect you, so that you won't ever run away from my side. A voice emerged from among the beautiful snowflakes. I look forward to that day. The purple monarch's storage ring and corpse flew out of the snowflakes and landed in front of Yang Feng. This is evidently Xuanhuan's last gift to Yang Feng. As soon as Xuanhuan left, Yang Feng had the huge fleet return to the branch floating continent via a warp gate. 10 days later, in the Bright Moon province, in a secret chamber, a terrifying breath rose suddenly, and then was blocked by the magic array in the secret chamber. Inside the secret chamber, Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes. Wisps of junior infinity warlock rank breath spread from him. Thanks to the Navagraha life death fruit tree's fruits, I finally advanced to an infinity warlock. Now I truly am a pinnacle expert in the Zhangji plane. Yang Feng sensed the terrifying power flowing in his body, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. With the power of the Navagraha life death fruit tree's fruits, Yang Feng not only promoted his soul aptitude to the intermediate level 9, but at the same time, with the power released by the transformation of his soul, he broke through and advanced to an infinity warlock in one go. Yang Feng's figure shook slightly, and he disappeared from the secret chamber, a leaf-floating island below the branch-floating continent. At this time, the leaf-floating island is completely covered by countless Shizu technology constructs. Yang Feng strode into a large laboratory on the leaf-floating island. A huge crystal coffin suddenly appeared before him. Inside the crystal coffin, there is a majestic and mesmerizing woman. This mesmerizing woman is Agnipe, the commander of the First Fallen Angel Legion subordinated to Poidal, the lord of the 666th floor of the Abyss. A ray of light shone, and the runes on Agnipe's body were unlocked. She remained motionless, as if she's dead. The dark force inside her is in a stagnant and listless state. Yang Feng said lightly, Agnipe, I know you are awake. Let's have a talk. Otherwise, I can only choose to seal you, or take your heart and cultivate another fallen angel. Inside the transparent crystal coffin, the sexy and beautiful Agnipe, who is exuding seduction from all over, opened her eyes, looked at Yang Feng coldly, and asked, exuding fearlessness and unrivaled confidence, What is there for us to talk about? Yang Feng uttered with a smile, I want you to be my subordinate. Open your soul and let me set up a soul brand. Agnipe is a supreme infinity warlock rank powerhouse, only a step shy of advancing to the warlock monarch realm. Her soul and body are perfectly combined. Unless she opens her soul by herself, only an infinity warlock rank powerhouse can forcibly imprint their soul brand on her soul. Back then, Yang Feng was able to put a soul brand on Alexia's soul because she was only a pinnacle bright world warlock. The infinity warlock rank is divided into the junior, intermediate, advanced, and pinnacle infinity warlock ranks, as well as the quasi-warlock monarch and the supreme infinity warlock ranks. Among them, the quasi-warlock monarch and supreme infinity warlock rank powerhouses may promote to the warlock monarch realm if they get a chance. Unparalleled in the infinity warlock realm, supreme infinity warlock rank powerhouses can insta-kill ordinary junior infinity warlock rank existences. Agnipe, Narissa, and Beskia are all supreme infinity warlock rank powerhouses. They were the core of Poidal's Fallen Angel Legion. At the time, Poidal led his Fallen Angel Legion to slay a Warlock Monarch powerhouse. On one hand, it was because the Warlock Monarch was merely a junior Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse. On the other hand, it was because of the three Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses Agnipe, Narissa, and Beskia, Agnipe replied coldly. You killed my lord, and now want me to submit to you, fat chance. Yang Feng said full of confidence. Fallen angels respect the strong. After Alexia followed me, she has been able to promote to the Infinity Warlock rank. If you are willing to submit to me, I will help you advance to the Warlock Monarch rank. You might even be able to advance to the Holy Spirit Warlock rank. With that, Junior Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations of power diffused form Yang Feng. Agnipe's beautiful eyes fleshed emotionally. Junior Infinity Warlock. You actually advanced to the Infinity Warlock realm. It took Agnipe 60,000 years to evolve from an ordinary fallen angel to an Infinity Warlock rank blazing fallen angel. But Yang Feng, who has practiced cultivation for less than 300 years, has already advanced to an Infinity Warlock. This speed is simply heaven-defying. Agnipe replied coldly, That's right, but if you want me to be your subordinate, you have to defeat me by yourself first. Only then will I be willing to be your subordinate. Otherwise, you might as well kill me now. If you dig out my heart, you should be able to cultivate an Infinity Warlock realm blazing angel. Yang Feng frowned when he heard this. If he digs out Agnipe's heart, he can indeed cultivate an Infinity Warlock rank fallen angel. However, the value of an Infinity Warlock rank fallen angel is very different from that of a Supreme Infinity Warlock rank fallen angel that can contend against Warlock monarchs. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and a black ray of light flashed and sank into Agnipe's body, sealing her again. If this is the case, then I can only wrong you and have you continue to sleep. Agnipe's crystal coffin sank into the floor, and then the crystal coffin sealing Narissa emerged. Runes flashed and untied Narissa's seal. Yang Feng told Narissa the same thing he told Agnipe. FRUYubnovel.com. Narissa uttered coldly, Just kill me. I will never work for you. Yang Feng replied coldly, I will think about it. The crystal coffin sealing Narissa sank into the floor, and then the crystal coffin sealing Beskia appeared. Yang Feng lifted part of Beskia's seal and repeated what he said to Agnipe. Beskia considered it for a while, and then finally her beautiful eyes shone, and she said with an enchanting smile, 3,000 years, I can serve you for 3,000 years, but after 3,000 years, you must return me my freedom and lift the soul brand. When the time comes, let me choose whether to continue following you or not. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he smiled. Great. I promise you. Beskia is a Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse, one of the strongest powerhouses among Infinity Warlocks. Now that she surrendered to Yang Feng, his power was greatly enhanced, and his rule became more stable. The source of this scentent is FRUYubnovel.com. The Endless Abyss. In a secret room in the place where Yang Feng's gold-horned avatar is located, a magic array flashed, and the heart of a gold-horned Grand Duke appeared on the magic array. One after another, abyssal fiend hearts appeared on the magic array. During the battle in the Tomb of the Death Lord, Yang Feng slayed a large number of abyssal lords and harvested a large number of abyssal lord hearts. In the hands of his abyssal lord avatar, these hearts are top resources for raising subordinates. Yang Feng grabbed the gold-horned Grand Duke heart, smiled, and swallowed it in one go. Chapter 808 Evolving into an Abyssal Grand Duke. Chapter 808 Evolving into an Abyssal Grand Duke. Translator, Zayamoj. As soon as he swallowed the gold-horned Grand Duke heart, Yang Feng felt a fearsome force permeate his body. All of a sudden, gold runes appeared, and a terrifying power was released in his blood. The power rose steadily. Before long, he broke through and advanced to a gold-horned Grand Duke. Fierce light flashed in the eyes of Yang Feng's gold-horned avatar. Finally, I have promoted to a Grand Duke rank powerhouse. Like this, I can be considered to have a bit of a foundation in the Endless Abyss. Now I can challenge the position of the Floor Lord of the Endless Abyss's 666th floor. The Floor Lord of the 666th floor was Poidal. With the identity of a Floor Lord, even Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses were not his opponents on the 666th floor. Now that Poidal is dead, the position of the Floor Lord of the 666th floor is vacant. This naturally attracted the attention of countless experts. Yang Feng included. Yang Feng's abyssal lord avatar said coldly, "Come in." A powerful sound wave filled the castle. A horned earl walked out of the void, bowed to Yang Feng, and said respectfully, "Mighty lord, what are your orders?" Yang Feng's abyssal lord avatar has gone on numerous campaigns in the endless abyss. Consequently, he has reaped 2 abyssal earls as his subordinates. This horned is called Take, and he is one of the 2 abyssal earls. Yang Feng's eyes ignited with gold flames, and he said flatly, "Pass down my order. Assemble all troops immediately. I want to become the floor lord of the 666th floor." A look of fear flashed in Take's eyes, and he gritted his teeth and warned, "Lord, the floor lord of the 666th floor is Lord Poidal. His fallen angel legion has even slayed human warlock monarchs. Poidal and the succubus empress are very powerful, and their reputation has spread across countless planes. Although the low-level abyssal fiends might not have heard of them, but abyssal lords who have lived for some time have definitely heard of their names." Yang Feng's abyssal lord avatar glanced at Take and said coldly, "Poidal has fallen. The 666th floor has no floor lord. Our target is the 666th floor." A strange light flashed in Take's eyes, and he replied respectfully, "Yes, great lord. I will execute your orders now. The 666th floor of the endless abyss, the city of depravity, is the royal city where Poidal resided. As soon as Poidal died, the floor lord's sovereign authority of the 666th floor poured in the city of depravity and started forming an authority emblem. Outside of the city of depravity, there are countless abyssal fiends slaying each other madly. Corpses are strewn everywhere. There are all kinds of twisted monsters everywhere. 6 abyssal legions are watching indifferently, urging the abyssal monsters to fight each other. Massacre, chaos, conspiracy, madness are the common sense in the abyss. To seize the floor lord's sovereign authority of a floor, the first step is to provide enough death. The more powerhouses die, the faster the floor lord's sovereign authority of the abyss will form. Visit fkayebnovel.com for the best novel reading experience. A 3-meter-tall Baylor Marquis enveloped in raging flames stared at the battleground and said unhurriedly, "This is too slow. If this continues, we'll have to wait 100 years before the floor lord's sovereign authority is formed. A large number of abyssal lords must die in order to be able to form the floor lord's sovereign authority as soon as possible." The Baylor Marquis roared loudly, "Bogas, Laro, let's start. After we annihilate them, we'll compete for the position of the floor lord of this floor. Kill them all." Strange runes shone in the eyes of a 3-meter-tall ghost-eye fiend Marquis, which has a fiendish face, blades on the joints, and sickle-like claws, and it released a sinister roar. An abyssal legion formed from ghost-type abyssal fiends immediately rushed towards another abyssal legion. "Kill them." A ferocious-looking, 10-meter-tall giant ghost fiend smiled grimly, waved the huge wolf-tooth club in its hand, and led countless abyssal fiends towards another abyssal fiend legion. As soon as the 3 abyssal marquises took action, countless powerhouses of the other 3 abyssal fiend legions died. "Simons, you are dead." The eyes of a backed Marquis flashed fiercely. It smiled grimly. Then its figure fluttered, and it appeared before the Baylor Marquis and started fighting it. "Die!" A 20-meter-tall Roman elephant fiend Marquis, with a giant elephant head, slashed at the ghost-eye fiend Marquis with a 20-meter-long giant blade in its hands. "Idiot! Since I am your opponent, then you are as good as dead." A bone fiend wizard Marquis, of ordinary stature, formed from countless bones, grinned and hurled one strange spell after another barreling towards the giant ghost fiend Marquis. As the 6 abyssal marquises fought, the abyssal fiends around them, bombarded by their spells, could only retreat, forming a huge circle around the 6 abyssal marquises. Suddenly, a Grand Duke rank breath broke out, and a gold ray erupted amid the abyssal fiends and shot towards the Baylor Marquis and the backed Marquis. When the gold ray disappeared, Yang Feng's figure appeared in the void. In his hand, there is a Baylor Marquis heart and a backed Marquis heart. The 2 Marquis grade hearts exude fearsome fluctuations of power. When the 2 abyssal marquises died, 2 sovereign authorities and a large amount of soul force poured towards the city of depravity, becoming nourishment for the floor lord sovereign authority that is forming. A gold-horned Grand Duke. When the 4 abyssal marquises, who were fighting frantically, saw Yang Feng standing proudly in the void, their complexions changed drastically. Scared out of their wits, they escaped in different directions. If the 4 abyssal marquises could get the floor lord sovereign authority of the 666th floor, they would be able to contend against an abyssal Grand Duke like Yang Feng. But without the boost from the floor lord sovereign authority, these abyssal marquises stand no chance against an abyssal Grand Duke. These abyssal marquises originally planned to fight each other and use the blood, souls, and sovereign authorities of countless abyssal lords as nourishment so that the floor lord authority emblem can be born completely. In this way, once one of them got the floor lord authority emblem and became the floor lord, they would no longer fear any enemy. But now that Yang Feng, an abyssal Grand Duke, appeared, he has foiled their plan completely. In the lower floors of the abyss, some Earl floor lords and Marquis floor lords have gained their position of a floor lord this way. When Take sensed the frightening breath emitted by Yang Feng, endless shock flickered in his eyes. Grand Duke! The Lord has promoted to an abyssal Grand Duke. That's incredible. Hey you, let's kill them. Otherwise, some among us are destined to be sacrificed for the formation of the floor lord authority emblem. Yang Feng's eyes flashed, and he flicked his finger towards 3 empty spaces. Sparks flew toward those 3 empty spaces like shooting stars. Not bad, Warren. It's kinda interesting. In a space, black light flashed, and a 2-headed lion fiend, which has 2 lion heads, is 3 meters tall, and exudes Grand Duke rank fluctuations of power, appeared behind the Roman elephant fiend. In his hand, there is a Roman elephant fiend heart. With a flash of black light, a handsome fallen kindred Grand Duke, with a pale face and a noble temperament, grabbed the ghost eye fiend Marquis, bit the neck of the other party, and sucked it dry. After the fallen kindred Grand Duke sucked the ghost eye fiend Marquis dry, he tossed the carcass away and disappeared, a look of disgust on his face. It's really unpleasant. Sure enough, only the blood of beautiful and powerful virgins tastes delicious. Ballon, long time no see. An enchanting voice suddenly sounded. A black whip shot out like a poison dragon, split in 2, and swept the giant ghost fiend Marquis and the bone fiend wizard Marquis. The poison dragon-like black whip contracted and pulled the giant ghost fiend Marquis and the bone fiend wizard Marquis towards a bewitching succubus dressed in black leather clothes, who looks like she was born to mesmerize men and whose every strand of hair exudes seduction. Succubus Empress. As soon as he saw the bewitching succubus, Yang Feng narrowed his eyes. A dignified shade flashed in his eyes, and he said, enunciating each syllable, "The succubus empress is the floor lord of the 777th floor of the abyss. The succubus empress is even more known as the number 1 beauty of the endless abyss. She is not only beautiful, but also very strong. Additionally, she has many allies. She is a most fearsome enemy." Chapter 809 Succubus Empress. Chapter 809 Succubus Empress. Succubi are very beautiful and are born with extraordinary charm. Even abyssal fiends and abyssal monsters who are not humanoid feel attracted to them, becoming their protectors or masters. Succubi are also a common currency among abyssal lords and a symbol of wealth. The more succubi an abyssal lord has, the more prestige and wealth they possess. Succubi have never been known for their fighting ability, but the succubus empress is different. Not only does she look maddeningly beautiful, but her own fighting power is equally formidable. When she was fighting for the position of 777th floor's floor lord, she killed a backed Grand Duke. Backed Grand Dukes are considered powerful combatants among abyssal Grand Dukes. For the succubus empress to be able to kill such a powerhouse, her battle prowess must be formidable. After the succubus empress became the floor lord of the 777th floor, there were many powerful existences who wanted to make her into their pet. As a result, in the past tens of thousands of years, 3 abyssal Grand Dukes died by her hands. The 2-headed lion fiend Grand Duke and fallen kindred Grand Duke Ballon. The two Infinity Warlock rank abyssal fiends looked at the succubus empress with intoxication and apprehension in their eyes. Even if it is an abyssal Grand Duke, if they are careless before the succubus empress, they will be completely absorbed by her charm and submit to her. The tip of the black leather whip of the succubus empress shook slightly, and then turned into two snakes that bit the hearts of the two abyssal marquises. Two abyssal lord sovereign authorities flashed suddenly and shot into the city of depravity. From the city of depravity, a bone crown, studded with countless bones, exuding thick wicked breath and abyssal authority, suddenly flew out. The skull crown hovers between real and illusory. It has formed the power of abyssal lord authorities. Once the number of dead abyssal lords reaches a certain number, the crow will turn real and become a genuine crown of the floor lord. And once a floor lord seizes the crown of the floor lord, the crown will turn illusory and merge with the floor lord. Before the previous floor lord is slayed, no one can become that floor's floor lord. Gentlemen, would you please renounce the position of the 666th floor's floor lord and leave it to me? Of course, as a compensation for your loss, I will invite you to my 777th floor as guests and let you enjoy the best treatment the world has to offer. The succubus empress showed a beautiful and bewildering smile to Yang Feng and the other two. Read @ST chapters at freewebnovel.com only. When the two-headed lion fiend Grand Duke and fallen kindred Grand Duke Balon saw the succubus empress's smile, they trembled slightly, and flames of greed ignited in their eyes. The succubus empress's 777th floor is a paradise that male creatures long for the most. On the 777th floor, you can see succubus girls that are rare in the outside world roam everywhere. Additionally, there are also countless beautiful women of different races, top liquor, and most delicious food. Many abyssal Grand Dukes are both apprehensive of the 777th floor and yearn for it. The abyssal Grand Dukes who were lucky enough to go to the 777th floor to enjoy themselves are full of praise for the floor. The two-headed lion fiend Grand Duke suddenly transmitted its voice, saying, "Warren, the succubus empress is stronger than any one of us three. Let's join forces and get rid of her." Yang Feng's eyes flickered for a while, and then he agreed, "Okay, attack." The two-headed lion fiend Grand Duke suddenly screamed, blurred into motion, and rushed towards the succubus empress. The fallen kindred Grand Duke Balon turned into a bloody ray, and then transformed into a sea of blood that rolled out towards the succubus empress. freebnovel.cm. The succubus empress smiled. Suddenly, the whip of the succubus in her hand shot out and transformed into countless one-eyed snakes. The eye on the forehead of the one-eyed snakes shone and fired gray rays into the sea of blood, exuding a fishy smell with countless resentful souls twisting and wailing inside. The sea of blood instantly reverted into the fallen kindred Grand Duke Balon. A fierce light flashed in the eyes of the two-headed lion fiend Grand Duke, and it stabbed the fallen kindred Grand Duke Balon in the chest. Violent demonic chi surged, and he pierced through the other part's chest and dug out their heart. "Riva, you bastard, you backstabber!" A look of terror and incredulity on his face. Balon roared. Then his body broke down into bloody rays that fled in different directions. Dance of 10,000 snakes. The whip of the succubus in the hand of the succubus empress shook slightly, and the one-eyed snakes suddenly rose and formed weird arrays. The one-eyed snakes fired gray rays from their single eye that shot towards the bloody rays, forcing them to reverse their flow. When the countless bloody rays reverted back into Balon, the countless one-eyed snakes bit him one after another, causing him to scream in pain. Riva turned around and stared coldly at Yang Feng. With a trace of vigilance and killing intent in its eyes, it asked frigidly, "Warren, how did you discover that I conspired with the succubus empress?" Yang Feng replied coldly, "In the endless abyss, people who easily trust others tend to die early. That Balon should be a friend of yours, right? Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so easily fooled by you." Riva smiled malevolently and said frostily, "That's right, Balon and I have known each other for 15,000 years. During that time, I have been his best friend. If he hadn't competed with Her Majesty for the position of Floor Lord of the 666th floor, I would still be his best friend. Warren, against Her Majesty and me, you stand no chance of winning. Leave here, and we will spare your life. In the endless abyss, betrayal, conspiracies, and massacres are the norm. Even old friends who have been with you for more than 10,000 years will become someone that will take your life at a critical moment. Therefore, in the endless abyss, only cunning individuals who trust no one can live like a fish in water. Yang Feng uttered with a smile. Spare me? What a joke. A dead one dares talk to me like that. How amusing. Dead one. Anger flashed in Riva's eyes, and it suddenly felt a sharp pain in its chest. When it turned its head around, to its horror, it discovered that a right hand has stabbed its chest and scooped out its heart. Yang Feng beckoned with a hand, and Riva's heart flew out of the right hand and fell into his hand. What magic is this? How can this be? Riva widened its eyes and screamed, then twisted in pain and fell on the ground, dead. As soon as Riva died, a powerful sovereign authority instantly turned into a stream of light that poured into the crown of the floor lord in the sky. The crown of the floor lord suddenly turned real. An ancient and mysterious crown, looking like it is formed from the most evil forces in the world, suddenly appeared in the void and formed a black beam. What an impressive secret treasure. It even unwittingly confused a Grand Duke like Riva. Really amazing. The succubus empress clapped gently and smiled sweetly. Strange runes appeared in her beautiful eyes, and she saw an eye, which the phantom ruler has transformed into, on Yang Feng's hand. Strange phantom threads, which even infinity warlocks cannot see, retracted from Riva's side and entered Yang Feng's hand. Yang Feng looked at the majestic and glamorous succubus empress with a cold gaze. Killing intent surged in his eyes, and he said slowly, Riva is dead now. Succubus empress, I am dead set on obtaining this floor. Leave here and we can still make friends. Otherwise, I will have to slay you and turn you into nutrients for this floor. Two infinity warlock rank breaths suddenly broke out and locked on the succubus empress, and then disappeared. Since this is the case, then let me congratulate you in advance on becoming the new floor lord of the 666th floor of the Abyss, Grand Duke Warren. If you are interested, you can come to my 777th floor as a guest to enjoy yourself. The succubus empress took a deep look in the direction the two infinity warlock rank breaths came from with apprehension in her beautiful eyes, then smiled and waved her porcelain hand, and a palm-sized green jade mirror with a beautiful succubus pattern on its face flew out and entered Yang Feng's hand. Along with green light, the succubus empress broke down into specks of light and disappeared. Yang Feng's gold-horned Grand Duke avatar glanced at the abyssal lords that survived until now. Then his figure swayed slightly, and he turned into a gold ray that plunged into the midst of the Earl-rank abyssal lords. I am willing to surrender. Spare me, Your Majesty. I am willing to be your lackey. The complexion of the abyssal earls changed dramatically, and they pleaded bitterly. Facing the Grand Duke rank Yang Feng, they have no power to resist. Yang Feng ignored the pleadings of the abyssal lords and killed them one after another. Rays of light shone, and abyssal lord authority plunged into the crown of the floor lord. After Yang Feng and his subordinates slayed all abyssal lords in the area, the crown of the floor lord fell down, and Yang Feng grabbed it. Chapter 810, Floor Lord of the 666th Floor of the Abyss Warren. Chapter 810, Floor Lord of the 666th Floor of the Abyss Warren. Translator, Zayamoj. As soon as the crown of the floor lord fell into Yang Feng's hands, it transformed from real to illusory, turned into a stream of light, and sank into Yang Feng's body. In an instant, Yang Feng felt as if the entire abyssal force in the 666th floor of the abyss is under his control. He clearly felt that he is able to mobilize the power of the 666th floor to boost his strength for a short period of time and suppress enemy. Even if a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse enters the 666th floor of the abyss, they would be suppressed by the power of the Floor Lord authority. While Yang Feng can display Warlock Monarch rank battle prowess for a short period of time under the buff from the Floor Lord authority. Thanks to both the buff and debuff, if a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse comes to the 666th floor, Yang Feng will be able to vanquish them. The Floor Lord authority is rather formidable, but it also has weaknesses. The first weakness is that I can only exercise the Floor Lord authority on the 666th floor. The second is that the Floor Lord authority can only suppress one person. If 2 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses come, I will be in trouble. As Yang Feng sensed the power of the Floor Lord authority, the optical computer network performed various analyses. After the analyses were complete, Yang Feng opened his eyes, took a step forward, and entered the core palace of the City of Depravity. Greetings, Lord. When the abyssal lords that remained in the City of Depravity saw Yang Feng and sensed the Floor Lord authority emanating from him, their expressions changed greatly, and they knelt on the ground and said respectfully. Yang Feng walked to the throne and sat down. Like a god overlooking all living beings, he said coldly, "From today on I, Warren, am the Floor Lord of the 666th floor of the Abyss. From today on I, Warren, am the Floor Lord of the 666th floor of the Abyss." His voice spread throughout the 666th floor via the Floor Lord authority. All abyssal fiends on the floor heard his voice. The irrational abyssal monsters were branded by Yang Feng's Floor Lord authority. As long as Yang Feng meets them, then no matter how powerful they are, they will become his subordinates with just a word from him. Once an abyssal lord swear allegiance to Yang Feng can use the Floor Lord authority to claim their life with a single command. They won't have any power to resist. The 666th floor of the Abyss has a Floor Lord. Warren. This name doesn't sound familiar? What are his origins? Isn't the Floor Lord of the 666th floor the Succubus Empress? She was dead set on winning the 666th floor. What's going on? At the moment when Yang Feng announced that he is the Floor Lord of the 666th floor, the Abyss's abyssal Grand Dukes were shocked. Powerful spirit senses filled with surprise and apprehension pride on the 666th floor. The floors of the Abyss are originally from the same source, and can be divided as well as merged. If 2 floors of the Abyss merge, they will produce a stronger floor. However, the fusion of floors consumes countless precious treasures, many of which are extremely hard to come by. In the Endless Abyss, there are many abyssal Grand Dukes, but most of them are the Floor Lords of a floor. They were not interested in becoming the Floor Lord of this floor. Of the abyssal Grand Dukes who were interested in the 666th floor, some of them gave the Succubus Empress face. This is why there were so few abyssal Grand Dukes fighting over the floor. Follow current novels on freewabove.com. Yet now Yang Feng has become the Floor Lord of the 666th floor. The abyssal Grand Dukes are full of interest towards him. Some of the abyssal Grand Dukes, who are close with the Succubus Empress, are full of killing intent towards Yang Feng. However, Yang Feng is on the 666th floor. The abyssal Grand Dukes who want to kill him don't dare to lightly step onto that floor. If they are careless, they will be vanquished. In the depths of the astral boundary, there is a vast and boundless expanse of white shrouded in thick fog. The space outside the area distorted, and Yang Feng's true body appeared and looked towards the area. Yang Feng took a deep look at the area and mused, "It's really a remote place. If Shuer hadn't given me the coordinates, it would be nearly impossible to discover this place." These years, Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion has been searching the astral boundary for valuable planes with intelligent life forms. However, although there are countless planes in the astral boundary, but after millions of years of exploration performed by human warlocks, many planes with intelligent life forms have been divided by major forces. It is hard to even find Grade 9 planes. Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion found thousands of abandoned celestial bodies and started mining their resources. But they didn't find any ownerless plane with intelligent life forms. In the depths of the astral boundary, the almost endless area shrouded in dense fog is very weird. As soon as the battle robots Yang Feng dispatched entered that area, their connection with the optical computer network was severed. This kind of place is most dangerous and weird. No matter how the Level 4 optical computer network tries, it cannot analyze the white fog. Yang Feng's figure shook slightly, and he turned into a stream of light and plunged directly into the white fog. As soon as he entered the white fog, Yang Feng felt that his sense of direction was blurred. He can hardly grasp his own existence. Moreover, the connection with the Level 4 optical computer network was cut off immediately. Yang Feng's face flickered, and he slowly unleashed his tremendous soul force. The soul force was just unleashed when it was completely swallowed by the strange white fog. A cold ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. Then he pointed with a finger and operated the law of wind, and a 5-meter-tall hurricane took shape and then collapsed directly. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered gravely. The weird white fog confuses one's sense of direction. Additionally, it is practically impossible to operate elemental force and law force here. Even if it is a supreme infinity warlock rank powerhouse, I'm afraid that they will also be stumped by this white fog, not daring to go deep. However, I have 2 ways to deal with this white fog. Fate algorithm. Yang Feng operated the unfathomable fate algorithm. Weird waves rolled out of his body and, under the guidance of fate force, pointed out the direction for him. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile. It is indeed the supreme secret method of the eternal continent. 10 days later, a black ray gleamed, and Yang Feng flew out of the strange white fog and appeared in an endless starry sky. In this endless starry sky, there are suns, moons, and various other astral bodies. In the center of the countless astral bodies, there is a blue astral body. Yang Feng can see the breath of countless lives diffuse from the blue astral body. What a beautiful astral body. It is about 10 times larger than the Earth. I'll have to go there if I want to learn the specifics. Yang Feng's figure shook, and he flew into the astral body's atmosphere like a meteor. There is no repulsion. Is this astral body a grade 4 plane or a higher grade plane? No, the concentration of life magic energy here is astonishingly low, even lower than that of a grade 9 plane. On such a plane, all kinds of extraordinary forces will be greatly restricted. What's going on? This is equivalent to a magic ban world. My life force is sealed. The laws of heaven and earth are different. How strange. What's going on? Shouldn't it be impossible for the laws of heaven and earth in the same universe to be different? As Yang Feng performed calculations, he fell from the sky uncontrollably like a meteor. Chaoyang Spirit Mountain is one of the 10 great spirit mountains of the Great Zhou Empire. Although the mountain is rugged and full of fierce beasts, but this is not really a hurdle for martial arts masters who have formidable martial prowess. On this day, numerous martial arts masters from the Great Zhou Empire came here. Displaying their agility techniques, they climbed a precipitous cliff along a rugged path that poses even a challenge to monkeys and eagles. On the Chaoyang Spirit Mountain, a fight between the Great Zhou Empire's northern martial worlds, number 1 swordsman Lightless Sword Li Wujian, and the Great Zhou Empire's southern martial world's Great Grandmaster Reverend Lingkong will take place. Lightless Sword Li Wujian has defeated many renowned masters since his debut. In his most famous battle, he went to the lair of the 72 bandits of Gobi alone and unleashed a massacre. In that battle, more than 100 bandits died to his sword, which cemented his supreme reputation. The southern martial world's great grandmaster Reverend Lingkong is from the Empty Spirit Path, one of the 3 holy lands of the martial world. At the age of 16, he has cultivated to the innate realm. At the age of 20, he has entered the grandmaster realm. At the age of 30, he has become a great grandmaster. The elusive 7 colors he created is really formidable. Since his debut, he has never been defeated. No one could force him to use the elusive 7 colors to the 4th color. In order to further progress on his martial arts journey, Li Wujian chose to challenge the Reverend Lingkong, hoping to gain some insight in the battle and take another step forward. This is the reason behind today's battle. The battle between 2 masters recognized as the strongest in the martial world has naturally attracted numerous martial arts masters to watch the battle, forming a rare martial arts event. On the summit of Chaoyang Spirit Mountain, a swordsman dressed in black is sitting on the ground, overlooking the mountains and forests in the distance. The entire person seems to be integrated with the surroundings. The swordsman dressed in black is not handsome by any means. His facial features can even be considered somewhat ugly. His hands are twice as big as those of ordinary people, and they are covered with calluses from martial arts training. His stature is not tall, but despite his unremarkable appearance, he has an unearthly temperament, which evokes a good impression in people. We've reached the end of today's episode. Thank you for traversing the boundless landscapes of fantasy with us. If today's story has sparked joy within you, please remember to hit the like button, share our journey with others, and subscribe to Lord of the Stories for an ever-expanding collection of mystical escapades. Until we meet again to turn the page to a new adventure, hold the tales dear in your heart and let the embers of magic warmly glow in your spirit. Farewell, intrepid explorers of the narrative unknown.